One, two, talking. Looking at pictures of a puppy, which is very, very cute. And cute is obviously very good. Yeah, keep talking. I'll keep talking. It is a Shiba Inu, and it looks awesome.
And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
My name is Juho Sillanpää, in-game name Ylisilta, and I play for Orkles Hungary. Playing against the best, you need to be faster on your rotates. The team communication needs to be spot on to win tournaments, and obviously you need some luck, but that's Battle Royale. When we go against the bigger orcs in Apex, we just want to show that we can beat them all.
Giving us a really nice glow. Oh, come on, dude. You're always crowded. Oh, that was gonna be the money shot.
Stop fooling around with yourself, yeah? Thanks to you, all my crap's on that ship.
Yeah, well, that was the plan, right? Okay, new plan. Follow the rocket. Hey, that's all yours. Wait, what? You don't know how to fly? Do you? Do you?
I know how to fly.
There she is. Bloody hell. Bath, can you track the jump signature?
I can. Go me.
Right. Are you ready for this?
Am I ready? Ready for what? Hey, not too shabby. They dropped me off at the Lido deck. I'm late for my massage. What is that?
Maybe it's the welcome committee. Bye, friend.
Dear. Not very light on his feet, is he?
Olympus Arena.
Looks like the game's afoot. Oh, you might need this.
So much for my day off. Chew on this, Jack! What are you doing?
Eyes up, lads. Shall we carry on then?
Nothing possible.
All right, lads. Time to go.
Whoa, what? Are you insane?
Worse. I'm a bloody genius. I do love field research. Whoops-a-daisy. You got a little something there.
Hi, my name is Jill, and I love to draw and play Apex. I do love drawing character artwork specifically, which is why I love drawing Apex. One of my favorite things about Apex is the amount of characters there are and the different personalities there are that shine in the game. Everything they do is unique to them, which is really cool to see. I also really love the seamless gameplay of Apex. The great thing about Apex is that it's always evolving, there's always something new coming, and that's such an exciting thing to think about. I'm Jill Art on Twitter, Instagram, and ArtStation.
This is the Apex Legends Global Series Autumn Circuit, where the best Apex Legends competitors in the world battle to take their shot at playing for glory, bragging rights, and their share of the $500,000 prize pool. When we met for the second tournament of the ALGS Autumn Circuit, all eyes were on previous tournament champions, Weigers, as they started the day with an impressive Round 1 win. However, after that hot start, Nook and the rest of Weigers cooled off and fell down the rankings. Instead, it was a team known as Orcless and Hungry that took control by winning in rounds 3 and 4 while racking up 28 kills on the day. With a final score of 61 points, Orcless and Hungry easily outpaced their competition and claimed the mantle of champion. Repeating the pattern from the first Open tournament, the battle for the day, second place, proved to be the tightest competition on the day. Despite never placing higher than second during the rounds, Major Pushers and North both managed to remain high in the rankings throughout the day. But thanks to scoring an impressive 33 kills, Taishin and the rest of North managed to finish the tournament with a final score of 52 points, edging out Major Pushers by a single point. By taking first and second place, both Orcless and Hungry and North each earned spots in the Autumn Circuit playoffs in December. Regardless of their order, all the top 10 finishing teams also secured their spot in today's Open tournament. But now, The dropships are loading up with more super regional challengers, all vying to knock the crown off Orgless and Hungry's heads.
Surprise!
It's time to find out which teams are going to surprise us. Who will pull up those devious, notorious rat strats? Who is going to outshoot, outcraft, and outplay their rivals? Who's pushing with bolts and mastiffs? And who's sitting back with a charge rifle? Ready up and settle in. Welcome to the ALGS Autumn Circuit Open Tournaments.
Come one, come all to join the entire Apex Legends Global Series crew as we bring you the latest and greatest from Apex Legends esports. We may be streaming remotely, but make no mistake, we're bringing the passion and the fun to this third super regional competition. The clutch gameplay is just around the corner. Oh yes, exactly. Come one, come all. Welcome to the Apex Legends Global Series Autumn Circuit Online Tournament number 3. Welcome to our EU region here on this Monday morning, Monday afternoon, wherever you are. It's probably Monday somewhere. I am Kate, and the guy to my right, your left, is Tom T Squared. Thanks so much for joining us again, Tom.
Yeah, and it's November. Yeah, we're going in November now too, so November 2nd. And we're 2 days away from Season 7, Kate. I can't wait.
Oh my God, so excited. But hey, if you saw some really cool eye candy, some more device candy as you were watching our open there, well, that is our Lenovo Legion 7i featuring the i7 processor. This beast is incredible, and it's actually part of our official partner here for Lenovo, who have equipped us to help equip you with some solid Apex gameplay today. And that, of course, because they are equipping us with their Lenovo Legion laptops coming straight to you guys from our home setups. A huge thank you to Lenovo for that. And you know what? Speaking of Season 7, let's talk about that new map. I know there's a lot to talk about. There's a new legend. We see the vehicle. We see a number of things. But let's talk about the new map for a hot second, because that was on display in that countdown trailer we just saw.
Yeah, new map going to be called Olympus, and you see a lot of the pro players already tweeting where they're going to land, and I think that's absolutely hilarious because nobody's played the map yet unless you were inside of that little testing period. But yeah, it's going to be 16 major POIs, points of interest. You're going to have the Trident on the map, which is the vehicle that you're speaking of, and then Horizon, the new legend that's going to be dropping. It's really exciting. We haven't seen that much actual gameplay, so we don't know how the abilities are going to exactly work, but it's going to be exciting. And we have a couple new gun changes and some tweaks. I think Octane's getting a tweak, Loba, etc. So it's going to be an exciting day for Apex.
100%. And a little birdie told me that you might get more excitement in just a few minutes all around the internet, so be prepared for that. And of course, another mention, available on Steam, Tom. Steam! So make sure all of your progress from your Origin account will carry over, so make sure it's on your wish list right now. Get ready and willing to do it. Tom, I know we're excited about the Season 7 coming out, but we've got a lot to talk about just today with our online tournament number 3.
Yeah, I'm stoked for the games today, and I'm also stoked for Steam because now your friends list is going to work, so you don't have any issues with your lobby or sending invites. But yeah, we're here with the EU matches. We have the NA later today, and as they were rolling through the Open, it was a fantastic job by Orgless and Hungary. We're going to talk about the teams to watch a little bit later, but EU's always so tight, always so exciting to watch, and I can't wait to get these games underway.
Exactly. Well, let's take a look at your schedule, aka our schedule today, because let's be clear, you're going to want to stick here for EU and NA. And as you can tell, we are starting our day off in Europe, starting our day in the morning here on the West Coast. But of course, Stockholm, you're enjoying yourself a fine drink, a fine meal, a fine dinner, perhaps. You've made it through, and we're here to celebrate with you with some Apex glory. And if you want to stick with this, Stockholm, well, we appreciate it very much. We understand it's a little bit early for you guys, but, you know, Tom, as I understand it, gamer hours. Gamer hours puts you at 1:45.
Gamers don't sleep. Yeah,
they
gamers don't sleep. Usually the day starts for us right around 6:45 p.m. So, you know, anyone that doesn't stay up to at least 3 a.m., I'm not sure if you're a real gamer or not. Just kidding. Make sure you take care of yourselves.
Don't
get healthy sleep.
He's a lover, not a fighter.
Take care of yourselves. Get sleep.
Exactly. That's a very good point, for sure. So if you're on the West Coast here, it's 4:45 p.m. End your day with us. Begin our day, end your day, wherever you are. Just enjoy yourselves, because we know we ourselves are going to enjoy as with you. Boy, you know what? Even with this fall back for those of you in the United States of America, you fell back, you came back from your hour ahead. I'll tell you what, I still jumble my words on a Monday morning, Tom. Still jumbling words.
Yeah, I heard some crazy things too. Like people over in Canada, I have a friend over in Saskatchewan. Apparently, you go from 2 hours change, so you switch from like Mountain Time on over to Central Time. That sounds really confusing. But wherever you are, thank you for being here.
Exactly. Well, let's take a look at what we're doing today with our tournament here on online tournament number 3, starting out in our EU region. This is one of my favorite graphics to put up, Tom, because it usually tells us how many teams have been fielded to get us to this point, and not to be undone. 134 teams. 134 teams have already been ground. You know what I mean. Anyway, they've definitely gone their way through our paces here, and they've made it to our top 20 teams. Remember, this is one thing that Tom's going to mention a few times, of course, which is that there are teams that have been huge major players that definitely don't make it through from our qualifiers, and it's happened time and time again. So we'll see what that has come to today. But of course, the top 2 qualifying teams, well, they're going to make their way to our autumn circuit playoffs. Not top 3, as has been originally said. So 139 teams found their way through our qualifiers, only to be the top 20. Here we go, Tom.
Yeah, and it's the best of the best over here towards the top 20. Now, we know that the top 10 from the previous online tournament made it in, and now they had to grind all weekend, quarterfinals, semifinals, etc., in to go and try to make it. 60 participants, obviously 6 matches. We're going to do 3 World's Edge, 3 Kings Canyon. Now, we know Olympus is coming out in 2 days, so we can't see that one quite yet. And it's also not going to be in competitive for at least, I think, 2 months, they were saying, is what the trial period that they want to go through that actual testing area is. So it's going to be exciting to see which teams really want to finish off strong on this season and come out here and say, we were one of the best in Season 6, if not the best.
Absolutely, and we've got 6 matches to prove today with those 60 participants from 20 squads. And as you mentioned, kill points, placement points, it all adds up to guts and glory, with those 2 teams with the highest score coming for that autumn circuit playoff qualification. Something to be mentioned, of course. So last but certainly not least, remember, we've got a number of things heading into our finals area, into our playoffs later on this season in our autumn circuit. And of course, Tom, that all leads to one very important thing, which is our $500,000 total season prize pool. We'll be giving out money today. We'll mention that a little bit later. But as we mentioned, the playoffs come in December. All great things come then, too. Regional heroes meeting that super regional qualifier playoffs. And I know you love the super regionals, Tom. It's one of your favorites.
Yeah, Super Regional is awesome, and if you missed out in the Open, this is how the qualification works. It's the top 2 teams from today in our finals. They get their spot into the playoffs. There's also a total point system, so we're going to run through the teams that did participate in past ones, teams that are participating today, and then also our overall points.
And exactly right. And that's, there's going to be some fast math happening, but don't worry, we've got some great people on our end to make sure that everything comes out in the end. Speaking of fast math, Tom, let's take a look at what our players will be playing for, monetarily speaking, in today's finals for our online tournament number 3 in our EU region. It's nothing to shake a stick at, T-Squared. Nothing to shake a stick at.
Whoa, going with the full gamer tag name. Okay, Kate, we gotta come back with that one. First place, $6,000. Second place, $3,000. Third place, $1,500. But the most important thing, again, is these players want to get, and these teams want to get top 2. Yes, top 3 you do get paid, but it's so important to get that early spot into the playoffs, into that super regional, so that you don't have to worry about it or stress about, possibly not making it or having to get all these extra points. So 2 teams that are feeling very good are going to be North and Orgulous and Hungary. They were their 2 top teams from the last time. Can they keep it up? Not quite sure. We're going to go through our teams to watch shortly, but not a bad day's work, Kate, for these gamers.
Absolutely, 100%. And something else to remember in our last finals for our summer circuit, those placement points helped with seeding, I should say. So those points that teams have tallied overall over the entire season, they are not to be disqualified. They're not to be discounted, because ultimately that could potentially come into seeding, which could potentially find your way into, a better place in our finals. And I don't know exactly how the finals are going to wrap up. There may be some changes, whatever, but I can tell you from summer circuit that definitely had an impact. And it's something that, it's got to be on the players' minds, because it's not like you can say, like, it's great. You're absolutely right, Tom. They punched their ticket. They don't have to worry about being the top of the top. But guess what? Those points do make a difference towards the end of our season. It's just all fun, Tom. It's all fun.
Yeah. No, they do matter, and if the format does stay the same, which I think it does, then
Yep.
it's a huge advantage for these teams, right? So you come in first place, you're going to get X amount of points towards 50 overall, and then it goes to once you get 50 points, you have to get a win under your belt, an actual win, and get that champion screen on your screen in order to be the actual champion of the tournament. Here we've seen, you can go and play 6 games and then your overall points, you may not even win a game throughout that time. But what we've seen is over the last couple of online tournaments, it's been right around game 3 or 4 has been the turning point for a lot of these teams. Yes, teams have been starting off slow, but when we look at Orgulus and Hungary, what they were able to do last time, back-to-back wins on the NA side, it was, I think, Did We Make It that came through and just had phenomenal game number 5 and 6 to close things out. So we do talk about the starts now, but it seems to be that midpoint in the finishes when we switch on over from World's Edge to Kings Canyon or vice versa. That has always been the big turning point in these series.
Absolutely. So stick with us through all 6 games. You're not going to want to miss it. Let's take a look at our overall team scores in terms of ALGS points from this entire overall tournament leaderboard. It's going to be an interesting leaderboard for sure, and it's definitely had some changes here. As you mentioned, we talked about in the open, they mentioned it. Weigers had that sight on their back, but guess what? Orgulus and Hungary came out. Matafe's team came out and absolutely dominated that mid and late game.
So close, only 60 points from first all the way down to 5th. So Alliance, La Cité de France, major pushers all over there. But I'm looking at teams like Navi, like Gambit, like Nessie, Flavor of the Month North. These teams to me should be more over towards the top of the leaderboard. They have to go and prove it though, because we know how consistent they can be. We know how deadly they can be. Their team fighting skills are phenomenal. So when I look at teams that I really want to see step it up, those would be the teams that I have on my list. But can Orgulus and Hungary, Weigers, Alliance, La Cité de France, these guys over the top 5, can they keep it up? Can they be consistent? Because they want to make sure they lock down this seeding for the points going into December.
Absolutely. Well, let's talk about something a little bit closer to home, a little bit on our timetable today, and that of course is the top 20 participating teams. As you mentioned, Tom, our top 10 from last event will find themselves here ready to rock. But let's take a look at our other top 10 here, excuse me, our last 10. Again, of course, 1 through 10 looking pretty much the same, obviously, but it's those teams that seemingly come out of nowhere, especially for these online tournaments, that you have to watch out for.
And again, we don't see Cooler over here, so it's been unfortunate ever since they make their change. Nasky, Strafe, and Dell not able to come through here and make it into the finals after these team changes, so it hasn't worked out for them. I'm sure they're going to continue to put their foot on the pedal and go to work here as they try to work out the kinks and make their way in there, but that to me has been the team that I want to see in EU do the best, because we know that they were the summer champions. Not being able to make it here in autumn has been pretty heartbreaking to see as an Apex fan, especially in this EU scene. But when they're out, that means there's another opportunity for someone else to step in there. Luminosity Gaming is one of the teams that I have on my teams to watch that I think is a very big sleeper underdog. They haven't been able to, again, put together a full 6 games. It's been a little bit here, there, hit and miss on numerous sides. So that's our 20 teams that are participating today, and it's not surprising that Orgulus and Hungary and Weigers, our 2 winners, are sitting at number 1 and 2.
Absolutely, and it's definitely, I mean, we look at this really is the who's who of our list. I mean, there's always going to be, as we mentioned earlier, there's always going to be some surprises from that quarterfinals. There's always going to be some team that you had pegged, you knew they were going to, and then they didn't find their way here to our finals of these online tournaments. So there's also something to be said about the momentum that comes when you do well in those quarterfinals, and what that can. We've seen it time and time again. Weigers is a great example. Last tournament, they came out swinging. Of course, they were superseded by Orgulus and Hungary, which, by the way, we're going to talk about their logo here shortly because it is delicious looking. But I will say it's going to be certainly adding to the teams to watch. Speaking of the teams to watch, Tom, you mentioned it before a couple times. Let's take a look at let's unpack your brain a little bit and tell me who and what you are looking for today, specifically our top 5 teams. It's always hard for you to choose just 5.
Yeah, again, always difficult to go and pick these, but I have to give respect to the top organizations out there. The one team that may, on this list disappoint would be Luminosity Gaming, because again, we see them so low on the rankings, but I'm basing this on their potential, what I think they can do. Again, so many solid teams. It was tough to leave out teams like Nessie, Flavor of the Month, etc. There are a plethora of amazing EU teams here, but Gambit has not been playing up to full expectations. I have to just continue to put them on the list though because of their team fighting skills. So North, again, 2nd place in the previous one. Orgulus and Hungary, Can they come out with a back-to-back? It's so difficult to do in the ALGS, and you never know. Maybe they're filled up on their ramen, which is their logo. So if they ate good today, maybe they have the energy to pull this one off.
Sounds like it, and I appreciate these lists are always great because ultimately it's battle royale. We've got a lot of teams coming, a lot of teams going, and sometimes you never really know where you want to keep your gaze. Even for our POV stuff, it's hard to go and find where the action is. But I'll tell you something: having those 5 teams to keep in your radar, and I also like that you bring out the Gambits. I like that you bring out the Luminosities. I like that you're going for that X Factor area, Tom. That's one of the many reasons you are the analyst, and I appreciate you very much. It's Tom Appreciation Day today, people. Welcome to Monday.
it's all about the players. It's not Tom Appreciation Day. But thank you, Kate. I really do appreciate it. But yeah, it's going to be one heck of a day. And again, my eyes are on these top teams that haven't been performing to their expectations. But then again, when teams don't get on lists, I feel like they kind of have a chip on their shoulder and they want to bounce back and prove something.
I appreciate the proving because it's always great gameplay and always fun to watch. Well, let's take a look. We've actually got a nice player profile now. We're going to introduce you to one of our newer players, one of our dominating players, Yasilta. Take it away.
Apex Legends is my game of choice because I like the fast pace, the gun mechanics. You focus really hard in games, and then when you win, all the hype just gets through you. Woo! My name is Juho Sillanpää, in-game name Ylisilta, and I play for Orklesson Hungary. Being unsigned motivates me because I always have a hunger to show what I'm made of and what my team is made of. When we go against the bigger orgs in Apex, we just want to show that we can beat them all. My legend of choice in competitive is Pathfinder. Pathfinder gives you a chance to scan the zone early rounds, and then your Q you can make space with your team, and your zipline gives you a chance to play high grounds. Legend lineup for Orklesson Hungary right now is Wraith, Watson, Pathfinder. We want to get inside the end circles fast and try to get the winning position. Oh! Going into Autumn Circuit Online Tournament 2, our performances were getting better by every scrim we did. The first 2 games we were playing Pathfinder, Gibby, Wraith. It didn't really turn out that good. After that we just switched to what we know works the best for us. After that winning started happening.
Orklesson Hungary have a really good spot. They have a really good chance to win this one.
When we realized we have all the outside to ourselves, we knew if we control the roof and just play the end zone through, we just win the game.
There's Orklesson Hungary, phenomenal finish to that game.
Game 4. We didn't have beacon when we landed, so the zone prediction was gonna be kinda hard. So we just took a spot near artillery, taking the high ground pretty much wins us the game. We just needed to hold that and pretty much shoot everything that we see.
And in the end, it is Orklesson Hungary who is your champion.
When we realized we won the tournament, we were really happy. Winning on my birthday, my first ever ALGS title, was the icing on the cake.
Okay, chat, okay.
Getting signed would be obviously really nice. That's what the goal is, to get signed and then show my family that I can really do this.
Oh man, I didn't realize it was his birthday. My gosh, what a great birthday present. And you know what even better one, Tom, would be for their team to get picked up, and they've certainly proven themselves so far this autumn circuit.
It already starts with the naming, with the branding. Saying that you're Orklesson Hungary already is a great start. But yeah, happy birthday and congratulations on your win. And it's the Wraith, Watson, Pathfinder combination. Pathfinder is still useful, and he's going to continue to get stronger as they go and reduce his grapple down to 25 seconds and make a couple other minor tweaks to the rest of the legends. But I would expect Pathfinder to kind of make a little bit of a resurgence here in a couple of days and going into Season 7. Keep in mind, we don't know what's going to happen, but that was a great profile there in Orklesson Hungary. We'll see if they can do back-to-back.
Absolutely, and what a great example of how that team comp can really still work. It could still dominate. They've made a very great point there. Well, hey, speaking of domination, not sure how that segue could work, but we've got tweets.
Dominant tweets.
Dominating tweets. Let's take a look at those dominating tweets we've gotten from you guys already this morning, this Monday morning on the West Coast here. Tuning in for some Europe ALGS. I'm going to keep going for Americas. I needed this today. Here's a Revenant pick. Oh, I love our art community. Rubik's Cube. Nice. That is freaking fantastic, man. Well done.
That is so badass. Nicely done right there. That's also 1,000 Apex coins
Yes!
for you, Rubik's Cube plays. Enjoy those.
There it is, exactly. I have a sneaking suspicion they will enjoy those. Seems like they're fans enough, certainly, to stick with us all day long and to do some fabulous art. Let's take a look, Drew. Waiting for you, just taking break during school. We like breaks. We like school. So well done balancing the two. Fantastic work. Looks
Wonder
like,
how long of a break that's going to be. I mean, what if it's, oh, my team's doing good. Got to take another break, I guess.
I mean, work-life balance, what? I don't know. At any rate, great question. And you know what? Just as Tom mentioned, you're going to get 1,000 Apex coins for being featured on our show. And hey, you know what? It feels like a good time to tell everyone how they themselves can get 1,000 Apex coins. And I feel like we just showed how it's done. But let me tell you, just in case, follow us at PlayApex on Twitter. Use the hashtag ALGS. And, of course, if we feature you on this very program, as we just did 2 of our tweets, well, you will be 1,000 Apex coins richer. And isn't that so great? Tom, I know it's the thing you've been looking for. You've been trying. And we still don't feature any of your tweets. Someday, though, T. Someday.
I mean, if you saw those Halloween skins, they were ridiculous. And then we have more skins coming out in a couple days with a new battle pass. So it's time to cash those in.
Absolutely. There are some fun things afoot, to be sure. And hey, if you want to keep it here, if you want to tune in for all of the action, all of the drama, everything you could possibly want from our Apex Legends scene, as well as our esports scene, well, I'm so glad you asked. You can go to twitch.tv/playapex. Hand us a follow over there. We'd love you for it. We can also feature it on youtube.com/playapexcompete. Free sub. They're both free. They both keep you in the loop. They both get you in all of the action, all the drama, as we mentioned. And it's a fun place to hang out. Trust me. Tom and I are there all the time. Just hanging out. Just lurking.
We sure are.
Not a
I'll be
weird thing.
pulling up the stream on the side in the chat rooms saying what's up to people. So
yeah,
I'll be there.
See?
I'll be
hey,
there.
That's what I'm saying, okay? That is the VIP experience. You're not going to want to miss that. Hey, speaking of, let's go ahead and get into gameplay. Tom, is there anything you want to say, last looks, last things before we head over to Rende y Onset?
Enjoy the games. It's time.
It is time, exactly. And before we get to them, let's take another look at that sick Lenovo Legion 7i.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to another start of ALGS. This is a specific ALGS that's important to all of us here in Apex because, as you may be noticing right now across YouTube, across Twitch, across wherever you're watching content, Season 7 videos are dropping right now. And this is really where you have that last chance to perform before you have to jump into a whole new meta, a whole new map in Olympus. So we're all excited about that. But, Mark, joining with me today on set, the illustrious caster who I didn't have the pleasure of casting with last time, man, because my mic wasn't working. I want to get your thoughts as well. I mean, this tournament, even though there'll be a new meta afterwards, this tournament still means just as much as any other one, maybe even more.
Oh, yeah, especially for this region as well. I think that Europe just keeps surprising us with the fact that we still have so many teams involved who can win tournament to tournament. You look across recent results of every single tournament across Europe, and it's a different winner every single time. And the single tournament across Europe, and it's a different winner every single time. And the level of depth and just ability that every single one of these teams has to pop off on any one day is kind of the point I want to focus on, right? Because there is that much talent. There is so much ability. It does come down to who is going to have that pop-off day, and I really feel like Europe keeps innovating. I think there's a lot of changes that keep happening in compositions. You look back at, the PGL event that we just had, and Alliance win it with Revenant coming back into the competition. I mean, there's so much to look forward to in Europe. It keeps surprising us, and today it's going to be no different. But you're right. I'm looking forward to Season 7 as well.
we're all excited. I mean, but it's like you got to focus on the matter at hand. And for you who are just jumping into the stream, maybe you haven't seen us in a minute in Apex Legends. Maybe you're coming because of Steam and all the new announcements to check out the competitive scene. Let us tell you how it works as we right before we get in the game. We've got points that are going to be tallied up based on how many kills you end up getting. And of course, if you get more kills, you get more points. And if you place higher, you will also get more points there, Mark. Pretty simple, pretty standard Battle Royale format. And it's going to mean that those who can do the best combination of both, obviously first place and a ton of kills, it's going to set you up for most likely a tournament win towards the end of the day.
100%. And I think one team that would have liked to have seen this scoring, involved in the last tournament was Nessie, because Nestle actually ended up with the highest amount of points in the PGL Apex show-off. But the issue was that it was a match point format, so Alliance actually managed to take it away by winning that match point. But Nessie are a team that I really want to focus on today, as well as Major Pushers. Nessie, incredibly talented. They seem to have found this kind of the chemistry that they've been looking for a little bit, and their consistency has really started to pop off. And speaking of that as well, and I've used that term a few times today, Major Push is the other team I want to look at, for the reason being there's one player on this team who we don't talk about enough, and as a team we don't talk about them enough. And I'm looking at the statistics for the man called Cleve. He's joint third in kills in the final in Europe. He's also third damage overall.
Wow.
So in all of the players, he's third damage, and he's first in assists of all players across all of the finals in the ALGS finals by 7 compared to second place. So this guy is shooting everything on the map. I'm excited to see what he can do today, as we, of course, jump into our first game of the day.
You know it's going to be a good one when Onset starts bringing out stats like that and the game hasn't even started. We're going to jump into Kings Canyon here just to round it out as your competitors drop down for the very first game of 6 today in Europe. We'll do 6 in North America in the afternoon. If you stay with us all day long, and you should, it's a good decision. Following along with Kick, though, towards the backside of the map, you're going to see, I think, Onset, just that early pressure potentially coming from any contest with the teams who are trying to find their footing in Kings Canyon, because we all know, I mean, this is pretty standard for, I think, even normal players. Kings Canyon, World's Edge, people have preferences, and they, sometimes do a lot better, have more easily, I think, lootable zones that aren't as contested, and on other maps, teams don't practice as much, so those loot zones aren't as defined, those drop zones aren't as defined, people mix it up a little bit, and it can cause some crazy moments in the early parts of the game.
It can, and we have constantly evolving and changing lobbies. You've got to qualify for these tournaments. It's not going to be the same 20 teams who make it through absolutely every single time. So there is going to be players who might be contested off drop, but the good thing for every single team involved so far is the fact that we have 20 squads remaining. We have 60 players remaining as well, so it looks like everybody has found a comfortable spot off drop here, which, for me, I love that in our first game, because it means everyone has equal opportunity to make a big run in our first number game. As we jump over to one of those teams who's kind of a newcomer to the European lobbies, that is going to be 3 Trees.
Impe makes you want to say Mbappe there. Mistrals, and of course Sirius, using what I think is one of the best introductions in Season 6, which is the crafting mechanic, allowing you to get equipped with the weapon of choice, and right now it's the Prowler. Obviously going to be moving, as you might have heard, to the care package next season, but right now it is the reason it's being moved, because of how much it's dominated the meta in Season 6, Mark. It's just been a phenomenal weapon, and pretty much the go-to choice outside of the Hemlock and the R301 for a lot of these players.
Yeah, I have to agree with you, and it really is a crazy damage weapon. You're using it on burst and use it close up, even the ADS is going to do a lot of damage. But just taking a look at the map overhead that we did come up there, you can see it's going to be a southern pulling circle for our first game, here on Kings Canyon, which a lot of water treatment still involved, and one team who are looking to get involved in the battle, of course, the winners of that match point format that we saw very recently at the PGL event that just went down, and it is Alliance, and good to see them still running, and no surprise to see them still running the composition that brought them that win as well. The Revenant back involved in competitive play after we saw so much of it used very early in the season.
Man, some of those earlier playoffs, especially in APAC, you saw the value, and I think still in APAC, it's pretty much everybody running Revenant. So it's going to be interesting when, again, those communities clash in December. Right now, Hockey's, though, he knows he won last tournament that was available to play with PGL. He's looking to find an early kill and get off to a good start in this one, as we take a second and transport over towards Cage with Gambit. And Leogri's got himself a beautiful vantage point. I love the G7 Scout on the Pathfinder specifically. It's such a versatile weapon, but the ability to be able to use it as a scouting tool, get damage off, and then reposition into a better location to use it. It's just one of the things Pathfinder does better than anyone else. Is Alliance still going for that solo player down there, that team that's below them, and they're getting cracks. Are they going to push this, though?
Well, it looks like they are. You can see the death totem has gone down here, and Vifes and Badoli are going to hit that and try and move in to finish off this kill. This kill, you know, usually you'd be speaking about teams being involved in these fights, taking quite long, how it's going to slow their rotations down, but Alliance are a team who love to hunt on the edge of the map, so this for them is absolutely perfect. You look at them at the moment, Hydro Dam outside of the circle, they've got time to work with, they're not going to be pushed from behind, but they need to secure this kill as quickly as possible, and at the moment, it's looking a little bit more difficult than Alliance would have wanted.
And Revenant chasing, throws a silence out as well. It would have worked had it been a little bit more preemptive. Wraith actually had a few immunity frames on getting silenced prior to, I believe, Season 5. That got fixed and changed. I've been on the bad end of that as a Revenant, and so it should be in Revenant's favor if he can max it out. She's used, obviously, the Into the Void now, and the Volt's just trying to follow up. Cracks the white shield, and he's still pushing Badoli. He's trying to preempt the silence, but he's just going to cancel that one out with a melee and say, you know what, I don't really feel that I can trust that. Again, the cooldown, and he's got 2 of them, so just being a little more sparingly. But the chase continues, probably a lot more than he wants to at this point, and now you got to question, you know, how much time is being wasted and where is this fight going if another team decides to get involved.
Hackett is going to get some height here to try and spot out where that player has gone. You can see Vifes is going to be flying in just before him as well, and they're desperate for this kill because this is how Alliance play. They like to be aggressive, they like early KP on the board, and it looks like they should be able to finally secure this kill on the player who's inside of this building. Vife's doing great damage as the Gibraltar, but still cannot finish off this kill. I don't know how this Wraith is alive, but Stanny, take a bow, because that has taken them a long time to get that kill. However, they've got it done. However, that's still not a squad wipe. There's still one player alive.
I mean, this is unbelievable. Dead Inside, Stanny, one of the more, I think, accomplished players in Europe over these past few months in this ALGS, and, you know, doing a great job for his teammate to at least clearly distract and pull the team away from the rest of the squad so they can stay alive. Still 20 teams remaining. Nice shots there from Nah, flavor of the month. They're just going to take the top of the building, but the Gibraltar defensive bombardment will force them back inside. Game 1 of 6. 20 squads still left here in Europe, but a lot of early skirmishes and a lot of the contenders. We talked about major pushers. We talked about Orglis and Hungary. We talked about Alliance, winners of PGL, still alive and well, and even Dead Inside and Flavor of the Month and La Cité de France, great competitors recently, all in the running here in Game 1.
I think you make a great point there. You're sort of listing teams, and there's a never-ending list when you come to European competition. Right. So many teams with great performances, tournament wins, and I think it's a fascinating look, actually. If we could bring that map overhead up just one more time to see where the teams are located, because you can see, I'd say 95% of teams have gone for an early rotation strategy here, trying to get a great position in that ring, as we would expect. However, look over at Swamps on the very eastern side of the map. That's Alliance. This is how they play the game. They want to take edge fights. They want to wipe teams out, and there's 2 teams just battling it out around Gauntlet at the moment that we're looking at, one of those being North, who do like to try and rotate early, so this is a little bit of a change for me, but I'm looking across their composition. You can see the Gibraltar in their hands as well, something that's become a little bit more popular across both regions, North America and Europe on Kings Canyon, so maybe North trying to adapt their playstyle a little bit here as they go into this tournament, having not qualified, of course, for the previous.
And some great conversations as well. I mean, one of the teams that obviously last season ended on top, Nasky Strafe and Dell, split up into Cooler and Na'Vi at this point. We're having some conversations on Twitter talking about Gibraltar and why you should not play him. And there was a little bit of a contentious conversation there, but the idea is that a lot of people feel Pathfinder and Crypto, they provide more utility than Gibraltar in these situations. But when you're looking at edge fights, Mark, and you're playing towards this ring, that's really where Gibraltar brings the value, doesn't he? That ability to just be in without real cover and the ring at your back, throw that defensive shield up and say, okay, let's pause it for a second, let's give our own cover, and then be able to make it out of this tricky situation. That's where he really shines.
That's where he shines. That's where he has traditionally shined. But I think a lot of teams have actually now adapted to using Gibraltar due to the unpredictability of where those final zones are pulling. So you're seeing teams that like to rotate early and not having as much success maybe previously as they would have had with the zone pools and how they have kind of how the algorithm is working at the moment. One of those teams, for example, Cooler Esports, right? They're not here again in this grand finals. You know, a fantastic team, phenomenal team, you know, tournament winning team, but Gibraltar gives you that option where if you even rotate early with a Gibraltar now and you have that strange ring pull where it pulls away from where you're expecting it to go, you have that backup plan. You have the cushion to fall on, so to speak, of having that that bubble to work your way back into the zone. So you're seeing teams like TSM run it on Kings Canyon because it can create that artificial rotation for you to make should things not go your way. You're managing your RNG more if you're playing Gibraltar at the moment.
You know, this is the example of a good conversation because you could have different opinions or different sides of the coin, but you know, you just share them without too much angst going on, and that's why I love casting with you, buddy. I think there are both reasons, you know, why Gibraltar is valuable. Some of those in circles, some of those outer circles, and I think the pros themselves too have different opinions on it. So what makes Apex great when you really look at it, the way these characters can be played in different situations, and also how the teammates that you equip them with can also help to either, I think, elevate what they do or sometimes hinder what they do if that composition really doesn't work for the map and for your supporting role members. Moving back into this one, though, we've seen, again, 20 squads still left. This is so typical of Europe. Whereas in North America, you may see more aggression early on, and you may see less teams win that Zone 5 or Zone 4 hits alive than in EU. Typically, it's very common to have 15 teams alive in the 4th zone. And I think we're looking at a Kings Canyon that these teams are prepared for, specifically Alliance here, knowing how they just came off that win, playing the Revenant. They're not looking to take any risks if it's not showing up like a strong play from them.
Yeah, Alliance just playing edge of zone again. They're outside. They were just inside of the zone, I believe, as we looked at them, but just holding down a choke, playing very sneaky, very passive, and just waiting to see if there's any late rotators in that they can take advantage of. So Alliance, again, playing edge, playing smart, and playing a little bit different to a team like August and Hungary that we're looking at right now, who have got the roof here. And of course, August and Hungary, the winners of our last tournament that we have in the ALGS. Phenomenal performance, and one of the players that I want to focus on, because we always talk about Matafe, right? We always talk about Wraith players. I want to talk about the man who's playing on the Watson right now, because I got some stats for you, Rain Day. Are you ready for him?
I'm ready, baby.
Okay, out of every single player who is in the European lobbies, who is qualified for the finals, the highest average placement goes to Kuya. Second in kills goes to Kuya. First damage dealt out of all players goes to Kuya. The man is a machine.
Wow. And you know what? On your Watson, this defensive character, I mean, they say Horizon's going to be an offensive character, but at this point, I'm expecting completely anything based on the player. This man is transforming Orglis and Hungary. They were just on the back of a win. They're looking for a win in Game 1. So let's go ahead and listen in to what these guys think, sitting at the top of water treatment here, waiting for some action.
But it was 2 AMPs though. Unless you popped ultax, I don't know.
I think it's like Crypto Gibby and Crypto Caustic, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, we're really good, guys. This ends right under us.
Nice, nice, nice.
Move, still up.
Yeah.
Good shit, Matafe. Let's go.
Nice. Let's just not throw now. Like, stay focused. Team tipping here. Tip in water from there.
Yeah.
I don't care. As long as they don't come roof, I don't mind. I'm not gonna shoot too much yet, I don't wanna waste bullets.
Yeah, same.
Not let anyone come up. Like, keep present. Defenses here are gone, yeah, by the way.
Yeah.
Maybe you guys switch armors and you come.
Yeah, can I have armor?
Yes.
Careful not to fall down.
Don't DMP.
The team down here is kinda getting fucked by two teams. Can we also switch armors and you go kill this one?
Yeah. It's a little bit broken.
Oh, it's fine. Just go. I thought you had it full.
Bro, this is so scary going ziplines. It is like...
Yeah. It is.
It is, yeah.
I'm just sitting here, man.
Yeah.
I wanna move.
Good luck when you get pushed it.
Bro, I need my zip here next time. I have to like jump around the corner, Q, and grab the zip. Man.
Oh wait, the ult already went. Oh my god.
Yeah.
That was so fast.
But the one thing, if you drop your armor now, and you leave it for like a minute...
I hear a TP.
It won't get hit. The same. DB
It's
under.
under us, it's right under. On glass, I think.
Oh, you can get good angles on Denton. Like, you can actually.
Here, on the middle. There's 2 teams here now, though. On the middle part.
There's a lot of teams inside now. Like.
Yeah, they're
4 or
fighting,
5
they're fighting.
teams.
One dead!
Yeah, one dead. Just look for angles from the glass area. Like if someone like heals or something.
You go. I'm not going.
I can't. Don't drop. Don't drop.
Just a little listen in to Matafe and the squad, winners of the last European ALGS tournament and the first win in their history as a squad. Really crossed that threshold. It's been a powerful moment of confidence for them, and they're trying to build upon it. But Luminosity Gaming just trying to survive here. Rugby in dire straits. The Mastiff trying to get him out of a quandary, but I'm not sure this problem can be solved in time. Crypto coming in with an EMP. There's so much chaos here, and Into the Void is just going to buy him a second. He's trying to Wraith Portal away from danger and maybe, possibly, get a res up in the safety of the zone for Sanya, but it's not going to be easy. One of the big notes here with LG is obviously Kasanya no longer a member of this team since the very beginning in Poland, and now trying to see if they can find some form, but it's just looking real tough here for Rugby on set.
Yeah, super tough. They're coming under pressure. You can see the Thermite's going to slow things down a little bit, but it's going to be up to Rugby to force this team back. But a big 102 is at least going to force one player back, and now it's actually going to jump into the Void, which is an interesting decision to make. He's going to look for a long rotation around, but he's going to have to pop a med kit while he does do this. So it looks like he's going to give up on his teammates. He should just about sneak into the zone here and pop that Phoenix kit. So survivability from Luminosity Gaming. His teammates will be taken down eventually, but still in the game and an opportunity to pick up some placement points.
I mean, you got to say, Rugby did the best he could with a bad deal of cards right there. But he's still in the hand. 17 squads left. We know Orglis and Hungary are sitting on top. Sitting pretty. And one of the things going back to that is Rugby here also playing cautiously as he's lost his resources. Not sure if he's going to try to banner grab there. I love the comms from Orglis and Hungary that we got to see. Very calm, very effective, very clean. But speaking of anything besides that, we're watching now no creativity with Mastiffs getting involved. Another Gibraltar Dome Shield trying to delay the inevitable, but it looks like it's going to be tough. This Pathfinder may not have a grapple that can get him out of a problem this large, despite cooldown buffs are not coming in Season 7. So he's just going to try to shield. He's going to do the smallest zipline I've ever seen, but it's actually extremely effective to get him out of harm's way and just get him out of the line of sight of that fight.
It's not about how big your zipline is, Rain. It's about how you use it, and he's using it very effectively here as he scarpers in towards where this circle is going to be pulling. So he's trying to stay alive desperately. You can see now all of a sudden the lobby going down from 19 teams to 12 as that circle has shifted in. You can see the big shift to the west side of Kings Canyon, but to water treatment, is still very much heavily involved. So teams like Major Pushers with Cleve on board, one of the players I was talking about in the build-up to our first game, really has been a standout player in Europe in a very, very dominant position alongside Orglis and Hungary. So this first game is kind of going to the form book. Two teams who have really been putting up big stats across the finals are involved and in good position to put up stats in our first game.
Let's not forget about La Cité de France, qualifying fourth in their group, but also being extremely effective in all of these ALGS tournaments. I mean, staying within the top 5, I'd say, for the majority of the rounds. And, of course, looking for their wins as well. Larabanu, Sickbot, and Joke will they be able to find something here. They seem to have found a little bit of respite in this building. The window's still open, but they've got the dome shield. Still no defensive bombardment. That will help, but, of course, somebody's got to deal with Kauia's interception pylon, because that is going to stop any of those defensive bombardments. So people not having a vantage point to that is really giving Orglis and Hungary a huge advantage here as far as resources and shielding.
Yeah, North's going to have to use his portal to try and get his teammates out of a sticky situation himself. The only problem is there's players in front of him, there's players left, right, and center, but 9 squads remaining means that in this minute or so there will be some opportunities and room open up for teams to find a position. This isn't one of the most stacked end games that we will see so far in the ALGS, so there is room to maneuver, and you can see all of his teammates now. Mandy, the only player who hasn't managed to get back up to full health, but they've managed to get some meds, they've managed to get comfortable, and North surviving. Of course, North didn't qualify for the last finals, so a point for them to prove here in this one.
And we do appreciate your patience. We are all working at home to bring you this Apex Legends Global Series content. Everyone is in a work-from-home situation. And so as we work through our tech issues, we want to just take a moment and appreciate all of you and your patience and support while we bring you the best of Apex Legends competitive here. Getting back into it, though, I think you set the tone perfectly, Onset. We get into this point where you have 9 teams remaining, but so many of them are strong contenders, and especially in moments like this. He says, hello, have you seen a devotion? They get a strong awakening. If they hadn't had their morning coffee, they have now, and that's Weiger's going down with the devotion play, I think, of the day so far.
All right, the devotion still hits hard. We know that, and what also hits hard is a Sentinel headshot, and that is going to be Ysilta who's landing those. Through 2 kill points with that devotion, though, absolutely melting through. That's not being woken up in the morning by an alarm clock. That's being woken up by a bucket of cold water being thrown on your face. But August and Hungry, great position for them here. Up on top of water treatment. They've held this down for the entirety of the game at the moment. 6 squads now remaining, and Matafe manages to get it down onto one of the players from the Cité de France as well. So North have just lost a player, and I believe the North might have actually dropped while all this fighting has been going on.
So many good teams in this lobby still remaining. All of these teams could potentially win it at the end of the day, and we're only in game 1. So if that doesn't set the tone for what we'll be experiencing throughout this tournament, let me just tell you, Europe will be contested. Matafe, though, and the rest of Orglis and Hungary in such a perfect position because there's really no contest until the final circle. There's not really going to be a team who can really, I think, engage with them unless they want to be completely vulnerable. But Matafe knows it's already Zone 6 about to happen, so they've got to set up for it. Big Mastiff shots here. He's trying to push it on, but he's not going to be able to get it. He's going to take the portal back, and Kuya and Ysilta will definitely have his back here as far as guarding that one.
Yeah, great play there from Matafe. Pretty safe play as well. You know, he's going to go down with the portal. He's going to try and get some knocks in a fight that's already going in. But I just had to look at who some of our final teams are. Some of our final 6. We saw it brought up in front of us. You've got major pushers, Le Cité de France. You've got August and Hungary. And you've also got, I believe, Nessie, the team who put up most points in the most recent tournament with PGL, who are still involved. So huge powerhouse teams inside of our top 5 here. Any one of these teams could take this one home.
And Le Cité de France, they have the bottom. And sometimes it feels like you are in the king's position when you're at the high ground, but you do have to drop. And it kind of brings to mind what Horizon will do in these situations, since she has that passive that allows her to drop and continue fighting without that delay, without that kick that is going to give you maybe that half second for your team or for your enemies to really punish you. Now here it goes. Matafe taking the zip line down. Eva H striking, but missing a lot of shots there. Larabanu, Le Cité de France, they'll go down. Sigpai's going to take the portal and go into the void, right into the chaos. Mastiffs aplenty. Everyone's just shooting with the shotguns. Armor swaps, not enough. Le Cité de France, can they finish it off? They're going to try to go with the R301, but it's not enough. The grenade there. The armor swap to the red Evo. Sightbot is playing like an absolute maniac here, but can he do it all by himself on set?
Oh my god, he's going to be moving in to do this. What a play this would be if he manages to pull it off. Oh my god. Sightbot, you are a robot in this game, because he did not miss any shots towards the end of that game. The solo Wraith pulls it off, and Le Cité de France, well, take a bow. What a finish to game number 1.
I mean, you gotta give credit where credit's due. That was unbelievable, and I feel like it was a little bit of destiny, talking about how that low ground spot in the corner could actually have been the most advantageous spot, but that's not why they won. It was the decision making. It was the late into the void. It was getting out of harm's way and the line of sight from everyone who was really competing on set and looking at each other. And then of course the armor swaps, the grenade, the thermite at the end, the R301. I mean, the plays were outrageous. Truly a robotic finish, because you had to be on automatic. You could not make any mistakes. Le Cité de France taking down a competitive European lobby in game 1, and that's just to start the day on set.
I mean, that play at the end is one of the best plays I've seen in an endgame for a long time. Those massive shots, they hit, and they hit hard, and he had to hit them because there's multiple players alive who could have taken him down in that situation. The initial kills from the bubble fight that was already going down are probably a little bit more simple for him to work with, because obviously, he, like you mentioned, he was already in the void and wouldn't be the center of attention. But those final shots with that Mastiff to take down a Gibraltar as well in a 1v1, let's keep that in mind. A phenomenal play in the endgame there. And Le Cité de France, they take home game number 1, and you'd imagine with some KP to go with it as well.
I really thought, because of the way Orglis and Hungary were set up, that they had every right to win that game, but you could see exactly how this is going to go today. Europe will not be something that's given. It's going to have to be taken. And so far, La Cité de France, they took game one with some incredible plays by Sackbot. For more on that and to break it down and get us ready for game two, let's send it back to our analyst desk with Kate and Tom.
Hey guys, thank you so much. I just realized I was wearing my sweater here, but I'll tell you something right now. That is exactly why we love competitive Apex. That right there is the reason. It's those final circles. It's that all-out mayhem. And of course, La Cité France coming out on top. I gotta say, Tom, I feel like the only person that could explain exactly what we just saw is you, my friend, along with our caster. So tell me a little bit about what just happened.
I mean, I think everybody that watches Apex knows what happened. It was Psychbot just going absolutely ham right there in the final circle. Cité de France, no way they should have won that one, but it was just phenomenal Wraith play. Two players were stuck in the corner there. I don't think they realized that it was a solo. They were both trying to use the knockdown shield from their down teammate, but they put themselves in a corner where they just ate a thermite, and then you just saw fantastic shots. I don't think he missed a Mastiff shot. I think it was the R301 with the 1 to 2x scope that was being used there. Ridiculous zone right there over towards water treatment is a lot of teams setting up in just one building, right? That water treatment building has so many layers. You have two areas down low you could hold that are small buildings. You have stairs you could hold on the second floor. You could hold the roof, which was Orglis and Hungary's spot. So it was surprising to me that Orglis and Hungary wasn't able to go and win that. Matafi's portal play over to block the door didn't give them as much as they were hoping for. They were hoping to clear out a team, get some more resources, and then make a play. They could have used that portal to potentially make their way over towards the zone there and then a delay push. And then it probably would have been Matafi and Orglis and Hungary going up against La Cité de France, probably in a 1v1 Wraith fight right there, but just popping off for our LCQ winners. La Cité de France with a huge game.
Absolutely. And, you know, it's one of the many things, one of the many reasons I appreciate you, Tom, is you come from the perspective of having been a coach, having been a player, having been a caster, now an analyst. And I'm curious, in that kind of a scenario where there are literally so many bullets flying, thermites going, the entire situation can seemingly be chaotic. How is it that you focus in on exactly what task you need to get done when you need to do it? Is it experience? Is it some X factor? Tell me what it is.
Yeah, it's experience and then it's mechanical gameplay. So when we're looking at the experience is what to do in those situations, the knowledge, but it also builds the confidence to be able to go and do those things because you've gone through these scenarios so many different times. So we're looking at a lot of end game knowledge in terms of being in scrims, being in tournaments, etc. But we're also looking at just tons of hours played in pubs, ranked, all the things that you need mechanically to go and execute something like that was all on display. Great job by La Cité de France. If you're in the death screen right there, if you're one of the teammates, you're extremely pumped up. And if you're one of the spectators from one of the teams that you got taken down by La Cité de France, you're just like, no way he just pulled this off, just dominating everybody. It's very rare for one person alive to go and mop two teams up like that, but it was great bubble play with the Mastiff. It was great knowledge to go and grab the grenades. Everything that you need to go see from high-level Apex, we got right there in those final moments.
Epic execution, to be sure. Well, let's take a look at that epic execution with our final moment. That's exactly how it is that Psychop found their way into our hearts and finally our final circle. Let's take a look here. There we go. Tom, bring me through.
Yeah, so it starts with his teammates getting dropped, but you see the R301 with the purple bolt, massive, and grenades. That's the most important thing to note here, is this caustic gas is going to buy enough time for him to be able to get armor swaps, and he picks up a grenade there. That thermite is so useful, so he just switches on over to the massive, pops off with numerous shots, and you didn't see one spray miss. Great R301 shots, great massive shots. Overall, exactly how you want to go and play that. But keep in mind, even before that final moment, he had to set himself up for success and was even getting kills just to that point. So I'm not sure how many he ended with, but I think we saw somewhere around 7+ just for him alone. So Cité de France is going to have a big game number one, and water treatment is a very difficult circle to go and do that. A lot of times we see zones end even further on in the game. That one there was a lot of it off of the edge of the map. So everybody fighting around that bubble, and it was just great execution from La Cité de France.
100%. And it was definitely something that will impact our Game 1 results. And guess what? We got them ready to go. Let's take a look at how exactly this has broken things down in our Game 1 of our online tournament number 3 here for our EU region Autumn Circuit. And there it is, Tom. Holy interruptus, Batman. That 11 kills. You know I love double digits in the kill column. That's pretty good.
Not as big as a game as we were expecting,
Yeah.
though. So still a lot of points kind of spread evenly here. You don't typically see, a team getting in 4th place with only 2 kills, just like Orglis and Hungary was doing.
Yeah.
And that's probably why Matafe wanted to get aggressive with that portal and try to get these guys out so they could try to pick up some more points from placements and from kills overall. But an even spread. Top 6 teams here, even number 6th place, has 10 points overall. So a big game from La Cité de France, but still we know that game 3 and game number 4 is going to be the swing games when we go and we switch maps, etc., etc. So still plenty of Apex to be played, but what an exciting game number 1. What a great final circle and just phenomenal Wraith play.
Absolutely. And hey, you know what? This is our overall leaderboard. Of course, it won't look a whole bunch different here in our top 10. But I want to double check, let everybody know real quick. We've got a quick correction to point out in our participant list. And Tom, I'm going to say Bambino is playing for Team Purge in place of Zanma. So just an FYI, and apologies if I have mispronounced your gamer tags, my friends. You are doing an incredible job, especially in that devotion play we just saw earlier in Game 1 for Purge. Well done. I'm sure that'll make a highlight reel somewhere. But overall, let's take a look at this board and see where we are coming out. As you mentioned, La Cité France, I mean, they've got a pretty healthy lead, but not that healthy. They don't have any time to rest on their laurels, Tom. They got nothing but extra games coming up here, and let's see where they go.
Yeah, and that was a very fun zone. Like we were saying, that water treatment zone is able to house a lot of teams. So that's where things start to get very, very crazy. But to me, it's a little disappointing for Orglis and Hungary that they had the God spot. They weren't able to get enough kills on the way. And we saw them doing a lot of damage when we were on board with them the entire time. I felt like this was the team that was going to go and get the dub. So only getting 7 points for them, not what they were looking for. But I'll tell you what, if Kate butchers your name, just call her Kat. If I butcher your name, just call me Bob. And then we're
You know what? I think that's an excellent tete-a-tete there, my friend. You couldn't have said it better myself for sure. Well, I'll say something else. I mean, that devotion play for me is keeping Purge now on my list of teams to continue watching, because you never know which team is going to come out on top. And certainly La Cité France came out with a dominating fashion, but quite frankly, we were still we got into like game 4 until we had I think we had still had 19 teams in round 4, if I'm not mistaken. From 19 to 13 teams, and then about round 5 we went down to 9. I mean, those rotations really bring things into perspective for our teams in our competition here. It's nothing to, oh my goodness, nothing to forget if you're a team on our lobby here, in our lobby.
Yeah, those zones on the water treatment side can pull a couple of different ways, but that's why we see a lot of people going inside of the actual water treatment building. And again, there's so many different ways to go and split that it's not surprising that that's what happened. And we did have Caustics in there. We had Watson setting up. So when you're a Caustic team inside water treatment, you're just foaming at the mouth, hoping that this one goes and pulls over towards you. But another area that it pulls over towards is that lone house over a little bit. I think it's on the north side of it, a little bit northwest of water treatment. So that's why some teams were kind of setting up over there too. And then you have all of these, low ground areas that people start to filter in on water treatment, and there's a lot of safe spots to go and hold. So I find that to be one of the more exciting circles on Kings Canyon. That circle dates back to, the beginning of Apex, so we've seen that one a lot of different times. But I'm just so impressed with the way La Cité de France was able to keep their composure and win that game towards the tail end.
You are absolutely right. And under the bright lights of this finals competition, to be sure, with money and prestige on the line, let's take a look at some of the highlights from our game 1 and really see how Apex was. I'm hoping this Purge play was in here, because it is the thing of legends, to be sure. Let's take a look at some of those highlights and what we've got coming up here in the game 1 already. Woo!
Yeah, so one of the interesting things that you've seen and probably noticed is Badoli on the Revenant. And this is what Alliance has been running for quite some time. A lot of teams trying to copy that one, but we're seeing a lot of Pathfinders, and they're back, and they're popular in EU and on Kings Canyon. I feel like if you get these zones like the water treatment ones or anything along artillery side or anything that requires you getting height over towards airbase side, that's where Pathfinder is going to really, really be useful. So I'm excited. That's been my main for quite some time. I'm looking forward to him getting a little bit more love going forward, and we're going to see who's going to stick with that team composition. But it's really fun to watch Alliant go and execute this Revenant, because it's almost borderline hilarious to watch other teams try to copy that formula and just say, oh, well, if they're doing it, we could do it. No, there's a lot of time and experience that comes into pulling off a team composition like that. So we'll see if it ends up being useful for them when they're one of the only, if not the only, Revenant team in this lobby.
100%, and that is something to note going into our game 2. Something else to note, if you want to follow us on the Twitters, we wouldn't hate you for it. In fact, we'd probably love you a little bit more. Head over to @PlayApex and follow us. Use the hashtag ALGS, and if you see yourself on a tweet, boy, Mondays can be tough. If you tweet at us, you follow us on Play Apex, and you use the hashtag ALGS, you might find yourself on this very show, and if you do, Tom, what are they going to get?
A free heirloom. No, that's not how it works. It's 1,000 Apex coins, but you could try to get that heirloom. And let's just note that Kate is looking for a new espresso machine. We'll just put it that way. So once she gets that, I'm sure she's gonna be okay.
You're absolutely right. Thank goodness I just figured out how to fix it, and we're all fine. Everybody can stand down. Don't worry. But first, make sure you follow us at Play Apex on Twitch. We're also on the YouTubes, youtube.com/PlayApexCompete. Give us a free sub, a free follow, and you'll keep in with all of the action here, right now. But first, we're going to toss it over to our lovely casting pair, that's Fallout and Girl. But before we even get there, let's hear a little bit more from Lenovo.
Lenovo Legion. Gaming PCs that are stylish on the outside and savage on the inside. Lenovo Legion is the official PC and monitor of Apex Legends Global Series.
From the outside, who would know what lies beneath? Unleash it with a machine as savage as you are. This is how legends are made. Lenovo Legion. Stylish outside, savage inside.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to game number 2. Fallout here, joined alongside Girl as we gear up and get ready for what's going to be an exciting game number 2. Girl, great game number 1. A lot happened. One of the best clutches we've seen so far in ALGS. How are you feeling today?
Feeling really good. Super excited to cast game number 2. I noticed there at the end on the replay that caustic gas actually might have been really clutch for Les Cités de France. But by the way, incroyable for Psychop. He did a really, really great job. But that caustic gas, they did not know how many people were on the other side, so they were playing it really safe. And I think that's what cost them the win there.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I think that would have been a difference maker. Instead, we were blessed with one of the best clutches we've seen so far. Psychop going huge. LCDF, or Les Cités de France, which is said much better by Girl because she speaks a lot more French than I do, popping off in game number 1. And when I say popping off, speaking of popping off, I just got to point out a 9-kill, 1,800 damage game for Psychop. That was insane. He now goes by Psychbot. Well, that's why. He's playing like a robot. He's lights out. He's not missing, Girl.
Yeah, that's exactly right. He hit every shot he needed to hit with that massive coming in, cleaned up every kill. He stayed confident. He was really, really confident and was able to pull that off with the nades and the amazing gun skill.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Great plays made from one of the best rates that we have in Europe. And if you didn't believe that going into this tournament, well, I think he certainly made that statement in game number 1. Psychop's been doing it for a very long time, ever since, of course, attending the preseason invitational in Krakow. And this team has stayed together. A very, very consistent team, or at least two-thirds of the team, if I remember correctly, since that preseason invitational in Krakow. That was a year ago, a year and a month now. Crazy how time flies, but crazy how this team, this Les Cités de France squad, as they now call themselves, has been one of the consistents throughout the entirety of the Apex Legends Global Series from preseason to now in the autumn circuit. And if you're just joining us, if you're maybe watching ALGS for the first time, first off, welcome. Fallout here, one of your casters joined alongside Girl. one of our best casters, analysts, and former pro players / streamers. Girl, you just do it all. I got to shorten that intro down, but it's hard because you do everything.
Yeah, I like to dabble in everything, you know. I used to just stream, mainly only stream, but it's nice to do other things as well. And I'm really liking casting with you guys the past, I don't know how many tournaments, but I've really been enjoying it. Yeah.
It's been a few. It's been awesome to see your trajectory, girl. I knew, listen, I just got to give a moment to give some more love to Girl, then we're going to get, of course, right back to the gameplay here. But make sure to drop Girl a follow at GUHRL on all socials and, of course, on Twitch. She's amazing. The fact that she came in, had zero casting experience at all, was just a streamer, learned how to cast, had the best mentality, took feedback, and she's gotten better and better, and now she is a staple in the Apex Legends Global Series. And not only that, you have your own content series, Level Up Your Game with Girl, which is amazing, and you of course offer tips to everyone in that series as in addition to your stream. So big shout out to Girl, but we're going to jump back into gameplay here on board with Dead Inside, formerly Varatse, I believe, as we're now watching Stanny, Sadima, and Faizu, this trio playing that traditional Pathfinder, Wraith, and Watson comp. When I say traditional, again, also for some of our newer viewers that are maybe watching LGS for the first time, this is the team composition that has been the tried and true staple since that tournament I mentioned, the preseason invitational in Krakow, Poland. That was the last offline or LAN tournament major event we had before, of course, the pandemic changed a lot of things for a lot of people. And that was the comp that almost every single team, besides maybe one or two risky teams that decided to run a Gibraltar comp at the time, knowing people like Gibraltar, he's not good. And now we have Gibraltar as a staple. We have Revenant being used by Alliance. We have Crypto. We have Bloodhound. We have a variety of characters. I know you're a big fan of Caustic.
Oh yeah, Caustic's really nice, especially when you're solo queuing, so you could mostly rely on yourself to pull off those big clutches there. But just a little comment on Dead Inside. They had then Faizu with a Volt and a Prowler, and if I were their coach, I would have definitely told them to switch out the Wigman with the Prowler, so you'd have one long-range gun each and then one short-range gun each, because you want everyone to have some kind of poking power on your team so they can get those evos up. I know they only have double white and a blue, so that's maybe would have been my tip for them, but here we are with Lazarus. They're looking really well right now.
And this is why she's here. This is exactly why we are so lucky to have Girl. Now, you basically, Girl, you just justified all the hyping I did of you just a moment ago. But great insights, as always. You know, now, especially with the Evo Shield, I don't know if people realize how much that truly changed competitive Apex. I mean, obviously, it was a big change in the grand scheme of Apex Legends and, you know, in terms of the overall armor system. But not only that, that little test, that little trial that started with the Evo Shield 6 to 8 months ago is now a staple and changes the way that teams play. They have to think about who is going to run which weapons. And one thing I really love coming from Halo originally, where you have a Slayer, you have a support player, you have an objective player, you have different roles that play different things. You kind of have that now in Apex Legends. I know Ghost Yami is watching right now and smiling, former professional Halo player, now one of our competitive gaming team leaders for Apex Legends. But it's the truth. And Girl, you bring in that insight that really offers such good analysis as to why these teams and these players make the decisions that they make, and why the role of coach or analyst on a team is so important. I think of some of the best coaches we've had in Apex. I think of Hodsik, I think of the EMEF, and I think of many others, as it looks like, I saw a shadow. I thought an engagement was starting. It was just a shadow. That's how good the lighting system is. But here is an engagement. It's going to be Nessie, one of our top teams, one of our most dominant teams in Apex Legends, currently on high ground, Girl.
Yeah, they've got some nice angles on the guy underneath them. They're able to get that kill point here very shortly, I'd say. But no, Graceful going in with a massive shot. Down's post-kill right now.
Oh my goodness, the action's ensuing. Nessie wants to fight, and guess what? They're doing it against Postkill and Co., who are so incredibly aggressive. We know what they're capable of, but Nessie is capable of more. This Nessie squad has been so good as of late, Girl. Looks like they're going to find one that's going to be on Postkill, and now that's an opportunity to hopefully secure themselves a continued finish here. And there it is. That's going to be the kills coming through. Still 20 squads remaining, so it looks like Postkill's team was able to sneak away, at least for the time being. Nessie continues to perform in such a strong way, though. I've been very impressed.
Yeah, it's really dangerous there because they don't know what parts of the map they're able to sit on and what parts they're not. So they're looking down underneath the rocks and they're like, did they go down there? Should we drop down? A little too risky perhaps. So they decided to take that kill point, take all of the loot, and they're going to play out the rest of the game.
Amazing. Well done right there, as it looks like. We're now going to jump on board with Le Site de France, which is a powerhouse team. And it's interesting to call them a powerhouse team, girl, because obviously they've been playing for a while, so they deserve a little bit of that recognition. Actually, no, I take that back. Luminosity Gaming. Speaking of powerhouse teams, speaking of teams that really proved themselves at the Krakow Invitational, that was Xania no longer on this squad. Back to Xrani, who, of course, was the original member of this team. It looks like Luminosity Gaming playing with a different roster here. Rugby is in a world of hurt. He's going to get taken down all up to the last member alive. This LG team, since being Team 789, then became Luminosity Gaming, has really just underperformed to LG standards. We'll see if this new shakeup in roster back to Xron will make the difference here, as Krani, of course, looking to do what he can by ratting his way to success.
Yeah, I guess this is the second game, 2 out of 2, that they've lost 2 players early on in the game. So hopefully they'll be able to come back from this in the next 4 games that they've got today. But it's just not looking so well for them. He does have both of the banners. So if he's able to, you know, I think the reason why he didn't put that gen there is he doesn't want other teams to know where he is. And he's just going to try and ride his way, try and live as long as he can, and maybe get his teammates banners later on.
That's exactly right. I'm excited. The former CHMK, I believe Russian powerhouse team, or CIS powerhouse team, is back in full force now under the Luminosity Gaming banner. We know what they were capable of. They, of course, picked up Xania, who was the standout player, in my eyes, the MVP in terms of breakout player at the preseason Krakow Invitational with that 1 versus 3 clutch that he had on Kick Esports, the Portuguese team at the time. As I'm excited to see what this you know, now with the full CHMK roster, what they're going to do with Krani back on this squad. As we now take a look at a nice little crypto drone, giving us an overhead view, giving us an aerial. Feels like I'm watching an American football game here. Or actually, I shouldn't say American football. I should speak into my audience here. As it feels like I'm watching an actual football game here. Shout out to any football fans over in Europe.
Yeah, here we are with Kaishira, also down 2 players. But he is on crypto, so he could just revive his teammates with his drone, could he not? But he's going to decide to walk up and maybe do it the traditional way.
You know, the good old-fashioned. And as you say that, he's like, "No, girl. Clearly, obviously, I'm going to use my drone. I can fly through the sky. I can do it much faster." He heard you. He heard what you said. And here comes the revive. Kashira now has a little bit of a gap or a distance between himself and the respawn beacon. With, of course, the mobility with the crypto drone offers one of the benefits that, and reasons we see teams running that crypto team comp. That's just one of the many reasons as that recon class. And really for a while, in terms of meta, a recon legend was almost a must, especially with the buffs coming through to the entire recon class of Bloodhound, Crypto, and of course Pathfinder, who always could scan beacons and figure out where the next zone is. It feels like every team should run a recon legend, but then you have teams like Alliance that defy that by running Revenant comps instead. You have teams that decide not to run that recon class with Caustic. So it's really interesting where the current meta is in terms of legend, but I think it's legends and team comps, but I think it's healthier than it's ever been.
Yeah, it definitely is healthier than it's ever been, and I wonder what it's going to be like in the next map as well. But I'm going to stay focused here on this map. We have Purge, triple purple. They have a decent spot, but it's not the best spot. They're going to have to rotate in for the next zone. They're just taking in some poke, and it doesn't seem like they're in a rush to get that second rotation. And here we are with Nessie.
That's exactly right. Still 20 squads remaining, girl, and we are going into round 2, closing in 30 seconds, round 3 in terms of the ring. So this is a different type of game. This is very reminiscent of old school meta, that old school Watson meta we talked about, where everyone would just early rotate and really avoid early game fights, especially in Europe, which was more prone to play for rotation first. But as I say that, it looks like Nessie's going to find themselves in a world of hurt here. They're going to get tagged up quite a bit. Their backs are quite literally against the wall between a rock and a hard place. Is graceful. Mady goes down. JMW still alive. Thank goodness for that gold shield. He, of course, is going to get 2 times healing with shield cells. And now they're going to rotate through. They're going to have to do it the old-fashioned way. They're going to survive, just at least for now. They have the cover around them, but they got to be careful because they don't have the dome shield from the Gibraltar for at least another 10 seconds.
Here we are with Alliance and that Revenant you were talking about on the high ground. They're going in. They got nothing to lose because they're in the Revenant ulti. They're doing a lot of damage, but not enough to take anyone down at the moment just yet. And yeah, Nessie was trying to go for that third party, but unfortunately those 2 teams on the high ground just weren't fighting. So they were just standing there, kind of got pinched in between all of the teams, got shot in their back. And here they are with massive shots. Nice shot.
Ooh, beautiful shot's going to come in. Actually, the Dome Shield's going to come back from Graceful at a good time. He's going to use that fast heal within the Dome Shield to try and heal back up. Pops the shield bat. And of course, shield cells in the hands of JMW. They're going to do that swap because JMW does have 2 times the heal. Look at this spot. Cheeky! Oh my goodness, almost connects for the headshot there. He had to thread that one like a needle. Not able to connect. I believe that was with the triple take. And now we got a Mastiff and Wingman, and we got a Mastiff and triple take as the loadout for these two. They continue to try to make lemonade out of lemons. They got to connect with some shots first. That's 1, that's 2, that's 3 in a row. Make it 4, make it 5. 120 damage for JMW. He's just being such a nuisance here, girl.
Yep, and they do have a 2v2 right now because they got that knock. So they're getting the burn off. He's almost cracked. He gets 1 crack, but he goes down, and JMW will have to do this by himself.
That's exactly right. And the reality is it's just a tough situation for Nessie. They really have not been in a good spot. They've been in shambles for the last 5 minutes or so as they were late on the rotate. This is why you rotate early, especially with those Pathfinder comps. You got to get that early rotate. Now he's just trying to find himself a little bit of a cheeky spot here. Finds himself a awning on the rocks within the trees. He's using everything, the geography, the map, everything at his disposal to try and stay alive right now. I am very impressed, but is it going to be enough? Now we're going to jump on board with Le Cite de France, your champions from the last game. And look at this rat spot. You can hardly believe it, but he's going to have to rotate in 10 seconds.
Yeah, everyone's going to leave him here. He might just die to the zone unless he can go all the way up and around. Then he's probably going to die to the zone.
Yeah. And he might be able to pick up his teammate's banner and get a revive. Very risky, and I got to think it's looking bleak right now for Nessie. So if you're a fan of Nessie, who, again, does not get enough credit as, I'm going to say it, bold statement here. I'm channeling my inner Skip Bayless, all right? Nessie's a top 3 team in Europe. If you argue otherwise, I think you're crazy. We'll see what he can do here with really, again, in shambles. They've been in shambles throughout. So if they don't survive here and you're like, Fallout, you're wrong, they died. Well, hey, listen, it's been a tough game. It's been a tough outing. But overall, if you look at Nessie's performance and consistency, they got 2nd place in the PGL Major that was just last weekend. They have been consistently placing top 3 in online tournaments. I've been very impressed with Nessie. But right now, JMW's in a really tough spot. We're gonna continue to follow his journey to see if he can survive.
Yeah, he's got that gold armor, so that really came in clutch. He got to pick up all the meds there, and he'll be able to go on in.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So we'll see if they can continue to survive. Meanwhile, jumping on board with Odin Gamers, OG finds himself in a really tough spot. If I said OG many, many years ago, you'd be thinking of Optic Gaming or the likes. This is Odin Gamers right here, right now. We got Pochi trying to level up that Evo shield, but again, last member alive for their team. Looks like they're going to be able to get a knock, actually. Nice shots from Pochi right there over Weiger's very own Nook. Post-kill gets taken out for the 2nd time this game as he got revived by Lazarus. It's going to be a Maz, as now it is Le Cite de France, though, with this Bloodhound team comp that's been working so well for them. We don't see a lot of Bloodhound in Europe. We see it more often in North America, but it looks like it's working great for Psycop and co.
Yeah, he was able to try and get that kidnap, but he wasn't able to. But afterwards, he's just like, heck it, I'm just going to go in and go get some kill points for us, boys. And here we are, 16th place, have a lot of loot. I don't believe the person above them is poking anymore, so that's really good. And they're in a really good position here. They've got all the loot that they need. They're going to be able to rotate in with all of their ultimates later on, hopefully. And here we are with Lazarus.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Well done so far. Impressed from what I'm seeing from Le Cite de France. Meanwhile, can Lazarus have the same level of success? We know what Sharp is capable of. Sharp's been doing it really since we started with our online tournaments and all through the summer circuit, now into the autumn circuit alongside the rest of the Lazarus crew. They've been a consistent staple. Speaking of consistent staples, Dead Inside is another team I'd kind of categorize similarly to Nessie. No, not as a top 3 team in Europe, but yes, as a team that does not get nearly enough recognition as a consistently placing team all the way through our online tournament series starting in January and through the summer circuit as well. I'm excited to see what Dead Inside can do here to try and make us look good. Girl, talk to me a little bit about this team composition with Pathfinder and what you're seeing from a weapons and loadout perspective with the Volt.
Well, they've been here the whole game. We were spectating them a little earlier. They had double white and a blue, so they've definitely got a lot of poke damage in this area. They have not moved ever since, but they're going to have to look at every angle around them for all the teams rotating in. So they're really going to have to communicate well here. But they have the high ground. They have the God spot in that position. So we'll see what's coming from them. But Bambino going down on Purge. ASCII going down as well. Paradise, last person standing. He is a Wraith. He might be able to escape here with his Void. But he's getting chased down and he's taken too much damage. And that is the end for Purge Gaming.
Yeah, that's exactly right. ASCII had a great game number 1 with 5 kills behind Psychops' 9 kills, but not unfortunately going to happen here in game number 2, as it looks like we're going to on board now. With Orglis and Hungry, a fan favorite, Matafe, one of the best streamers, top streamers and entertainers and competitive players. This former Ad Hoc Gaming roster, Kuya and Matafe, last 2 alive. Kuya is in shambles himself right now, trying to take over for where JMW was before. Looks like he's going to get taken out momentarily. 10 squads remain in this one, and one of them is not Orglis and Hungry.
Les Cités de France, they're still alive. They're actually owning. They just took out 1 squad just then. They are the kill leaders. I believe they have the most kills in this lobby for the second game. So that's going to put them in a really good lead for this first and second game.
Yeah, girl, I haven't done a great job keeping an eye on the kill feed to know our teams like Alliance still alive. We do know Dead Inside, Les Cités de France still alive, but who else is in this one is the question. We'll try and find out. I actually didn't see if JMW got taken out on the rotation, but I would assume he did. So I would assume Nessie is out of this one. So what's really interesting in terms of the dynamic and dichotomy is last game, our final 5 teams in game number 1 were really our top 5 teams in the European region. You know, you had Les Cités de France who I'd throw in there. You had Nessie. You had North was kind of top 5, top 6. And here we go, Les Cités de France still alive. This time around, it looks like Nessie's taken out. And I think a couple other top teams are taken out as well. As here comes the push. Looks like Les Cités de France, Lerabanu is currently in a rough spot. Doesn't have his dome shield to kind of fall back to. All up to Psychop. Can he make the hero play like he made before? Can Psychop continue to do Psychop things is the question. He's going to be on the defensive right now, just trying to survive and find himself a rat spot. Not sure if that's the best one.
And Amaz ends up winning that fight. It doesn't look like they're getting third-partied, but he's going to opt to get him a portal, perhaps, into zone. Does he not have enough time to pick those guys up?
That's the question. Amaz just has to get out of hot water right there. Sometimes when the pain of staying is greater than the pain of leaving, that's when you got to make a move. And right there, that's what Amaz is going to do, is he actually gets the perfect ultimate into his Q ability to get that rotation untouched, undamaged by teams from afar. Well played from Amaz. Perfect rotation, but the question is, can he survive? Meanwhile, North is on board with North right now. 7 squads remaining in this one. I would love to jump into a listen-in with North if we can. We'll see if we do have a chance to as we come into this late game.
He held that perfect angle, but he went down instantly. He did about 200 damage there, but they were just ready for him. It's really hard to fight a Caustic squad here. They might have made a mistake by jumping off of that roof there. Mandy's the last one alive. He's doing so much damage with the Massive.
That's exactly right, man. He connects for 1. He gets shield swap. As he gets the shield swap, he turns on him, connects for a massive shot. Is it going to be enough? Mandy is an absolute animal right now, some way, somehow, still alive, and Mandy is doing it for his team. He cannot let this individual get any shield swaps or get a revive is the question. Can Mandy do it? I think he can. 1 versus 1. He connects for 1, gets the second, and Mandy clutches up. What a play.
That was incredible. I was like, okay, it's good. He's not playing against a Caustic that's inside a building. He's playing against the Wraith, but the Wraith has a smaller hitbox, and I was like trying to calculate it in my head, but he had the angle, he has the gun skills, and he was able to pull that off. Incredible.
Huge plays from Mandy. Now he's going to be in a 2 versus 3 versus maybe 3. Yeah, it is. We're going to see through X-ray vision, that caster vision, if you will. Only we can see that, not the players. So 3 teams, 2 teams alive with 3 members. Alliance is one of them. And we know it's going to be Gambit. So look at this. I actually have to repeat what I said there. Take it back. 3 of our top 3 teams here are all top 5 teams in Europe as well. We got North. We got the respawn coming through. Tai Sheen's going to be back. Oh my goodness. It's going to be a wild finish here, girl. Look at the shots being put in for Mandy. Mandy continues to be a nuisance. He has 2 kills right now. Look at the plays. He flies right in, courtesy of Pathfinder. Connects for 100 damage. Is it enough? Yes, it is. He's going to get the knock here momentarily, but it's going to be the ultimate coming through of the Gibraltar. Raining down fire. Alliance alive, but they're just hanging on by a thread. I think it will be Gambit. It should be Gambit. North gets taken out. Gambit versus Alliance, the rivals. It all comes down to this last fight. No, it's going to be Gambit Esports. What a finish. Gambit takes out Alliance.
That was insane, honestly. Absolutely insane. RPR there, he went in really strong. I was so surprised that they were taking in the left flank and the right flank to try and sandwich them out, but in the end it didn't work. Alliance was just too tanky. They were pinched and they ended up staying alive to get that second place.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And I gotta say, kudos to Alliance to make it to that second place spot. That's gonna net them an extra 3 points. I believe it's 12 points for first place, 9 points for second, if my memory serves me correctly, and then 6 points for third, I believe is what the point breakdown is. But that, of course, is going to be a big, big, big difference. Those extra few points, the extra few KP that I think they were able to receive. And I don't know how things kind of shook out. I don't know who got the kills right there, who got the kill points. Was it really Gambit that was just mopping and sweeping the floor with a couple of extra kill points? Or was it Alliance that was able to sneak a few? I know Mandy, I think, was this close to getting a knock. And what made the difference there, girl, was the ultimate. The defensive bombardment coming through from the Gibraltar on Gambit. That is why Gibby is so important in late games, girl. And it clearly showed right there.
Yeah, at first when I was taking a look at it, I was like, okay, Alliance has a really good spot. They have a Revenant. They'll be able to take that totem and do some damage on the other teams and maybe be the winners of the fight. But they got pushed hard by RPR. They got pinched by Gambit. It was a mess.
And I always say it. It feels like every tournament gets better and better. We couldn't write a better story if we tried. Apex Legends is the most hype battle royale and esport in the world. I will say that till I die, and the last two games have clearly shown that. I'm excited to hear the thoughts coming from Kate Yeager and T-Squared after that one because it was a crazy game too. Kate and T-Squared, over to you.
Well, thank you, John. Thank you. Girl, thank you so much, both of you, for keeping us hyped. And I'll be honest with you, Tom, they didn't have to try too hard, just follow that action because the action itself was hype. Seeing what Mandy does best, just showcased there in that final circle. Talk to me a little bit about what we just saw.
Yeah, it was just phenomenal play by him. It's just unfortunate for Alliance that they get the res off, and then Alliance, the team that seemed to be in a superior position, gets aggressed on by North because North wants to take that spot, get a couple more kills, maybe get some armor swaps for the res that came in or something along those lines, and maybe just get a couple more points before they go and send it. But Mandy secured so many right there just from the kill points alone, the placement points as well, so that's going to be big for them going forward. But like Girl was saying, La Cité de France, can't forget about them. They had a lot of kills going towards that mid-game. Then they just weren't able to get past that tough spot where that zone starts to close. And it was a nice job gatekeeping from all of our top teams that were inside. So it was Alliance, it was Gambit, it was North. But Gambit comes out. They come late to the party and come through with a third party, as it was Alliance that got aggressed on over there by North. So a phenomenal end circle right there. Great call by Fallout and by Girl. And we've had an exciting first two games so far.
We have indeed, 100%. So at this point, I mean, you named it. You said it at the beginning. Gambit, hello. We haven't had Alliance on our... Really, some of these teams, I mean, we do see it all often, time and time again, really. These final circles are often filled with some of the same teams over and over, especially in this early game. Can you talk to me a little bit about some of the... Let's talk team comps for a minute. Are we seeing anything that's different? Are we seeing anything that... Any of those changes that maybe have impacted the way our teams are performing today, just based on their Legends alone?
Yeah, well, one of the things was Alliance there not being able to use their Death Totem, and I think that was the number one problem that they ran into. You saw Mandy come around with the Pathfinder. He hits some decent shots with the Massive, is just shooting these guys from behind. Alliance needed to go and deal with that issue while they had the opportunity to, but instead it's Gambit taking advantage of what's going on in front of them. So you saw a Caustic over there towards the tail end. That wasn't being able to be used to the full advantage. In the previous game, the Caustic Gas, like Girl was saying, helped cover so that La Cité de France was able to go and win that one. But if you're going to get to this final zone, you have to try to use your utility, and you have to put that Death Totem down and hit that thing because you know the Gibraltars are going to throw the defensive bombardment. The bubble's easy to play as well. So it was really all about the Gibraltar domes and the ultimates that were used. Meanwhile, Alliance not able to use all of their resources there. So yes, team compositions do play a big part, but we're not seeing as many cryptos, and we're not seeing them utilized towards those final circles. So I think the Pathfinders have been really strong right now in the EU scene, and we can expect that more going forward.
Absolutely. In fact, we even heard Orglis in Hungary. We heard Lysilta's player profile talking about their team comp, their Watson, their Wraith, and their Pathfinder, which is something, of course, you know, coming into this, even into like our Autumn Circuit, I think, tournament Tournament 2 even, maybe Tournament 1, I can't remember. But basically, it sort of feels a little old school at this point to put something like that together, even though clearly it's doing great things for people.
Yeah, and the Season 7 patch notes are out, so if you hadn't had an opportunity to go and check those out, make sure that you do. Select Fire Prowler is going to be vaulted now. R99's coming back.
R99.
You're going to have a hop-up for the Wingman, a lot of gun changes. This is the most changes that we've seen in quite some time. A lot of quality of life updates as well. Pathfinder hitbox is being changed. So yes, Season 7 patch notes are out. Definitely check them out as you keep up with these games.
Exactly, and actually, Tom, great segue to the fact that we have a lot of Season 7 content that is just going out right at this moment as the embargo lifts and the content really is showcased here. But let's take a look at another showcase, and then, of course, our final moment, a little bit less, somewhat chaotic, as final moments usually are, but a little bit less than our Game 1 there, Tom.
Yeah, because this zone didn't have nearly as many teams. You could see 3 instead of about 5 or 6 teams like we had in the previous one over towards the water treatment side. This is Gambit inside with their late portal play, and this is how you go and do it. You place it on the edge of the zone. There's the bubbles coming in from both sides, and now you can see everything happening in front of you, which is exactly what you want to have. A nice silence there coming in from Badoli onto Leogri, but it just doesn't matter because of the amount of damage being done. Just a fantastic arc star grenade. You have, again, the nice flank coming through, perfectly timed. No chance if you're Alliance or North to win this one, the way that Gambit was able to just play the edge with that fantastic portal.
They made that final circle their own, and they owned it in the end for sure. My goodness, Tom, at this point, we've seen Game 1, we've seen Game 2. What are we looking for in terms of Game 3? Bearing in mind that I'm going to come right back to a Game 2 results counter.
Yeah, well, let's see those Game 2 results so we can talk about it and figure out exactly who got the big lion's share of the points. Because, again, the Cité de France, winners of Game number 1, I think they had 23 overall points for their win. Gambit not getting that many, only 1 point behind, but you still see them in 5th place there with 7 kills and 11 points overall. So I really feel like when we go to the overall standings, the Cité de France probably going to be over towards the top, but a great game there from Gambit, and still, just like we had in the previous game, not that many points were taken off the board from our top team. So all the way going up to 6 people getting around 10 points, which is solid, and it's going to be extremely close as we go and push into Game number 3. And then keep in mind, this is the last game on Kings Canyon as we switch on over to World's Edge, which we know are the swing games.
Absolutely, and I will say, a little point out, number 9, no creativity, not to be outdone, 6 kills. 6 kills. Unfortunately, they are number 9, but, you know, that's something to note for sure as well. Let's take a look at those overall standings, because you know what? This is where it is. Once we get to Game 2, Game 3, that's when these overall standings really, where the rubber meets the road, Tom. Let's find out who we've got here. And of course, La Cité France still holding on a pretty healthy lead, but not to be outdone. Major pushers, listen, they haven't won a game yet. Obviously, we're only 2 games in, but they still have a fairly healthy lead over even our Game 2 winners of Gambit Esports.
Yeah, just flying under the radar. That's a good sign for major pushers. Like you said, haven't been able to get a dub on the board yet, but still picking up a decent amount of points on the way. Gambit didn't have any points in the first game, so bouncing back with a strong 22-point performance. But again, still plenty of games to be played, 4 more to go. Anybody's game here overall, but I have been so impressed with the way La Cité de France has been able to win these skirmishes, get the team fights, get the momentum going forward. They're right now the scariest team in the lobby. You have to watch out for them. If you see them in the kill feed, they're going to be getting hit with fast third parties. But it's going to be these top teams going over towards these final circles over and over again.
Fantastic. And speaking of top teams, let's talk about our top tweets. Just the 2 tweets we've got. So anyway, let's take a look at what we've got from you right now. Our Apex community watching us from around the globe. Truly Apex Legends Global Series. Play Apex, excited for the new map and new legend. Oh, look at, once again, our artists in our community are phenomenal. Well done, Leah. Well done.
Absolutely insane work right there. I can't believe how talented a lot of our players and our fans and our artists, everybody inside the community, inspiring stuff right there. Yes, Horizon going to be playable in 2 days. Get ready. The new map, Olympus. The Trident going to be out there as well, and it's a fur baby.
It's our first fur baby of the day, favorite time of the week. ALGS with the wife and kitten. That's just the cutest thing ever, Tom. I can't handle it, Trill. Can't handle it.
With the fuzzy blanket there. You gotta appreciate it. Also, we're on the big screen, so thanks for putting us on the big screen there.
Yes, and a nice thank you from us is also paired with a thank you from our Apex Legends Global Series team, and that is in the form of 1,000 Apex coins to you and to our artistes. Well done. Thank you so much for being a part of this show, which is a part of your community, and we're so excited to be a part of your community by showcasing exactly what you guys are doing, which is watching us from around the world. And hey, if you want to keep up with all of our action, all of the drama, everything that you're seeing us talk about here, make sure to head over to @PlayApex, use the hashtag ALGS, and if you find yourself on our show, then of course 1,000 Apex coins to you. Not only that, but if you would like to go give us a free follow at twitch.tv/PlayApex, we would love you for it. You'll be watching us here if you'd like. You can also watch us youtube.com/PlayApexCompete. There's so many great places to watch, so much to keep up on, and so much to do, especially since seventh season? Boy, things happen. Season 7 is literally around the corner. Tom, one more thing I want to make sure that our Prime Gaming members know about, and that, of course, for those Lifeline mains, a nice little gift for you. Are you ready? Hold your horses. I bet you are, Tom, because you're always on ball. Here we go. You have Prime Gaming. That's Amazon Prime Gaming. They got the exclusive Pastel Dreams skin for your Lifelines. Pastel Dreams skin, and you can claim that by November 17th. There it is. Ooh. Now that is something that's going to look good in game. I'll tell you what. Of course,
I feel like she should have some like roller skates on.
You know what? You're not wrong. I'll see to that. I'll say that. At any rate, yeah, this is the exclusive Pastel Dream skin for you to claim until November the 17th. Head to gaming.amazon.com/Apex Legends. That's gaming. Excuse me. That's amazon.com/Apex Legends. Apologies there. That's Amazon. Wait. Did I get that right? No, I got that right, Tom. One more time for the cheap seats. Here we go. Gaming.amazon.com/Apex Legends. That is the way to do it. That is what to do here. And, speaking of things to do, Tom, we have nothing left to do here in our analyst desk except for throw to our brilliant Rain Day and Onset for more gameplay. Here we go.
All right. Well, it looks like we are getting ready to go here. Just wanted to make sure we weren't jumping straight into gameplay. I think that's going to happen in a second on set, but, already we've seen so many different things happen in games 1 and 2. We saw an amazing finish with Gambit taking the lead. What are your expectations for game 3, and how do we kind of set the table for the viewers here?
I mean, we have to remember as well, this is the final game here on Kings Canyon as well before we shift over to World's Edge. So this is the last opportunity for teams who have performed well to maybe rack up some extra points. And one of those teams are the team that we're going to be watching off drop, who are the winners, of course, of our last game, and that was Gambit Esports. And Gambit are always one of those teams on the cusp, always in the conversation, and always up there with the potential to win a tournament. So a little early win under their belt is certainly going to do their confidence good. But one man I just want to talk about a little bit, who has been going off in our first 2 games. If you could give me the floor for just 2 seconds, because I want to give him the floor. It is Psycho. Okay. We saw him in game number 1 with that insane clutch for Le Site de France. Well, I've got some stats for you. He's got 13 kills across the first 2 games and has averaged over 2.5k damage every game so far. So, I mean, that's insane. Statistically, that's insane to do in a ranked game, let alone in a finals of a tournament like this.
I'm not going to lie, that's pretty insane in a pub game when you're looking at most of the population. Now, let me tell you, these guys, they're a little bit better than pubs, so kind of a hard comparison, but I think anybody who's played Apex Legends knows that if you just want to average 2,500 damage, you're going to have to be putting in some serious work. That's average. That's not one game. So, unfortunately, for the rest of the lobby, it doesn't look like he's slowing down, and neither is Le Site de France, but it does mean that people have brought their A game today, and that certainly goes for the realm of Gambit as well, who came off that big win. We saw a perfect example of what you mentioned with the Gibraltar and how that circle pulled with absolutely no cover. Without the Gibraltar there, obviously, in the ability to kind of defensive shield and deal with those bombardments that would inevitably come in, they really wouldn't have stood the same level of chance. And so, again, showcasing your point on set as to why teams are picking that up and really utilizing it in those final circles.
Yeah, it was a great example of it. And speaking of things to look out for, we're going to look at the circle, of course, and it's pulling pretty hard towards the north of the map here. Artillery going to be heavily favored. As you can see, it's pretty much the only POI, or the main POI that is involved. here on Kings Canyon. You've obviously got the tower that's going to be involved as well, and there's going to be a grenade heavily involved as it takes down Leogri from Gambit. So Gambit losing a player early on, and it's Major Pushers, the team who I believe are currently in second place in the total standings at the moment, who are looking to put the pain onto them now as they've already taken down one. Now they're looking to finish off the final two. Well, it looks like I'm just going to be solo for a moment because, as tradition, Raindead just doesn't like me. Just doesn't want to cast for me. So it's fine. I understand, Evan, but Major Pushers are doing a heck of a job to take down Gambit here, and Leogri does fall, and he's going to be the only player to actually go down. But it looks at the moment like Major Pushers have got to be careful because there might be a team trying to gatekeep them just in front around the 2 spines area. Gambit did manage to find themselves a little place to solidify and reset. So you can see Artico and Ozos are going to have to get Leogri, back into the game, but they should be able to do that as there is a beacon down, a capacitor for them to work with. Dead inside, though. Not the greatest of armors to work with early on, and already involved in a fight around the 2 spines area. And this is going to be an interesting final circle for me because, like we were mentioning earlier, not a lot of cover for teams to work with. So those Gibraltar teams are going to be heavily favored towards this end game if it doesn't pull into artillery. But at the moment, Faizu looking for an angle on these players just below this portal. Does get the knock onto Malawan as well, so it's Major Pushers who are in trouble here. They try and slide down the hill. The shots won't hit from Faizu initially. The triple take won't hit easily. And I'll tell you what, Gibraltars don't get a lot of rep for being able to dodge, dive, and look balletic as they move across the dance floor. But that particular Gibraltar was doing a pretty good impression of a ballerina there, has managed to escape just around that corner. So dead inside, managing to take down Malawan here. They do get that finish, and they do get the KP, I believe, as well. So 59 players left in the lobby, as I believe with 59 players left, it would appear that Gambit have managed to get a full complement of players back up, as Major Push is now going to have a little bit of time to reset themselves. And a little bit of calm finally falling here across Kings Canyon after some pretty early engagements. But as I say that, I'm looking at the kill feed now, and I'm seeing that Orgulus and Hungary have lost Matafe. He's been downed, not finished. But a little bit of a worry for them after a strong game number 1. A couple of armor swaps going to be going down here to give Major Pushes a little bit of extra juice to work with should a team try and fight them. But you can see they're pretty comfortable inside that circle as we see teams making their rotations in. And interesting to me, a stark comparison in our game number 3 to what we saw in our game number 1 as far as rotations are concerned. Game number 1, of course, we saw so many early rotations in towards water treatment with that hard pull, but looks like a lot of teams have been slowed down on their rotation, maybe looking to take their edge fights a little bit more than they were previously, as we do see a player coming through the portal there, be taken down. 20 squads remaining, and that was Nook from Weigers who gets taken down. So Matafe's beacon will be, or Matafe's banner, I should say, will be taken to the beacon. So August and Hungary getting a kill point along the way to picking up their teammate and getting all 3 of them back into this game. Let's see to France, the current leaders in our lobby at the moment with Psychot on the Wraith, who has been popping off, like I previously mentioned, 13 kills across the first 2 games, 2,500 damage for him as well. And to go to boot with that, when one player is performing, usually the other ones are not too far behind, as they obviously have that win in game number 1 with his incredible clutch towards the end game. And a pretty good game 2 as well. Flavor of the Month, one of our most consistent teams that we have in the ALGS, working their way around Hydro Dam as well. But they're looking to maybe try and get an angle on some of these teams who are going to be rotating in late. You can see they're moving away from where that circle pull is going to be. Maybe a change in rotation here for them. We'll have to see what their next move is. It does look like there could be a bit of a change of rotation. Actually might have spotted someone out themselves here, so all these decisions having to be taken, processed, and regurgitated into a decision themselves and how they're going to approach this game. Shot's going to be going down here from the Spitfire. As let's see de France currently on Hillside Outpost looking to make their rotation. And you see they're inside that next circle, so holding down one of these choke points in this high ground. Not too bad to catch teams who are rotating in. And just keep in mind as well, there are a couple of teams who are rotating late here and are moving from the southern side of the map up towards the north. So a nice position for them to be in to try and catch some of those teams off guard. But at the moment it looks like they're just trying to peek here. You can see what's the fence in front of them. The Bloodhound scan will come in just to see if their path is clear. And it looks like it is. So a little bit of communication there. Smart stuff. Psychop telling the Bloodhound, use your scan, make sure that we're clear so we can make our rotation path in. So north on our screen now. Obviously they had a pretty good game in not only game 1 but game 2 as well. They're currently sat in a pretty good position on the leaderboards as well. So let's jump into a listen in and listen to the comps.
There are 2 teams in there.
We third party that shit.
Is someone playing up there? Probably
I don't
not.
know.
Alright,
Are you safe there? Can I come and farm? No?
No, I'm in there. Seeing as how I just got charge rifle for 75, I don't think I'm safe now.
We just get ready to fight here if we need to, right?
Yeah, I have 9 cells, 9 cells.
5 cells, 1 battery.
I have 16.
Give him some cells, bro.
Here, 4.
Good this way.
Bro, can you make...
I'll take last
if
one.
you don't mind, can you make a portal on the height and I can like farm?
Yeah, but
I
I
have
think
8
the
cells.
charge rifle's looking at us, bro, so it's hard. We lose a lot
I have longbow with 12 bullets, bro.
I know.
Kinda hit different.
I know, bro. Trust me, I know. I just don't want you to die. Someone took this shit.
I'm just chilling on our roof then.
I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm about to throw it right now.
This is taken. This is taken on my pin. The building. Okay, we can play from this building, and we can also go back there if the zone pulls away. We'll see after this shit closes. Crypto wants to scan over my dead body. Yeah, that's my boy.
Oh, it's peeking.
Oh, they're so mad because you shot it.
Oh, you think you can just do that for free real estate, huh? Oh, he can. I'm sorry.
I feel like Tashin should be the only one peeking. Third on him. He has arm shield. We shouldn't be wasting our
I don't want that guy to be that fucking aggressive.
What is he gonna do? Fucking shoot us or what?
I want him to fuck. I want him to shoot. I want him to fuck off. I want him to be scared in the building.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try to go up here now.
Let's go. Yeah, just dome yourself if you need.
Yeah.
Of course.
Okay.
I don't think that's worth, man. We're losing so much.
So North in a great position here, currently 5th place in the overall standings, but very, very comfortable inside of that circle as Tashin will fall. But Rainday, my question to you, if you're here, of course, is...
Oh, yeah.
What's up? Like, what have I done to you recently that has made you just not want to be here?
You told me you were eating McDonald's before the show. I mean, I'm on a juice cleanse right now. How could I not be mad? I mean, I had to just go ahead.
Man's
do
got a
some
carb
inner
up,
work.
right? We've got carb up for these long days.
He's always bulking, ladies and gentlemen. That's why I see those
bulk.
big deadlift pictures. Come on, like, when are you gonna cut, buddy? At this point, quarantine actually isn't over. It seems like it's continuing to go, unfortunately. But the good thing is I'm back, and so we're back here in the game. Odin Gamers following along with them, looking to maybe recover a banner of Pochi, who has met an untimely demise. 19 squads left, and you see setting up for artillery on set and getting the lay of the land ready. North looking solid, and of course Lecita de France leading this lobby as well with 34 total points, 10 out ahead of major pushers who are in second contention. But it's exactly as we thought. Gambit, Alliance, North, major pushers, Lecita de France, Nessie, the same teams in that first engagement in that final circle are now the same teams contesting to take the lead and continue being at the top of the leaderboard here in Game 3.
And nobody's had one of those huge games where they've won a game and put a huge amount of KP on the board. So even though Les de France have a very established lead, you would say, by 10 points, you look down the leaderboard and just to run it off for people who are watching right now, you've got 24 points, 22, 19, 18, 17, 16, 11, 11. Everyone is in striking distance is what I'm trying to say here. Inside of that top 10, top 12 in our Game 3. So everyone's got it in the back of their mind, right? We have a pop-off game here. We're top of the leaderboard. If we don't perform here, we don't keep up that consistency, we fall off. So the pressure is starting to get amped up a little bit as we roll through these games. And Odin Gamers maybe not had the greatest of starts so far in the lobby. However, like we mentioned, any kind of big game for any team here, it can really change your fortunes.
Absolutely, and they're trying to take the power of Odin himself, and they might have locked themselves in maybe a cage they could manipulate just as well as the old Allfather as of now, but we'll save that rhetoric for if they survive, because Alliance at this point looking to take this fight, even though Hawkins gets pressured out, throws the shield battery, and the Arc Star explodes right ahead of him. A grenade in response. He might push off of that. Actually, it's just a little more patience, so he decides, let me wait it out, get full health. This is one of those decisions where, you know, sometimes it does pay to be a little more patient than to push off of a utility like an Arc Star, like a Thermite, like a grenade. That's just buying time and allowing them to kind of assess the situation and work it back in. Obviously, 8 squads still remaining on set, so plenty of action left in this lobby.
I love how Alliance are playing this as well, because like you mentioned, they don't have to push here. They've got time on their side. They've got 1:30 to decide how they want to play that situation. And, you know, even though they got some initial damage done to Hackies, and they had to back up a little bit. The other team were quite happy just gatekeeping their position because Alliance are going to have to move through them moving on. So both teams making smart decisions not to engage, not to throw their game away, because when we are getting towards these later circles, towards that 4th circle, any kind of fight that goes down, there's so many teams who are going to have lines of sight onto it. So smart decision from both teams as I look at the kill feed now, and you're going to see that Nessie and Graceful very much involved as well. And now we're down to 17 teams. There's 3 trees now. Inside the Gibraltar bubble. Woo! Just narrowly avoided that grenade.
I know. I mean, it was a little scary. Impey's obviously got the defensive utility up for a reason. He's getting attacked, and 3 trees trying to make it out with the speed of Mbappe there, but we'll see if they have the accuracy or at least the success in European Championships in the same way. Mistral's falling down, and this is, yeah, not looking good when you see the knives coming out. 3 trees just trying to make the best of a bad situation here. And Bambino with the charge rifle. It's going to be hard for anybody right now. Such an impressive weapon and so good on Kings Canyon. Even though you've got more close quarters fighting, when you're leveling up those Evo shields and Sirius only working on a blue, he's going to be fighting against some most likely higher geared opponents, and that's just going to be the it. 3 trees, their roots get cut, and they fall out of this lobby real quick.
Yeah, it's Weigers who are cutting them down as well. You can see Nook moving in to loot up, but they've still got a difficult rotation ahead of them. I'd argue this is one of the most difficult rotations to make here on Kings Canyon. You have to travel a lot of across a lot of verticality if you don't rotate in before other teams. If you're moving from the west of the map, there's a lot of open ground you have to move through. So the key to success on a northern map here, Northern Circle, I should say, excuse me, on the map Kings Canyon is obviously trying to get in as quickly as possible, as you have seen the likes of North doing. Let's see to France. They are inside that next circle, but 20 seconds to go, and I'm sure they're going to have to realize they're going to have to make a little bit more of a transition themselves to be safe, as we're going to see Weigers now trying to force their way in, and this is the problem, right? You're fighting against this verticality, and you've only got 10 seconds to play with.
And you don't want to be here in this situation. Despite hitting shots, you've got several enemies, not just the ones in front of you. You've got the zone behind you, and Weigers, Grippy's not going to be able to catch up. There's no way this Crypto can make it in time. He's going to bleed out, and there goes Blast as well. Nook, the only one left alive. Can he finish with a Mastiff shot? No, he'll get finished as well. It was Purge doing the purging that time around. Meanwhile, let's head back over to Artillery, where Luminosity Gaming have found themselves with a Thermite in the face and a Hemlock in the right hand. Ready to hold this down. Sonya just aiming down sights, putting the Gibraltar passive shield up in front of him in case he gets poked away. And they're just going to be in a pretty contented spot here.
Yeah, look at that zone pull, though. If you're in the west of Artillery right now, you're going to be thinking, all right, well, fair enough, we've got to move. But, you know, for teams like LG, who obviously drop on the northern side of the map, this is pretty good news for them. You can see they have control of arguably one of the best buildings. They will have to move, though, with that zone pull. And North are the team who are inside of that building, who are in 5th place at the moment and looking very, very comfortable. The question now for all of the teams is it going to be shifting outside of that big wall that divides the circle that you can see in the top left-hand side of your screen, or is it going to be pulling towards North? North are going to have their fingers, their toes, and everything else that they can crossed to hope it's pulling their way, but other teams on the other side are going to be hoping the opposite.
Any limb, right? Just over the edge. I mean, that's the anything they can get. Anything you can find, anything you can attach and put over. I mean, at the end of the day, you know, it's Halloween. We've seen a lot of dead limbs over the last few days, at least here in America, with the costumes and such. But, you know, it's all real life here for these guys as far as prize pool money on the line. And we know Europe can be so contested. We saw it in the beginning in Game 1, and we saw the way that they controlled the floor. North doing so well, and Le Site de France specifically coming out with that fantastic finish. Shikbot has thus been at the top of the leaderboards, the top of the damage dealt for the rest of the game, and he's looking to continue it here. Dome Shield just going to protect him in case they want to go back and a little retreat in the cover. The RE45 getting a new hop-up as well, and that's going to be what Big Gibby's working with, but Larabanu switches over to the triple take. He'll find a kill on the flavor of the month. That's a big squad to get out of there. A couple of shots more, and that will be the Crypto going down as well. It could be a full squad wipe, but either way, on the backside, Joke. He takes some damage, and he's down, and they don't have that Dome Shield anymore on set. They might have used it a bit too early, and this could spell trouble for the leaders of the lobby.
Yeah, this could be really bad news for them. If they can survive for around 10 seconds, they will get that dome back, and there's a chance to get that revive. However, it looks like Lerabinu is 1 HP, but he does survive. They do lose one player, so they're still going to be in some sort of trouble because Purge are holding them out at the moment inside of this circle. Purge racking up the kills, and this is what I meant. Such a tough circle for teams to rotate in. So much open ground to walk across, and you can see the difficulty that every team who is moving from the south to the north, who took their time, is having right now, as we're just about to see where that rings pulls, and North are going to be absolutely ecstatic. They're safe for the next zone.
And you thought it was the day of the last Season 6 ALGS competition before Season 7 dropped. It's actually the Purge. And the Purge have gone and stuck to the namesake of what they've called this last 5 minutes, just annihilating any team that has gotten close to them as they try to rotate on the circle. And again, showing the fact that you don't have to be the best mechanically skilled player to win these games, because the teams who have rotated early, who have understood how they want to play strategically, have now primed themselves for a top 10 finish. North really, I think, in one of the best positions in the entire lobby, but that zip line will grant access. The question is, who dares jump up there and try to contest?
Yeah, who dares? But the problem for North is they've obviously lost one player, so they're down to a two-man team. And anyone who does take that zip line after some initial damage, you can hear a couple of crypto drones buzzing about here as well, means that they could get hit by the EMP and pushed very, very quickly. So North are going to have to play this one very quietly and very reserved if they want to get towards this endgame. Nessie still involved as well. You can dead inside, Kick, Lazarus, Gambit, so many big teams still involved towards this endgame. Lazarus here looking like they're in a pretty good position themselves as the portal goes down. As we see some fighting going down inside here as Luminosity Gaming are involved with Kick.
Sonya, the defensive bombardment doing so much work, and again, LG holding it down as best they can. They've got a shield swap set up, which teams will do to really support themselves in case they don't have time to heal and they have to stay involved in the fight. Stanny trying to get underneath near these boxes because this is probably the safest place to play, but the EMP is coming right afterwards. The Thermite throws any ideas of safety out the window, even though I just mentioned it, and he only takes 50 health damage based on the initial blast, thanks to the portal getting him back to safety. But now they've got a quick rotation. They'll be able to help, I think, just kind of zone guard here. But at the top north, they've just got a free kill, just kind of zone guard here. But at the top north, they've just got a free kill there. But it's going to go to Matey, actually. So North won't pick up that one. Monde and RPR are looking to get some more KP and stay alive as the zone is moving and chaos is starting to ensue even more than before on set.
Yeah, Lazarus is still pretty healthy inside as well. That portal absolutely huge for them as the shots are going to hit this Watson, but don't get the finish. So Lazarus are going to have to back up here, get those heals down. As you can see, that Amaz is actually the kill leader in the lobby. 5 kills to his name as the defensive bombardment is going to come in. And bad news for Lazarus, they don't have a Watson. They don't have the interception pylon to resist that damage.
And all of these Into the Voids are being used, and North is going to go back up top where they know they have no contest yet. And at least the safety of knowing someone has to zip, someone has to tell us they are going to come up here, will at least buy them some time. And also staying out of harm's way, because these two undercarriages of this artillery kind of high-level walkway is where both of these teams, Lazarus, are trying to stay and fight. And North seems to just be on the outskirts of it and not getting any of the bullets flying their way. It's Rugby, though, taking down Kick as well. And Stanny, he's going to find one for dead inside onto Sherp. So LG still finding some value here. But it's looking bad for Lazarus, who are watching right now. Amaz having to give it all up and try to go for himself.
Yeah, 4 squads remaining. It looks like LG are getting involved heavily, and you can see that Amaz is going to have to pop that shield cell. We're down to 4 squads now. As Amaz now just trying to play that solo game. If we could hop over to one of the other teams, possibly North, to see if they're still involved up on top of that tower. And they have the position to shoot down on everyone else, because they surely are in one of the best positions to potentially win this game, and that Thermite is hot, and it's going to be burning them hard.
Oh, and that is not where you want to be. North, they've had the King's position. Will they take the crown here in game number 3? They found themselves in 5th place coming into this, and you know they want to jump to first. A big win might just do it. Amaz, he's out of the picture. 3 squads left as well, and Rugby, Luminosity Gaming, and the squad are hiding underneath. The Thermite burned them, but it didn't get them out for the count, and I'm not sure if a push is going to happen yet. All these teams are in a safe position. Nobody wants to contest. Nobody wants to be the first one out and get third party by the rest. So we may see some more patient play here for the next minute and 30 on set before they make a move.
Yeah, I think North are in position to win this game, though, because there's still 2 teams alive below them. Those teams are going to have to engage before North have to drop. So it's all about the timing of the drop here for North. You can see that Faizu dead inside, Sadyama and Stanix, they're inside where that end circle is going to be. They've got the Watson fences set up, so they can stop people pushing. They can stop that drop. So it's a very difficult game here, in my opinion, for LG to win. It would take something monstrous from them to do so.
You know, I like to think that North would be in a good position, but we've seen it so many times before. You know, that low ground team sometimes has an advantage, but right now, no, you're right. They are just looking to engage. If they somehow turn their attention onto North, because they only have 2 members, it could turn bad quickly. So it is about how do you time this out? Do you allow yourself to kind of get caught off guard with Luminosity Gaming looking to pick you off first, even though you're dropping technically behind the team pushing in? So North have to be really careful about that, how they maneuver it, but they do have, obviously, an Into the Void with the Wraith and RPR, and, of course, Monday. He's got the grapple to buy some time.
So 30 seconds or so until we see the carnage ensue in our last game here on Kings Canyon. And then will it be the farewell to Kings Canyon that it deserves to get? Shots here from the charge rifle. Plenty of ammo in the back pocket as well for the damage to be done. RPR looking to take down some of those Watson fences as well. Smart play from him, recognizing the situation. For North here, I think they're going to be looking at LG. They're going to be thinking KP first, win second.
Dead inside, though. They want to stay alive outside right now. There's 2 seconds left, so you know it's about to go down here in game number 3. They've got a little bit of actual cover because of this care package, and they're going to try to use as much of it as possible. And, oh, wow, what a decision. He's just trying to stay out of line of sight as much as he can. Goes into the void and is trying to show up late. And North don't have to move. It's shooting fish in a barrel. Who would have thought? We thought it might have been a contest. But at this point, you have to assume when North drops, it's just going to be a simple cleanup here. North is your champion. What a circle for them. We thought they might get pushed off the edge, but no, they just stayed there and said, oh, this is a lot easier than we would have thought. I like this.
Yeah, super tight edge on that they had to hold on to, but they hooked their toes around and they managed to stay up there and do the damage. But that was the perfect play for them. I said that LG were in the toughest spot, right? They had to move the most distance. North had the high ground looking down on where LG were going to have to rotate. It was about if Dead Inside could kill LG before North had managed to do enough damage to drop. It was a very difficult situation for all the teams apart from North managed to potentially play. North can kind of watch things happen, right? And then they can make their play out based off of that. But a fantastic execution and, again, a great rotation from North. We have to remember that they would not be in that position had they not rotated quickly to get into that position first. It was the God spot. They held it down. And execution, we always talk about it, right? It's great to have a great position. It's great to get the shots down. But if you don't execute on those opportunities, then you're not going to win tournaments. So from 5th now, they've got a win under their belt. They've got KP. They've got to be feeling good.
Yeah, you got to see teams that have been executing really well, at least on these rotations. I mean, Dead Inside did a great job. You saw Purge kind of also holding off that outer ring zone, getting rid of a lot of teams that were very competitive. And now, you know, obviously listening to DeFrance we mentioned, but North, early on, they understood where they wanted to be and how they wanted to approach this. And so we got to now look at the fact that, yes, these teams have the ability to win, but who's going to execute, like you mentioned, Onset? Great point. And, of course, there's going to be a lot more great points made on this. But that's going to wrap us for Kings Canyon. World's Edge, 3 more games to prove whether you are coming out on top and qualifying for the December playoffs, or if you're just going to have to try next time. A lot on the line. And to break it all down for us, we're going to send it back to Kate and Tom.
And what a great point you are making. Of course, thank you, Onset. Thank you, Rain Day, for bringing us that action and the drama. Tom, I think easy might not be the right word. I think correct and well executed is the way I would phrase North's shooting fish in a barrel, if you will, and their final ultimate drop from the high ground. What do you think?
It's the power of Pathfinder right there, and we were talking about it before in the first couple of games. Yes, the grapple is on a 35-second cooldown, but when you have Mandy up there with these great zip lines playing the high ground, this is what can happen, especially on these artillery zones. And we've seen a lot of high ground coming through in water treatment. We saw it coming in game number 2 as well. You can't underestimate the high ground. High ground is king. Everything just happened in front of them. The fact that they were able to just squeak and come to the edge right there and look down below them was phenomenal. But like the guys were saying, you have to execute, dropping down at the right time, hitting your shots as well. Switching on over to the Mastiff was the right play right there. But I mean, you have a charge rifle in the end of the zone. Yeah, you're not picking up a ton of kills, but the way that you're able to get those placement points is huge, and we know, again, those mid-games, game number 3 and 4, is when teams that do tend to win start to shine. Maybe it's North Say.
Maybe it is, and you're absolutely right. And I think what's interesting too is that we do talk about execution all the time because that, as we mentioned, shouldn't fish in a barrel, and they did an incredible thing with Pathfinder for sure. But like the reality is, we've seen also more times than not when that execution isn't done correctly, when that timing doesn't work out. And this may have looked easy, but good grief! I mean, the reality is that they could have dropped so many times earlier than this, and really just absolutely tarnished their entire chances of being our Game 3 champ. Game 2 champ, Game 3 champ. Where are we?
Yeah, game 3 because we're going into Game 4. We're going on over to World's Edge.
That's right.
Well, we're going to take a look at the leaderboard shortly, but I just want to point out that it's not about the final moment. It's about the moments that led up to that point, and I'm really glad that we did a listening with North because they were in the best position, and they were trying to predict exactly where they're going to go, right? So you hold these buildings on the artillery side, and you hope that it doesn't end where that popular zone is, where the banners used to be, and people would play that high ground, where the exit of the tunnel is. Instead, it pulls more over towards their side. They leave that building. Another team takes that. That doesn't end up being where the final God spot is, but it allows them to get that high ground. You can't play the high ground that early, especially when you don't have a Watson because a good defensive bombardment, whatever it was. But there were so many little things that really added up to that. Even going down and dropping a portal to go hit loot boxes, et cetera, et cetera. A lot of really smart plays by North were the reason that they even found themselves in that position to begin with, and only doing it with 2 players is a great job.
Absolutely. That's right. 2 players. I forgot about that aspect. Well, let's take a look at how it has translated into our leaderboards, exactly into our Game 3 results here. And let's see what that kill count is. It's my favorite part about all of these leaderboards. Whoa! Okay, Dead Inside. I see you. I see you with that 12. Holy interrupt us, Batman.
Yeah, great job by Dead Inside putting up some big points there. One of the things that we don't see on this leaderboard are our top 2 teams, which was La Cité de France, and you're going to have major pushers. So that's going to open up the lobby for the rest of these teams going forward. 21 points is almost as good as a win. We saw Gambit and La Cité de France putting up similar points there. North, even though they didn't get a lot of kills, still those 12 placement points proving extremely useful. A little more top-heavy than we've seen in the first 2 games. But that's it for Kings Canyon. We're getting ready for World's Edge as we take a look at the overall stats.
Yeah, let's take a look at those overall stats because, of course, this is where the cookie crumbles. Going into that elusive Game 4, of course, our map change, as you mentioned, it can definitely change the odds for different teams. Let's take a look at how we've gotten it so far. La Cité de France still in the lead, but not by much. 1 point. 1 point, yeah. Tom.
This is crazy because you look at that left side and you see 10 teams very close with one another. This is all within 20 to 25 points. That's all you need to push up over towards the top of the leaderboard. So even if you're a team like Orglis and Hungary or Kick, you're still in this one, which is absolutely crazy. So nobody pulling away quite yet. We've had 3 different winners in 3 different games. But like Ansa, I believe, was saying, nobody dropping these big 20-point games, 20 kill point games, getting 30 points overall. Hasn't been in the cards for anybody yet. Today, our teams that have been dropping big kills have been falling just a little bit short of getting into that very final circle. But what a start on Kings Canyon.
Absolutely. And it looks like our team's telling us that North actually jumped 3 spots in that lap with just 1 game. This is one of the many things we love about this game. It's that you can absolutely change up everything with a single game. And you know what, Tom? You mentioned it earlier. None of our top 3 teams, none of our top teams, a lot of them were not in our top 10 that we just looked at for Game 3 results, I should say. I mean, that's just a huge difference and can definitely make the difference in an overall leaderboard, which is exactly what we're seeing here. Exactly what we're seeing here today.
Yeah, and don't be surprised if someone jumps even 10 spots because of the fact that this has been such a close race so far. So no negative vibes on the teams on the right. No bad thoughts if you guys are still struggling and haven't gotten together in the first 3 games, because at this point, some teams are typically pushing that 40-point mark, 50-point mark. 36 points isn't that much to make up. You could almost make that up in 1 game if you have a really solid game here. So, again, La Cité de France, even though they are in the lead right now, they can't slow down. Teams are going to be on their heels the entire time as we switch over to World's Edge.
Well, let's take a look at some teams that have already been on people's heels, and that is our final moment. Let's take a look and listen in on the comms that can tell us a little bit more about what we just saw.
bubble that anyway. They will bubble that anyway.
Win. Shoot out.
Shoot. GBO, watch out.
I almost cracked one. I'm going down. Knocked one. Knocked two.
Knocked all.
Let's go!
Nice! Oh, you guys are so good, man. You guys don't need.
Tom, I think the biggest thing from those comms, did you hear how silent everybody was up until that moment at the end? That is incredible.
Yeah, and that was a full 3-man squad that they got the knocks on. So they dropped down as a 2-man squad, says, I got one, I got the other. And they just mopped that final circle so fast. Not any missed shots right there. It's not easy to just go and shoot down directly below you right there. Not having any grenades is another difficult situation to be in, but they come through. And those points could prove very useful when we look at how tight that overall leaderboard was.
Absolutely, and it is tight. By 1 point separates second and first for sure. Now, Tom, this is the part of the day that I always like to ask you the question of, you're going from one map to another. You're changing up the way you play because that's the way maps work. And now you're looking at this going, okay, we've gotten 3 games in. We're looking for 6. What can we do? While we take a look at some of these highlights, what do you think these teams are thinking going into our 4th game?
I think that they're stoked because of the fact that we talked about how no one's ran away with this one yet, and it's surprising to see everybody on that left-hand side within about 10 points of one another. So we were not disappointed. Kings Canyon, great circles overall, but it was Pathfinder that seemed to be very useful with these zones. Again, water treatment having height is very, very strong. That's why it was surprising that Orgulus in Hungary wasn't able to do it. As we get some camera tours back in the chat, please. I know you guys love that one, but yeah, again, if I'm a coach, I'm telling everybody, play their game, stay confident. We're halfway through. Nobody's gone away and ran away with this one. We still have an opportunity to go and do it here, but we do get to that math point here after game number 4 where you can't continue to just have 4 bad games in a row. So I'm looking at, again, a team like Orgulus in Hungary who started off, they won the previous tournament. They're in the God spot over towards water treatment, but now they only have 9 points total. They could have got 9 points just from that very first game. So I'm looking at a team like them to come and bounce back. If they're not going to be able to, don't be surprised to continue to see teams like LG pop off, Gambit, Alliance, Lucida de France is there. Maybe Major Pushers comes back and flies back under the radar and sneaks over towards the top.
Well, I'm excited for all of the changes and all of the fun that is coming our way. And hey, we've actually got a series we like to call Community Spotlight, where we actually spotlight, as you might expect, members of our community. And we've got some incredibly talented members of our community. We've seen it here on our tweets, and we'll see it, of course, here right now with an artist known as Gel.
Hi, my name is Jill, and I love to draw and play Apex. It's a pretty unique time at the moment. A lot of artists have been getting through this time by just constantly creating artwork, and I think I'm one of those people. I do love drawing character artwork specifically, which is why I love drawing Apex, because they just have so many unique characters. I do have focus on shot composition and scene pacing, which I actually do use Apex to practice, and is the reason why I do comics. What inspires me to draw is really fun and unique characters, both personality-wise and design-wise. Apex in particular has a really diverse cast of characters. That just means there's an endless amount of possibilities for scenes and different ideas that we can draw. There's just too many to choose from sometimes. So I just want to be drawing Apex all the time. If I had to choose my favorite piece of Apex artwork I've done so far, it would have to be the comic that I did based on The Broken Ghost Chapter 2. I think that comic also marks an important time for me because it's when I realized that I'd found a form of visual storytelling that really works for me and that I'm really comfortable with and have pretty much stuck with from that time. I never expected it to gain a following during Apex. I just started drawing it on a whim, and I guess it just sort of took off from there. So I'm really glad that people like my artwork, and if they're happy, I'm happy. I would like to focus on bigger, more epic pieces for Apex, ones that include more characters at a time. It is really challenging, but really fun to do those kind of artworks. Otherwise, I'm just looking forward to more seasons, more characters. The great thing about Apex is that it's always evolving. There's always something new coming, and that's such an exciting thing to think about. If you want to see more of my art, I'm Gel Art on Twitter, Instagram, and ArtStation.
Remember, Jill. Make sure that you follow her on all of those socials, all of the Twitters, all of the things, because that is an incredible amount of creativity, and we get to enjoy it here at the Apex community, Tom.
Yeah, and the fact that we have more content coming out, more legends, new map, this is going to be so much more fun opportunities for the artists. Love that content.
Absolutely. Well, and if you want all of our content, make sure to follow us. Those are the socials at PlayApex. On the tweeters, use the hashtag ALGS. And if you featured on our show, you get 1,000 Apex coins. But that is not all. If you want to keep up with us on Twitch, twitch.tv/PlayApex. Give us a free follow. If you want to keep up with us on YouTube, youtube.com/PlayApexCompete. We'll give you a free sub. We're just giving them away. And that's exactly where you want to be on all of our content, all of our esports, all of our Apex, especially coming into that Season 7 drop. Tom, I got nothing more to say other than that we've got some great casting coming up from Fallout and from Girl. But first, let's take a look at this little note from Lenovo.
Lenovo Legion. Gaming PCs that are stylish on the outside and savage on the inside. Lenovo Legion is the official PC and monitor of Apex Legends Global Series.
From the outside, who would know what lies beneath? Unleash it with a machine as savage as you are.
This is how legends are made.
Lenovo Legion. Stylish outside, savage inside.
Welcome one, welcome all to game number 4, and all people aboard the World's Edge train as we gear up to switch maps and jump into our second half of the show. Fallout here joined alongside Girl. Girl, there's a lot to talk about right now. I think the number one thing that I want to talk about to kind of set the stage for our second half is first place is Le Site de France with 36 points. And at the end of the day, going down to Lazarus in around 10th place or 9th place is 23 points. This is a European final unlike any other that we've seen before. It's anyone's game.
It surely is anyone's game, and as you said, 36 points. That's something that's achievable in Apex Legends in one game. It's really hard to pull off, but we're only halfway through the tournament, and anything is possible. If you're in last place, you can still win right now. As Tom said, though, you don't want to have 4 bad games in a row, so you want to make this game really count.
That's insane to think about and gets me all types of excited because you are spot on. I think one of the biggest games that we've seen was actually from New Esports, and it was last broadcast, Autumn Circuit number 2. It was a 25-point single game that was first place in 13 kills. We've seen Complexity on the North American side at least drop a 31-point game in qualifiers. Anything is certainly possible with 36 points being the first place spot with Le Site de France, the team that really ever since the last chance qualifier of the summer circuit has been dominating, Girl.
Yeah, as everyone's spamming in the chat probably right now, Vive la France, they're doing really well. But here we are with 3 Trees. I believe 3 Trees were in top 10, but I believe last game they might have dropped to top 12. They are in 12th place right now. And Kick Esports also not doing so well in today's tournament, so they're going to have to really pick it up here. They're in 14th place right now.
Yep, that's exactly right. So we're going to keep a close eye on those two teams. 3 Trees with 11 points, Kick Esports with 9 points is where they're at, so well behind the fold. However, we are on World's Edge, and of course that means teams can really bounce back. And I always say this, in the same way that in traditional sports, a game of football, you could be up 3-0 in the first half, and then you could easily lose 0-3 in the second half, force an overtime, tie things up, or if the opposing team scores 1 extra goal on you, boom, you lose the game 4-3. The same thing is true in Apex Legends. This is the second half. This is a brand new map. So in fact, it's actually taken that analogy even further. Imagine if you got to change the field in which you played on, maybe a tennis match, you go from a clay court to a grass court, and certain players play better on certain courts. It's the same exact thing here in Apex. I'm excited to see what that means if a team like Kick, who right now is getting a giant chunk of Skyhook for free, will be able to capitalize on that. I think a team like Kick is really a team that's going to benefit from this. Meanwhile, we're going to jump on board with Purge, currently in 4th place with 27 points.
Purge is actually one of the teams that I just want to mention. Last game, they were one of our top kill leaders. I believe they had 8 or 9 kill points. They got 9th place, but they were really dominating the lobbies. And I've seen them win on this map before, so they can definitely pull it off.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I think we know what these teams are capable of. Another team that's very capable on World's Edge, we've seen them do it time and time again all the way through the online tournament series starting in January through the summer circuit, is Dead Inside. However, no creativity, finds himself in a pretty rough spot here. Looks like they'll get a revive for now. They don't have... oh, all right, a little cheeky. They don't have themselves a Gibraltar. They got themselves a Witch Skin for Wraith instead. The revive comes through, they will survive, and no teams they're taking out currently, still 20 squads remaining. And if you're maybe new to watching Apex, there's a couple things I want to point out on your screen. At the top right, 20 squads left, 60 players remaining. So that goes to show that no creativity, got that revive without losing any casualties, and didn't down or take out any one of the opposing team. We try to catch all the action. We have an amazing observer team of 4 or 5 people that call the action, but you know, it's obviously tough to catch everything. So keep an eye on the top right of your screen, keep an eye on the bottom right of your screen where you'll see the kill feed if you want to see if your favorite teams, your favorite players like, you know, Matafe and Alliance, Gambit, so many others get taken out.
And I just want to mention a fun fact there because I just saw the crypto EMP. Pro players, they like to drop their armors because it doesn't level up that crypto's shields. I believe that's the case. I'm not 100% sure on it, but I've heard some pro players. You know how we still see them drop shields and we're like, oh, you know, they're a little bit months behind in the patch notes. Well, that's why it doesn't level up the crypto's shields, and that's why they drop their armors. And if they drop their armors early enough, so say 10 seconds or more before they get crypto ultied, then their armor doesn't even get damaged. I believe that's the case on the crypto facts.
Fascinating with the crypto facts. Can we get a respawn dev to confirm, or a pro player to confirm? Girls dropping next level. That's like tier 4, tier 5 depth of analysis right there. Good insights as always.
I'm not 100% sure, but that's what I've been hearing.
I like that. Yeah, that's why we pay you the big bucks, girl. No, I'm just kidding. That's why we're glad to have you. Very fortunate to have you. It's good insights as always. And you know, you see that happen often. Teams will swap shields, swap armor. Of course, back in the days of different gold weapons or different gold items doing different things, you'd see different players like a Gibraltar would typically get the gold item that would allow people to revive faster, revive better, and give heals back to someone upon revive. You see things like that still happening with gold armor and gold shield swaps, or gold items, if you will. But that's in regards to crypto's EMP. Good insights as always, and that's why you'll see a lot of these players doing some shield swaps, gold helmets, for example, and the ability to have your ultimate recharge faster. Well, you want to give that to a Watson, because that Watson is so critical to get the Watson ultimate up to avoid grenades and so on and so forth. Same thing with the Gibraltar. Every team has different nuances. Every team has different preferences, and those are the type of things that a coach can do to offer great perspective and great value add.
Absolutely. Here we are with Weigers. They're not doing so well this tournament. They're in about 17th place right now. But Gambit, Artico, he's taking in a lot of damage. He's going to get this battery off. He's going to be full HP, but he's in a rough spot.
World's Edge. If Artico can survive right now some way, somehow, that might be enough, but it looks a little bleak for him. 58 players remain, so that means he's the only one that's lost players, and there comes the push, there comes the elimination. Goodbye, Gambit Esports from this lobby. Meanwhile, Mandy's taken out Sonya of Luminosity Gaming, currently with 15 points. Luminosity needs a big game, number 4. Looks like they're not going to get it. It's going to be North that shuts them down. 2 teams eliminated, and it's 2 of our top teams, 2 of our big orgs, Gambit Esports and Luminosity Gaming.
Yeah, North is doing really well. They're in 2nd place currently, and they cleaned up that fight really easily, it seemed like. So they definitely got that entry damage and the cleanup. They're full armors. They have 1 gold, 2 perps. I'm sure you guys can see that. Sorry for...
I like the Canadian accent coming through there. The Canadian accent with the sorry got me all types of excited. Also maybe explains why you're apologizing for great commentary and analysis. No, I'm just kidding. Big shout out to Girl, our only Canadian on the broadcast, I believe, right? You're holding down the maple syrup flag.
I guess so. The zone, though, looks like it's going to Geyser, either between Geyser and Lava City or straight in the Geyser. So we'll have to tune into that later. But I'm gonna put my money on Geyser. I don't have much money, but I'll put my money on Geyser. Les Sites de France, they know it's going towards Geyser, so they're gonna get that rotate. But this is a hard rotation. They do have a Gibraltar. It's a lot of open field around here. So we'll see. I think North spotted them.
Oh my goodness. That is insane. We might see a North versus Les Sites de France #2 fight against #1, and they're separated by 1 point. And actually, North got 3 kills. So North currently has 38 points to Les Sites de France's 36 points. They remain in first overall. Les Sites de France has been really on top of that leaderboard for quite some time. North jumped 3 spots to second place. As Major Pusher dropped out there, Weigers finds himself a couple. That's going to be over New Esports. So nice shot from Weigers. 3 squads eliminated. It's New, it's Gambit, and it's Luminosity Gaming. Weigers has to be careful here.
Weigers is doing a really good job holding. They might have some armor swaps from the people that they've killed already. Nobody wants to give them a break. No breath of air for Weigers. They're trying to peek, trying to poke, trying to third party them, but they've got the Watson fences, they've got the ultimate, and they've got all the loot. So they're going to be able to recover from that.
Yes, exactly right. And look who it is. It's actually North. I'm not sure if North is third-partying the third-partiers that were fighting and pushing Weigers, or North was the third-partier originally. We'll find that out in a moment here. We're going to actually have a chance to jump in to a listen-in with one of your favorite teams, one of the most hyped teams in the circuit. It is North. Let's go ahead and jump into a listen-in with North.
That's my kill. I'm shooting towards him.
He's running. He's in the
Get
wall.
his ass, Mandy.
Up the hill.
He's still there. He's still there.
37 headshot. 37 headshot.
I don't see him.
On me.
Cracked him. Cracked him. 23 flash.
I'm low.
23 flash again. Dead.
Oh, you're so good.
Mastiff. We had a Mastiff for you, bro. We gotta go get back our choke. We can't lose our choke.
I know. I'm looting right now.
I'm getting a purple armor because I'm gonna get this to
I'm popping a medkit here.
Optics here. Close range.
I think I'm switching my gun to a Volt. My Mastiff.
We gotta go back, boys, right now. I'm no bolt on my Mastiff.
I just got a blue one.
It's fine.
Holy shit, you're rolling smoked.
That's they're the team in the first place, so we beat them. 100%.
Yeah, I know.
That's good shit, man. We well played, guys.
I have only one bat, so you guys can drop me another
I have
bat
3.
Okay, just drop me one and we're good. Because I went on purple, because I don't
Holy
have red.
fucking shit, that guy got fucking rolled.
I have a 3-timer on my.
I have 6 bats.
Hemlock now. Yeah, give me one, man.
Yeah, I got you. I got you. Do you have what's it called? What's it called?
Tashin, can you carry this? So I can take more bats.
Well, I don't know what it's called. I can't remember what it's called.
Here,
Give me more bats.
Do you have hemlock, right?
Yeah.
You need more bats?
Yeah, if you give me that, I'll have 3.
Alright, I'll do you one more. You have 4 each then.
How much do you have, Tashin?
I have 2. I have 2.
Oh, okay.
We need to hit. Wanna hit big again?
There you go.
Yeah, we can. Does it hurt?
Yeah,
You wanna go alone?
I don't have medkit.
I have medkit. I want.
Give you one here.
Okay,
Should I come with you?
Yeah, you guys.
You can go alone.
No. He go alone. He go alone.
Yeah.
I'm gonna hold this.
I'm watching Geyser. I'm just watching the side.
They might walk up on me here.
Yeah, it pulls on us.
Nice. Yeah, we keep playing. We can also zip on the high ground there. You know
Come
what
to John here.
You good, Bandit?
Yeah, new team's gotta come from southwest, I think.
I know. We can play.
This is in. High ground is in.
This is in also. Nice. The platform is in as well.
Be careful, we won't get pushed from the other side.
Yeah.
Right?
I'm looking at it now. You and me should watch that. Tashin has our back. We should watch it aggressively.
I'm so scared someone's gonna push from here, but it's gonna take so much damage
No
for
way,
them to go in there.
I mean, if they port that, that's gonna be.
You wanna go
Can we
aggressively? Yeah, I was about to say I'm clearing.
this?
I'm clearing.
I almost have red Devo, 100 damage.
I think we're clear on this side, bro.
And that right there is a brilliant listen, and this is why we bring you the team comms, ladies and gentlemen. We not only got to hear their excitement and their hype and their language when they did defeat La Cité France, the #1 team. They take them down. That puts North at #1. They also got to talk a little bit about and understand from them their perspective on a few things. Girl, I'm excited to get your thoughts on this, but one thing, the first thing I heard, we can't lose our choke. What do they mean by that? We can't lose our choke, and why was it so important that they got back to their original choke point?
So if someone else took their choke right there, then they would have been on the low ground walking up the hill towards it. So if someone did take that choke, they would be in a hard position. But here we are with Jay Savage getting taken down by Matafe.
Oh my goodness, girl, that is pretty rough right there. Shots from Matafe right there. Looks like Nott's going to down one flavor of the month, decides to enter the party. This is the third-party flavor that we all know and love. The extra spice, if you will. Just like that, a grenade's going to come through, land perfectly on top of everybody. That's going to rain on the party. That's going to be the Totitos chips that you definitely want to bring to a party, unless you, of course, are the one that just got taken out by that. Unfortunate situation right there. Beautiful nade coming through. And look at that. Flavor of the month, third-partied from afar, from the middle of the office in the far building here outside of Geyser. That's brilliant. Keep an eye on this. Nessie's right below them.
Yeah, that's one of the great things about Apex is if you have a really good spot, you could get some easy kills. No danger involved. They're just free kills. But Matey goes down by a Kraber from Taylor.
That's exactly right. Taylor continues to perform with that long-range poke, and of course the Kraber's exactly what you want. He's going to get the pick as well. So look at this. Flavor of the month is just sitting on top of the Acropolis right now, looking down at their peers and at the peasants below them, taking out one after another after another. And I was actually curious, is Weiger still alive? So shout out to Observers for reading my mind right there, because where was Weigers in that entire fight between North and La Cité France? How were they able to just sneak away without getting, adding that fight, without fighting North? That was probably a good thing for both North and Weigers, as they're now both alive. Hockey's going to take out Oldest at the top right of your screen, so Alliance is currently in the mix as well.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Fallouts, callouts. Nook over here, though, with the purple armor. He's trying to see if anyone's inside, anyone's trying to peek in. Got to do that 60 damage to that drone to get him out, and Gibraltar just pops up out of nowhere, gets a little bit of damage off. He's going to be all right. It seems like they're just going to focus on taking the roof. They do have the Watson, and they'll be able to run away, try and get out.
Yeah, that's exactly right. It looks like it's going to be Matafe and Co. right below them. That's Orglis and Hungry, I believe, nearby. So, actually, no, Orglis and Hungry is third-partying whoever was just fighting against Weigers. Weigers is just avoiding every fight. Weigers is playing a rotate-heavy game, not trying to get themselves in any hot water. They avoided the fight with North earlier in Respawn Village, and now they're avoiding the fight with Matafe, whichever team was pushing them. This will be interesting, though, because we know Matafe, Orglis, and Hungry and Co. like to play the exact opposite. They take every fight that they can, and they do it with success. Kuya's going to down one. Great grenade. That's actually going to be flavor of the month. That's nearby. Pierre goes down. The crypto is out. All eyes on Noth and Taylor. Taylor goes down as well, and that will be all she wrote for flavor of the month, who was doing such a good job playing that poke game. Finally gets eliminated by Orglis and Hungry.
Yeah, Orglis and Hungry had that really good entry frag on them, so that put them at a disadvantage, and unfortunately for them, they're out of this game currently. But here we are with Purge, one of our leading kill leaders in the last game. How are they doing? They have at least one or two kills there.
Yeah, that's exactly right. They're playing incredibly well. Currently, Psychop is the overall kill leader with 13 kills. He is your Apex Predator, but he is out of this game. So that opens the door for someone like ASCII, Amaz, Gambit's out as well. Actually, Vase with 8 kills going into this game. He's got a couple as well. All eyes on Yasilta right now. We saw the player feature with Yasilta earlier, and he will get taken out. That is the downfall of playing that aggressive, in-your-face style of play that Orglis and Hungry plays as, is you are going to get taken out. You will be the weakest link. Goodbye, Orglis and Hungry. But North, you heard it in the listening, girl. I loved it. That was my favorite part of the listening, where they actually went back into zone, scanned the beacon to find where the final ring is going to be, or one of the final rings, and said, wait, high ground is in. High ground is in. Let's hold high ground. That is the god spot right now, and you can see how much damage they're doing. Meanwhile, Alliance with this Revenant comp is still doing so much work.
Yeah, so they've seen this zone before, obviously, and the zone is pulling towards them again, but I don't believe they have a spot that's in anymore, but this is going to be rough. Not a lot of people do have a spot that's in. It's going to be really good for the team already residing inside of the building. They've paid their rent. They've got a great spot, so North is going to figure out a way. They might play on top, they might play underneath. There are so many spots and cracks that you can play in Geyser, so they're going to have to make their game plan right now.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And by the way, girl, you know, I know you put some money on it. You should have put your bank account on it because you were right. We got a Geyser finish, as Geyser will be your final ring as girl so gracefully, get it, called. So we're on board right now with Nessie. Nessie, here comes a fight. Graceful needs to put in work. He misses the first shot, connects for the second. Finally will get taken out. Obviously not much you can do right there against a full squad. That's going to be Alliance cleaning up. I love what I'm seeing out of Alliance. They're running Revenant. They're the only team in the lobby to do that. We see Revenant is very popular in APAC South and APAC North. We don't really see a lot of Revenant anymore since the nerfs in Europe and in North America. But not only are they running Revenant, they're not running it with Crypto or with Watson, which is what you typically see. They're running Revenant and Gibraltar. Your thoughts on that team composition quickly, girl?
I think they, you know, they're confident enough that they have the best gun skill in EU. I would say that they're probably thinking that they can win any fight that they get into. So that Revenant just gives them those openings, those opportunities, go get some kill points, right?
Yep.
They just want all the kill points that they can get. So they're going to do really well with Revenant. I like to see Revenant in these Geyser finishes because they're so close, and so they can get some kill points here.
I love it. Look at this, actually. It's going to be using the Geyser to get high ground. It might have been a little bit of a cheeky play here. Askey is literally just flying around right now. Finds himself a little rat spot. Oh, my goodness. Did someone just drop right on his face? Yes, they did. He gets taken out. Alliance still alive. It's going to be Alliance continuing in a row. Yeah, right now, if you look at the top right of your screen, it is Alliance and it is North going tit for tat, punch for punch, pound for pound right now. Trading kills. Finally, Major Pushers enters that mix as Ranches, alongside that Major Pushers CIS Russian God Squad, is going to join the fold. They were in the top 3. They got replaced by North in that top 3. Can Major Pushers get back?
And T-Rex, we haven't seen them in a little while in this tournament, and they're doing really well. 5 squads left. They have the opportunity to win this, but they do not have a Wraith, so it's going to be really hard to escape if they do get shot at.
That's exactly right. Big shot to T-Rex, and of course Zerifer on T-Rex, who made his return to Apex Legends in Autumn Circuit #1, really with the Autumn Circuit. And T-Rex has been performing better and better every tournament. They've made it to the finals. They got, I think, 13th, then they got 10th. And, you know, now the sky's the limit here, but not right now. They're in 5th place. They're tagged up quite a bit. They don't have a lot of kills. Dippity's going to try and keep his teammate alive. He's going to try and be a human body shield right now for Zerifer the Watson. Looks like they will not have the ultimate either coming through for the pylon to help them recharge. And look at this fight. Look at the damage that's being put in from Click across map. Hockeys takes out Zerifer. Taishin takes out Ranches. The Alliance and North, battle of the Titans, battle of the heavyweights, trading haymaker for haymaker continues in the top right of your screen.
I wonder what Alliance is going to do with that Revenant ulti. Are they going to pop it soon, or are they going to save it for later? I'm really curious. Click has a really good spot. He's getting in a lot of damage in this game.
Yeah, I love this long-range shots at the wingman here. Hockeys takes out Zerifer, so that will be goodbye to Zerifer. Goodbye, Dippity's with the hands of Badoli here. Badoli playing as that notorious Revenant that helped Alliance ever since replacing IPN in this Alliance squad. And because IPN's on a little bit of a break, they've been dominating. They are your champions from the PGL Major 1 week ago, which is, by the way, one of the best tournaments I've seen. That match point format gets better and better. Even though Nessie had more points, they won that tournament. North says, we're better. North says, we will dominate you. As Badoli gets taken out. But look at that. Hockeys is going to neutralize with a down over Mandy. Hockeys goes down right after the hands of Ranches. The third party enters the fight. All eyes on Taishin. Last member alive. He's going to be tagged up quite a bit. Taishin's going to get taken out. It all comes down to 3 squads remaining. I think Alliance is out as well. It's going to be Major Pushers with the opportunity of a lifetime to take first place if they can do it. Ranches goes down.
I believe it's Major Pushers against Alliance, and Cleve is the last one alive for his team. Molly went, unfortunately, he went down. Cleve doing in a lot of damage. He has the flatline EVA 8 combo here, but he has almost no health. He's going to look for an armor swap, but the armor swap was empty, and he goes down. Alliance is the champion of the game.
You got to be kidding me. I want to know who that was. I think it was it Vaves? I think Hockeys was out already. That was insane, girl. That was a 2 versus 1, maybe a 3 versus 1. We saw Hockey's do it before. We saw Hockey's dominate in the late game, and he does it again. Actually, he was actually knocked, so it may have been Vice, it may have been someone else. I'm not sure who it was, but that member of Alliance, I believe, just clutched a 1 versus 2 right there. I can't wait to see the replay of that one, girl, because I think it was an insane finish. I mean, Major Pushers had that game in the bag. They had 3 members alive to Alliance's 1 or 2.
Yeah, it's really tough in those last few second scenarios where you want to armor swap, but it's so dangerous because he armor swapped into an empty shield. He had no time to react afterwards because he was 1 HP. So unfortunately for him, he didn't get lucky there with that armor swap, and Alliance really pulled through. They had North right on top of them, shooting down. Major Pushers coming for the third party. Did they third party too early? Did they third party too late? What went on there? I'd like to see. Let's pass it on to Tom and Kate for the analysis and the replay.
Well, thank you very much, and a huge thank you for joining us here. Tom, let's answer that question right away. What was it that found, what was it exactly that found Alliance on top, considering that Major Pushers could have absolutely taken them out any time they wanted?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was a 3 versus 1 coming in for Vapes there. I'm pretty sure. So he gets 2 knocks, and it ends up being a 1 versus 1. And if that's the case, that had to be a 3 versus 1. So just a phenomenal job by Alliance in clutching it out towards the end. Again, these are our top hitters. These teams are sitting over towards the top of our leaderboard. Every point matters. So the fact that North wasn't able to execute, the fact that Major Pushers wasn't able to execute means less points for them, more points for Alliance. Can't wait to see how the overall leaderboard is going to shape up, and also just that game leaderboard, so we can start to see who's really going to start to put on the points going into game number 5. But it was a geyser ending. Geyser endings are very exciting. That can pull maybe to about 4 or 5 different spots over towards that side. Ends up coming over towards more of the Fragment side instead of the Lava City side, which means that it was a little bit further for those teams to go and rotate, which we were on board with those teams on the Lava City side for quite some time. There's a lot of great things that we saw there. Possible rats going over towards the geyser, etc., etc. But I can't wait to see what Vafe's screen looked like right there as he popped off in the final moments.
Well, let's take a look at those Game 4 results to see if they can give us a little bit of an indicator on what's going on with our standings here on that Game 4 of our online tournament for our Autumn Circuit here in the EU. And here, whoa! Tom,
wow.
Whoa! I have never seen that, Tom. That is 2 double digits right away here. 2 I just can't.
Yeah, 14 kills each. That's half of the lobby almost, Kate, just being killed by Alliance and North. We were talking about it. The casters were talking about it. In the top right of your kill feed, they dominated that zone. So now Alliance and North, when we look at the overall standings, are going to be doing a great job. But even though Major Pushers doesn't get as many kills as they would want, only 3 kills, they still get those 9 points. So they're still going to be over towards that top echelon. But we know what happens in these instances. More points for Alliance and North means less points for everybody else. Big game for both of these teams and organizations.
Dear goodness, you are not wrong. Well, let's take a look at how that really has impacted our overall standings and thus the overall tournament, because we're going to find out exactly who is coming up on top. Looks like there's a lot of spot jumping here. North taking the lead, bringing it in for the real thing. Still not up by a whole heck of a lot, but certainly enough to make everybody look twice.
And what La Cité de France didn't want to have happen, happened. The 2 teams that were next to them improved drastically with that game. 56 and 52. Now we're starting to see that 50-point mark, which when we get into the playoffs, in the Super Regional playoffs, that 50-point mark is what you're going to need to get that final dub on that champion screen. But Major Pushers, they're sneaking back into the top 3. Alliance jumps 5 slots into the second. La Cité de France drops down into 4th, but it's still anybody's game, Kate. We have 2 remaining.
We absolutely do. And I love Major Pushers, by the way. Major Pushers have been lurking in these overall leaderboards in the real way. I mean, they are 3rd now. They were 2nd at one point. They were the team that you're looking at going, well, they haven't been at the top of they haven't, found themselves the game lead. They haven't found themselves the game winner yet in one of our 4 top first games here. But let's not discount the consistency that can absolutely overtake an overall leaderboard. And I think we're seeing evidence of that right now.
Exactly, because you look at Gambit Esports sitting in number 7th, and they had 22 points in game number 2. They've only put up 6 points besides that, so the consistency really proves useful. But we have to talk about Purge and ASCII, who's been popping off today. Really looking forward to seeing what Purge is going to be able to do. Maybe we'll be able to hop in and listen with them a little bit later. But the listen-ins that we've done so far have both been with North, and it's been great to see them go through the team fighting and then also talk about just the steps that they're going to go and take, and also the fact that they were able to get that early scan to find out which side it's going to be on over towards Geyser, since that area behind them was available to hit that scan, is big, because not only do they get that zone knowledge, they're one of the only teams that it's going to be able to plan a couple of steps ahead of them. So they're going to be at 3 to 5 minutes ahead of everybody in terms of where they want to go and position themselves, etc. But now we have 2 teams over towards that 50-point mark, and now we have an exciting final end of this game, or to the series.
You're absolutely right, but as we know, we've not seen the end, the last of those teams that aren't necessarily in that 50-point mark. Those 50 points, hey, that's great, but let's be clear, this is Apex. Anything can happen. So let's take a look at that final moment, just see how anything did just happen in our Game 4. And Tom, as per usual, why don't you take me through a tour de final circle?
Yeah, so absolute madness over here is we had couple of squads left, but it was Vapes on the Gibraltar. You see him get a little bit of armor swap there. Defensive bombardment not only lays down damage, but is going to show where the other players are going to be. Great massive shot there, but it's all about staying alive over towards the top, and we do get confirmation now that it is a 3 versus 1 here in game number 4. Hackies, Badoli, enjoy the show as your boy Vapes carries you to victory.
Oh, and we all enjoy that show. That is a good one for sure. Well, hey, something else we enjoy, as you may have heard when Girl was casting, is that we've got a great series that's called Level Up with Girl. It's a great way to bring players in that are maybe newer to the scene and showcase a little bit of the pro tips that she has to give. And we've got one more of those episodes right now.
Apex can get confusing when you first begin, so here's some tips to get you started. Let's talk about what happens when your boots hit the ground. First things first, run. Running is the first skill to master because it can mean the difference between life and death. And the key to running is speed. When your fists are out, you're running faster, and when your gun is out, you're running slower. You'll obviously want to pick up weapons and armor when you first touch down, but get ready to holster them quick, so you'll have speed on your side. Also, when it comes to looting, I have a general rule of thumb: don't over loot. A lot of players tend to get distracted by loot, but once you have a gun or 2 and armor, stop looting, especially if your team is in danger.
Oh my god, behind me!
Speaking of danger, your priority should always be with your team. Searching for loot should take a backseat to supporting your team. Fighting alongside your teammates is much better than them dying while you're looting, and then you going in later and dying. Also, if 2 teams are fighting nearby and you have a gun and armor, it's a really good time for a third party. Third partying allows you to get loot without looting, and it eliminates 2 teams from the game. Yeah! That's what I call a win-win-win.
Good job, guys.
They win indeed. GG. And you know, one of the things, Tom, that I love about this this series is that it gives players that are a little bit newer to the scene an understanding of some of those very baseline, some of those 101 mechanics, but also being at that, it's in the middle of our esports broadcast here. It showcases just what kind of elite players we have here in our lobby right now.
No doubt about it. Great segment there from Girl, and great advice too. I think a lot of players do tend to overloot. They're not focused on moving around the map, and when you watch the top players play and you watch these scrims and tournaments, you'll be surprised how fast they get out of there. And they're only looting for about 1.5 minutes, 2 minutes. They're already focusing on the rotation and etc. Everybody has a different type of play style. Some teams, when it comes to actual competition, like to overloot, and that's why you're going to see Gibraltar's being ran. But it's all about what your strengths and weaknesses are.
Exactly. And you know what? We are seeing it in full force here under the bright lights of Premier Gameplay. Well, let's take a look. We're going to go, hey, you know what? Sometimes I tap dance, and this is me doing that. At any rate, if you would like to keep up with all of this Apex, whether it's Level Up with Girl, any of our community spotlights, and anything you're seeing us talk about with our hands here today, make sure to follow us at Play Apex on Twitter. Use the hashtag ALGS. And hey, if we feature you on the show, you know what that means, Tom.
Yeah, it means that you're sending me your coins, right? That's what happens.
I'm pretty
I
sure.
collect all the coins.
So close, Tom. So close.
No,
Real
you
close.
Get coins. Okay.
1,000 Apex coins to those who are featured on our show. And hey, if you'd like to keep up with us on Twitch, twitch.tv/playapex. We're also on YouTube, youtube.com/playapex. Compete. So many places to see us, so much gameplay, so little time. So obviously we want to make sure that we get to that gameplay. In order to do that, we're going to get over to Rain Day and Onset for some stellar casting here. Game 5.
Know what I said, but whatever it was, I'm sorry. I just want you for a whole game, right?
Yeah.
Moment.
But we're gonna heal our issues while we also talk about some Apex competitive, which has been phenomenal today, and I think we kind of set this up for the viewers back at home as well who's watching. This has been a contested lobby of the best European teams, and normally you see one team start to separate themselves from the pack, but today it just really hasn't been so.
Yeah, I mean, it's very true. I'm just looking at the leaderboards now right next to me. And North, top of the table, right? Two big performances from them the last 2 games, 56 points. But right behind them, Alliance, playing their style of Apex Legends, are on 52 points. And they're the two that kind of separated themselves from the group, moving into our game number 5 here. But Major Pushers just behind them. And then behind that, there's sort of 10 points separating the top 10 or so teams. So, again, only one game really separating those top 2 from the rest of the pack. Yeah. So if North or Alliance don't perform in these 2 games, it really does open up everything for these teams to make a championship run in our final game. So keep an eye on that kill feed. We'll certainly be doing that ourselves for North and Alliance. If they go down early, this is blown wide open and anyone really can take this tournament home.
Yeah, North Alliance both coming off of 2 14-kill games in World's Edge, which was a great start to that map for them. But it's game 2 now. And like the map sometimes does to any of their competitive players, it might throw a few surprises at you. And this is where teams start to get maybe a little bit more concerned and tense about their position, because now if they don't perform with a little bit of a lead, even though that pack stayed relatively close throughout this entirety of these 5 games, this will make a big difference. So pretty much a make or break game for the teams like Major Pushers, La Cité de France, Purge, Dead Inside, and of course like Major Pushers, La Cité de France, Purge, Dead Inside, and of course Gambit. And at the top, North and Alliance trying to hold on to what they've created, carving themselves just a little bit ahead of the leaderboard as we do get our first look at a contested drop here at Skyhook, which could turn into some fireworks early on.
Well, let's hope not for both the teams who are involved. I think they might be splitting this. You can see there that west side and the east side kind of split down the middle, so I think both teams are quite happy to split this POI. Hopefully not too much is going to go on for these teams, but the interesting thing for me was the flight path, and reasons being, right, how difficult is it to separate these lobbies? Well, it's going to come down to the tiny things, and with that flight path, one of the first teams who jumped off of the jump ship were going to be North, right over Overlook, so they're going to have a really, really quick rotation. They're going to have a quick beacon. They're going to be able to loot up and make their way across the map as quickly as possible. In comparison, I was about to say, to Alliance, who drop over at Thermal Station. However, look at where that ring's just pulled. They've hit the beacon, so Thermal Station is going to be an easy rotation towards Harvester here, where you have to feel this circle is going to be finishing. So it's going to be kind of an interesting race here. Even though first off the jump ship was North and they have the information, Alliance actually drop a little bit quicker, so they should be arriving at a pretty similar time.
It's going to be a question mark of rotations, and it's also going to be a question mark of, I think, that just hesitation sometime, because when you do look at these teams, there are many ways to go about really not only rotating, but what fights do I choose? World's Edge right now got to get geared up, and I think Girl was mentioning earlier on, having the ability to have some type of poke for the Evo shield, but also having the ability to have some type of close range fighting is really, really important in this current meta. And it does also encourage people to get a little aggressive, where maybe they don't want to fully commit to an engage just to level up and get that damage on. But a strong enough poke could turn into a down, could turn into a push, and turn into a full-on fight. That could be risky for some of these guys. So Alliance at Thermal, as you had mentioned, not too much in the worry of being approached by many more than who is already there right now. They know the zone could be pulling their way, or at least they have that information relatively soon, I think, with teams starting to rotate towards them. But right now, without the scanning potential of any of the members on their squad. And they won't actually know until that ring starts to move.
No, they're going to be comfortable playing edge. It's how they've played. They like to get aggressive on those teams who are rotating in late. But we're here talking about fights. I want to talk about Vifes, because this man has been on fire, and he's actually overtaken our previous kill leader in Psychop with 14 kills total now across the games that we've had so far. So if you're wondering why Alliance have jumped up so many places, and they have actually jumped up from 5 slots into 2nd place now in our leaderboards, it's because of the plays that Vifes is making on the Gibraltar. So keep your eyes on him, and you're going to have to keep your eyes on them, because one Gibraltar has just spotted another.
And that always spells trouble for your brother, or at least, as Gibraltar might say, my brother. I think he knows that this is one man's turf, and he wants to hold this backside. Again, they're going to wait for the zone to move in. No pressure so far, 20 squads left. Tension a little bit in the lobby, but these guys have played and been here before. No inability to execute. It's just a matter of if it'll go their way, if the ball will bounce in their direction. Today, hoping for no own goals as well, because that's obviously not where you want to find yourself looking at Game 6, having to do it all. So everyone just trying to stay clean with the execution here. A little bit of presence from Lazarus towards the bottom of the stairs of Harvester, and might peek their way through. He's got a Ranger, so he has some range, as the namesake goes, to be able to fight that back, but doesn't want to get too aggressive in case third parties come through. And there are many a team at Harvester right now.
So no real fighting going down, and I'm kind of fascinated by this circle with our 2 top teams in the conversation, because you look at the information here that Alliance will have, right? Alliance will have information that it could be any of 4 POIs, because they don't have that beacon. So they're probably thinking this could pull towards us, so we don't want to give away a potential, God spot ourselves. It could go towards countdown or staging or any of these areas they could think it's going, whereas North, no, it's going to be around Harvester. So I just wonder, like, how are Alliance going to play this one? The good thing for them is the fact that because they like to play the edge of zone, that they're going to have their back to zone anyway. So we do see our first fight actually breaking out here. Vintage from Click Esports is going to be taken down, but having their back to zone means even though, they might not have the information available, they can still play their gameplay, and it's game plan, and it's when teams have to change things up. It's when they have to adjust their game plans to something they're not comfortable with, they struggle. So I really think that Game 5 is set up beautifully for those 2 teams to execute on what they try and do.
It's 2 great armies marching from one side of the continent towards the riverbank, maybe, meeting in the middle. A little bit of a stare down. I think the action will get a little more intense than that. I think I've seen more Wraith portals in the matter of this last 30 seconds than we did throughout the rest of the 5 games or 4 games previously. T-Rex and Kearney specifically making good use of the R301 and the Prowler previously. The burst damage on that going for the auto fire on the R301 to keep the light ammo nice and light and keep that heavy burst damage nice and heavy as well. Dead Inside kind of clambering on the backside of this Harvester outskirt building, and they have a little bit more information with the Pathfinder beacon of where this is going to end. So it is a matter of conversation
down, Rain.
of knowing.
Put the Mozambique down. I'm sad.
You mean that wasn't going to get him the victory?
I mean, look, it had hammer points on, all right? I'll give him that, but I just wanted the moment, you know what I mean? Win the game, the Mozambique. I haven't seen that yet. I want to see it. Sorry.
I want to see it too. No, I mean, at the end of the day, I think we're all a little disappointed at that. But, he's got to do what he's got to do. He's in the tournament. We're not for a reason. Although I think you and me in our ranks queue with Baked, we might be able to, give these guys a run for their money in, maybe 0.5 seconds. Then the rest of the fight we would lose instantly. But, I have faith in us.
Look, 1v3s are difficult for me to win every single time, but I do my best, okay? But Kick
wow.
Esports.
Okay.
Kick Esports. Yeah. They're currently in the mine pass here, but they're going to be in a little bit of a battle because you see that Bloodhound scan coming in as well, and it looks like that thermite grenade is actually going to single out Denze a little bit here. He does manage to avoid the grenade to keep his shields up at full capacity, but they're getting aggressive here, and they have to. Right at the moment, Kick Esports, they need points on the board, and they've only got 2 points to do it.
And this is going to be Kick maybe deciding on the sacrifice here. They're just saying, let's get out with what we can. We've lost one of our members, Denze, and that's the entry fragger for us, so we now have to be a little bit more cautious. We can't really engage back into them unless we feel super confident about it, and it's going to be a defensive bombardment. I could have just said the word itself because it goes with the action, and La Cité de France, that was the team who took Denze down, so a worthy withdrawal from that engagement. one of the teams that has been dominating the leaderboards, checking back in with Alliance on that edge. I think they're going to get some information now that this is not where the zone is pulling. And it's great to have Badoli's perspective as that information comes through, because we'll see, okay, how do they start moving? Where's the rotation? They know now they're not in the zone, and you can expect Vibes as well. They're going to start. There's the ping. Hey, let's get out of here, man. We know we gotta start making some moves.
Yeah, I actually want to jump into a listening with them right now, because this is a big moment in this game, not only for Alliance, but the rest of the lobby as well. So let's check out the comms from Vason and crew.
Let's go here.
Right here.
Yeah, I see one. Trying to shoot. What's on GB?
We are taking a sip right now.
Okay, wait. Oh, yeah. They're running down here. They're running down. We can shoot them in the open. GB 60 purple. They're down here. They're down here. We can take height about them.
I tried to silence them.
Yeah,
60,
they're on the platform.
60 blue on one. 60 blue on one. Shoot the guy. No, shoot the last guy. Shoot the last guy.
16. Crack 16 flash.
Can we push? No,
there's another team above.
You might have to dome me, maybe. I'm fine. I'm selling.
It's a lot of snipers.
Yeah, we gotta work. We gotta go through.
One got knocked.
That's
Just
not
run
up
around,
there.
guys.
They have
Just
a
run
clever.
around. Run around. Come guys. We run around there.
Coming.
Let me sell. I need to syringe as well.
Yeah.
Give me like 1 second.
We have to walk up behind on this.
Okay, major pushers died. That's good.
We should go here.
Yeah, that's good, but North killed them. That's not good.
Yeah, I know.
Should we try to get into sorting?
We need to walk up behind these guys.
Any syringes here?
No. Drone.
I only have 2 syringes.
Drone up high.
I can carry a medkit if you wanna give me one.
Shoot this guy! Shoot him! Shoot him!
3,
3, 2, 1, go! How did I miss that?
I need 20.
I cracked him.
I'm
on right, on right.
I'm pushing up.
I need to sell.
I can't push up with you.
Okay. No, it's fine. I'm healing.
I'm selling.
He's close on me.
I'm
We
at
gotta
the
kill
rock.
this.
I'm at the rock.
We have to kill this.
Yeah.
Okay, I silent up there.
She's far away. She's far away.
Yeah, crypto. Not a team, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, North is coming with Traber. We gotta go right side here.
She's in the open.
Yep.
She's in the open.
Shoot the crypto. 70 purple.
I need to dome this. I need to dome this.
Yeah, just care. The other team is coming. We gotta run far right.
Just using a cell.
I'm running now.
I can ult them.
We have to run far right. Yeah, do it. We have to run far right here. Gotta go super far right here. We gotta hurry on zone as well.
How do we not kill a crypto?
Dude, I literally aimed in on the head and the bullet missed.
Yeah, it's fine.
I'm so confused. And now I'm so
How many med
They're right in front. They're getting bullied. I have 1 medkit.
I have 1.
We have to full send this maybe. You're in the house below me.
We're not with you. We're far away.
We are a bit behind.
You guys are super late. Caustic gold. They're running.
Shot, right side.
Yeah, get inside the house. We're safe if we're gonna keep walking in. So fresh white here if you get tracked. I think.
Using a medkit. I mean, syringe.
Yeah, just get inside on me. We're in here on the edge.
I think they ran like all the way.
Yeah, they ran all the way right side. All the way right side. We're in on me. We gotta work here.
Droning up in the sky. You see it?
Yeah.
They're right here. Be careful, they can shoot us.
I'm gonna look for trailer here. I'm looking for trailer.
78.
We are really safe here, me and Vibes.
Yeah. I know. I'm just looking for trailer.
Checking behind.
Yeah, I have trailer.
Okay.
Want us to come?
You want us to come?
Yeah, I think I do.
Okay.
Okay,
we're walking up.
Yeah, it's hard pull.
Oh, I need to dome this.
Yeah.
Do you need portal?
Yeah, we do. They're pushing us. We need it now. We actually.
I'm coming. Take it. Heal up. Close the door. Nade. Nading. I'm bucking it
up. Batting.
Just heal up. Heal in the corner. About it. Nade.
I'm not gonna
Sit on me. We're fine. Wait for dome.
Yeah, I'm waiting for dome.
Are they outside?
They're getting poked.
I'm just arcing.
I'm thermating. You can probably rest.
I'm going for res. I have my dome.
Yep.
I see them outside.
I think we're good.
They're like
I
south.
need a med kit. I don't have one.
Southeast.
Dropping one.
I can drop you another one. Okay.
Nah, it's
fine. Shooting on tracks.
Well, sometimes it's the small things that make the big difference. Alliance, they've had to work together in that one, wouldn't you say, Onset, just how hard it was to move in. And coming across a couple of hurdles. One, because they guessed on that zone, and they were wrong. They have not developed any of their Evo shields. So for the most of that fight, Vase was working on a white armor and got knocked. And luckily, one of the members that got knocked was able to get back up. But it was a treacherous run. Alliance still in it, though.
Yeah, a lot to take away from that listening, actually. Obviously, we had the initial, we're going to have to rotate, and how they're going to rotate hard right. But another thing that stood out for me was, players keep track of so much information. You heard, oh, that's good news, major pushes have been taken down. And they were like, well, wait, that was North who took them down, so that's not as good a news as what we initially thought. And then the thing that really impresses me is, if anyone who's watching right now is in that position, right, where one of your players gets knocked, you're coming under all sorts of pressure, your comms become hectic, they become frantic, they become a little bit rushed. The calmness in Alliance shows the experience that they have on their hand. They recognize that it's just a simple situation they can work their way out of if they stay calm in that situation. They've managed to get themselves all back up, they're now comfortable, and they're still in this game.
I reckon not even just experience, but trust. That silence and that clear, I think, leadership structure really is helping Alliance to get out of these tricky situations. As the Volt shots ring, seems like it's getting only trickier for the team Odin Gamers is pushing. But it does show you just exactly what a Battle Royale tests, Mark, in terms of players' abilities and teams. It's not just your mechanical skill, which is one of the elements. It's not also just your strategic understanding of where you're positioning and how you want to take a fight. It's also your adaptability, which is really what we saw on display with Alliance there. Something goes wrong, something goes unexpected, and now you still have to make it work. And that is really what shows the true test of a team. It's what's put Alliance here in the second place. But we'll see how they can continue as Amaz and Lazarus looks like they may be finding their last fight here in just a moment.
Yeah, Amaz and his Alliance are involved as well, and I'm not sure if that was a complete wipe of Alliance there, or if one of their members managed to stay alive. One team who certainly are still alive are North, as Mandy goes in with the Hemlock and does a lot of damage onto the team down below them. However, they're going to have to portal out as they've lost RPR here. RPR should be able to get revived, though, as Mandy's going to be popping that Phoenix kit. He should go back through the portal when they will do. So North trying to get aggressive, trying to get some extra KP on the board there, but having to retreat. And again, quick decision-making from one of our first teams. Not throwing away a game here by trying to combat 2v3 in a situation where they might have got some damage done. Smart decision-making, reset, stay alive in this game, because placement points usually lead to kill points as well.
Coming into it, North leading with 56, Alliance right behind them with 52. Major pushers and La Cité de France, 2 points between them in 38 and 36 respectively. And Purge and Dead Inside also having 1 point difference. Weigers, they find themselves more towards 14th or so, about 12th, 13th in the lobby, but so far so good, finding a kill on the Flavor of the Month, who was a little bit behind them. So they're getting rid of people behind them. They do need to start looking at some of these bigger teams in front of them if they want to take what are those 13 points so far and get into the contest of about 30 to 40 points where the rest of the contested lobby will be. That's a good start there from Crypto with a flatline.
Yeah, beautiful shots with the flatline. I tell you what, the sight on that flatline looks a lot better than the one that was on the Sentinel of Hackis a few moments ago. However, it didn't cost them too much, as now we're going to stay on board with Weigers, trying to make their way in towards that circle. They're just outside of it at the moment, but just in this corner, they should be pretty safe, as Blast is going to have to pop those shield cells to get up to full HP himself. They've got some fences down as well, so they should be safe unless they are just outside of that circle. Nessie's still involved as well, and if there's one team in this lobby who can put a bomb performance together, I'm talking KP and a win, it is Nessie. So North are going to have to keep their eyes peeled here, because they certainly are in a great position, as well as being top of the leaderboards. North have this tournament potentially in their own hands here.
And the Hemlock as well, the burst. That's going to do it. I'll see you later. Back to the lobby. Kick gets kicked out. Both figuratively and literally there with the Hemlock burst coming through from Mondi. He's also got himself a Kraber, which is not what you want to see sitting at the highest vantage point of Harvester as of now. Longbow, not often seen, but Larabanu's making good use of it. One of the harder snipers to not only find burst damage on, because it's a faster fire, not as heavy hitting as a Sentinel or Triple Take, but also just so hard to gear. It takes so many different attachments that you often use those for another weapon and split the difference with getting a sniper that is less heavy as far as attachment requirements to do the same job. But La Cité de France, they seem to be adapting on the fly here. Seekbot running out of light ammo relatively soon too, with only 1 in 11. And still 10 lobbies in the game.
The City of France are getting pushed here, but they managed to hold off that initial player. I don't believe they got a complete finish onto him. However, Cybot is pushing this team back in the choke as well. And the interesting thing for me here is North, I believe, are just about safe inside of that next circle. Actually, North might have to move from that upper platform that they were on. And the same thing is true of Le Cité de France here on top of this hill. So it's a real potential clash between our top of the table team, who is, of course, North, and Le Cité de France, who are in 4th place here. So the tournament structure could completely change. If North are taken out here around the top 10, they're not going to get a huge amount of placement points. Whereas Le Cité de France move on, then they really could put up a big performance and change that leaderboard.
Yeah, that's going to be the question. If North somehow get pushed off and they're forced to kind of fall in and essentially fight their way to a new spot of safety, Le Cité de France are in some pretty decent position maybe for this rotation and not running into too many teams. Oh, 96 with the Peacekeeper. I wish I could do that when that weapon got in my hands. I feel like I'm hitting 6s more often with that than with anything else in the game, but these guys performing at such a high level, and that's going to cause a lot of pressure as well. They might even push off of that. North sitting pretty on the low ground with RPR kind of looking to approach anybody who moves too quickly as the zone starts to move in. And round closing here. Will North be able to stay alive? And if not, who's going to stop Le Cité de France?
So Le Cité de France are picking up KP in the feed as well, and so Weigers, who are moving in on this bubble. 112 with the Mastiff, going to get the job done. Nook trying to stay alive himself. He's going to have to go into the void as his teammate Crypt will be taken down a little bit earlier, so it's up to him and Blast now to try and hold out this game as a 2-man duo. Weigers inside the building, looking pretty comfortable as well. But it looks like Le Cité de France at the moment have managed to get some sort of high ground position because they are just lighting up the kill feed right now. Le Cité de France, 3 or 4 kills in a row for them.
I mean, absolutely. The Rabanu's got one on the flat line. He had one on the longbow beforehand. He's got another on the flat line on the next Shiro. We have no idea where he is, but Weiger's Blast, he's in this corner. We certainly have that vantage point. There's the Rabanu. He got to the high ground, and the longbow, just as I say, it's, underperforming, starts to get the Rabanu kill after kill. He's got 4 on the day so far. 5 squads left. Le Cité de France in a great position here. 36 points. They need 20 to match the leaders. But they are on pace for a big number. And underneath them, Nessie hiding as always, like those Apex devs love to do in the trailers. You can always find one if you're paying close attention. But Nessie doing their own version of hide and seek there.
Difficult position here for Blast. You have to feel that Le Cité de France have this game in their hands. And this is a very similar end zone, let's remember, to what August and Hungary won a few tournaments ago from a very similar position where we saw Matape, of course, portaling off those 2 exits to this snake kind of area. But at the moment, it's just carnage outside as Nessie are getting involved in a little bit of rough and tumble underneath as Graceful gets a knock himself.
But Nessie, they're like the Loch Ness Monster or maybe the Staircase Monster. You never know, but when you go down in there, you might not remember seeing them, but they remember seeing you, and they don't leave anybody to tell the story of what happened. That's a full wipe for the players that pushed them, and Larabanu still sitting pretty. Joke as well, he's getting down, and oh no, not what you want to see from Joke as well. That could just be something unlucky, or Joke could have just gotten out of there, but Sickbot is not going to leave any chances for him and his team to win. It could just be a zone battle here as well, because these teams are inside, they're under the staircase, the zone is separating at least a few of them, and I don't know. There's not an easy place to push, and I don't think if you are, you tell me on set, Le Cité de France, you need to do anything right now.
Yeah, they don't need to do too much here. Nessie are the one problem for them, because if that team inside decides to climb up on the roof and try and take them down for some KP before they go down, because they probably realize the team inside, they can't win this game. They have to escape somehow. They're going to have to try and get some KP and, finish things off. But there is a solo Wraith here, and I can't believe that Nessie actually haven't spotted them, because you can see that
they're right on the other side of the building.
I was going to say, they could see her over those death boxes. I noticed that, and I thought, wait, is that a body? Is that a down? But no, it's a player who is still alive. So Nessie might have an extra KP, but they also might be hassled as well by that solo player that is underneath. And oh no, look, the Cité de France, unfortunately, Joke looks like he's had a disconnect in the worst time possible in tournament play. So now for Rebenu and Psychop, it's a case of hero plays for your fallen teammate. Nessie now making their move. The portal's going to go out here from Medilol.
Holding it in, and he's just going to get inside the zone. They're going to go up top, and now with only 2 players instead of 3. You could imagine that Nessie might have an advantage in this one, but now the portal is going to be predictable. They know they've set it up, but not committing on that time there gives them the option to get out. It gives them the option to climb the staircase as well and just straight climb it out. One could take the portal, one could not. But Larabanu and, I mean, unfortunate there. Psychbot, they're going to have to find their way out of this one. But I believe that if any team can do it, it's these guys right here.
Look, they still have the Gibraltar, so they have the defensive bombardment and the bubble to work with. So this isn't, you know, the end of the world for them, and I'm sure that Joke is desperately trying to reconnect as well to get involved in this final moment. But Lecite de France, still in my opinion, in a very good position to win this game, even as a two-man. Now the circle's going to be closing. They're going to be taking themselves through that portal just to buy a little bit more time, as now they're going to have to slide in. Into the void they go.
And now she's trying to stay alive. Sickbot, could he do it? He lost Joke, the Bloodhound, but he hits the PK shot. He downs one. The Mastiff, the double shotgun round, but dead inside. Stays alive, and it was so close. It was almost Lecite de France kind of pulling the upset after a little bit of upsetting random luck for them there. But you do have to say that Dead Inside played that circle well. We thought Nessie had a chance, but it seemed like that was just a little too predictable, and it will be Dead Inside taking this game, which I mean, for me, Onset was not who I was thinking would come out on top of this. But I think in terms of the leaderboard and where we've seen Dead Inside find themselves, I believe, 6th so far in overall, right after Lecite de France and Purge. So this is definitely a team that has been in contention all day. They finally get their win. That's going to shake things up and get us ready for anybody's game in Game 6.
Oh, 100%. I didn't think the Dead Inside were in the priority position there. However, you know, unfortunate circumstances mean that Lecite de France's position became a little bit weaker. However, getting second place and the amount of kills that we saw them racking up towards the end of that game is super important, because not only is it going to push them up the leaderboards, but also we have to remember that North got some kills, yes, but placement points, not amazing. Alliance taken out a few, you know, kills along the way. Don't think their placement points are amazing as well. And they were the two that had separated themselves from the likes of Lecite de France, who were in that chasing pack. So I really do think in this final game, we are set up to see not a huge amount of points separating quite a few teams, which is what we want, right? We want those final games to be as exciting as possible. And it's about dealing with the pressure. Now you've got to do it. Turn up.
It's the strategy, it's the mechanical skill, but it's how you adapt on the fly. And that's going to ultimately what's going to decide this incredibly tight and competitive lobby here in Europe, which we've been talking about all day long. It has just been every powerhouse team showing up and performing. And honestly, Game 6 is going to be one you don't want to miss. Will Lecite de France find their way back and get some redemption? Will it be Dead Inside who keep the momentum and win yet again? Will we find North and Alliance staying at the top of the leaderboards and fighting it out amongst themselves? All those answers coming up. But before we get there, let's send it back to the desk with Kate and Tom.
And what great questions to ask. Certainly things that we will bring up here in our conversation. Tom, I mean, at this point, this is one of those things. I love what Onset said in terms of the pack, right? That pack that's following those first and second leaders. Tell me a little bit about how Dead Inside has basically catapulted them from the pack into a serious contender for our top 2 spots.
Well, first things first, super unfortunate turn runs for Lecite de France. They have the high ground. They can't hit the Bloodhound scans, etc. But it was a nice job by Psychbot just to get to that point to try to even get second place. Unfortunately, not able to land those last shots in his 2 versus 1. But we've seen him pull off crazy clutches before, so I felt like their confidence was still going to be there. But the guys hit the nail on the head. This is going to be an absolutely insane game number 6. Anybody could take this one. Keep in mind, it's the top 2 teams that will qualify. But there's another game within the inside the game here, as we have the top 10 teams will go advance to OT number 4. So people fighting out for top 2, top 3 for cash, and then top 10 to get into the next one.
You're absolutely right. There's a lot on the line, certainly here, and there's a lot that we're seeing. And I think it's interesting that they called out that you know, we had some similarities between Orglis and Hungries when Matafe did that incredible portal over both of the exits move a few online tournaments ago. Even I think it was actually just last online tournament.
Yeah.
And we saw a very different amount of gameplay, and some of it, of course, to do with a disconnection there. But you know, talk me through sort of the differences and similarities that you saw there.
Yeah, between the two, it was a different zone, but also there was multiple people being alive. All of Matafe's team was alive, and also they had a lot more time to go and set up. They were rocking a Watson that time, so the Watson fences were already set up towards the end of the zone. No Watson was able to get to the spot this time. There was 3 or 4 different portals that were set down, and it was just a great play by Dead Inside to go and put themselves in that position to go and win this one. That's a tough zone. Harvester zones are very difficult because there's so many different spots that you can get gate capped. There's so many teams that are on top of one another, and that's what you love to see about Apex is teams playing inside the building, outside on the stairwells, on the ramps, on top of the roofs. So you could fit about 5 different teams all on top of one another. That's exactly what we saw right there. Dead Inside pulls off the nice portal play, goes and hits the shots that they need to, and they have all 3 players healthy.
Absolutely, and it's that nice Apex cake of chaos, which I so appreciate, especially in the final circle. I feel like so often we talk about like how people did and how they didn't do, and we'll get to the game results here in just a second. But at some point, I want to ask you a little bit about sort of what people did wrong and what people did right. We'll get to that in a hot second because we do have those game results, and I know everybody's excited about it. And we'll take a look at how the math has brought us what people did right here in our game 5 results. And of course, we're going into game 6. We got one more chance to prove themselves here on the online tournament number 3. Tom, okay, see, we saw Licite France and Weigers, not to be outdone. They may have gotten out on 5th, but my goodness, 11 kills.
Yeah, nice job there by Weigers coming through. We know that they're a skilled team, finally be able to put it together in game number 5. Maybe a little bit too late for them, and Purge, they're still over towards the top 2. Remember, so a lot of these teams popping back up over here. Dead Inside was over there. Licite de France with the big game, 10 kills, 19 points overall. Again, unfortunate circumstance for them that they left 3 points on the board because of the fact that they didn't get first, and then also probably a handful of kills could have went their way too if they were just able to hit multiple scans over and over again. But these overall standings are going to be so tight, Kate. I can't wait to see who's going to be over towards the top.
Well, you don't have to wait too long because we got those overall standings ready to go. And we'll take a look at exactly how things have panned out here after our game 5. Going into that final game 6, and North still sitting pretty. Actually, not still, shouldn't I say? That would be North at 61, Alliance, and Licite de France. My gosh. Back into the top 3. Dead Inside actually slots up into 4th. Gotta appreciate that, Tom.
Dead and slide is what you get when you go and try to hit a slide and you end up getting shot and it slows down your slide, or you just get that death slide. So again, you can't count out Purge though. Purge is still within this, but anybody that's sitting over, I would say top 7 right now has a good chance. Once you get over towards where Lazarus is, Gambit, Weigers, it's almost mathematically impossible for you to go and do something because you have to have everybody towards the top have a bad game, and then you just need to put the biggest game together that we've seen so far out of all 6. But you have North and Alliance still staying over towards the top 2. Licite de France gets back over towards the top 3. But again, so unfortunate for Joke that they did have that little bit of a mishap with the lag out there. Not a mishap, just really unfortunate turn of events. I'm sure that's going to play into their psyche into game number 6, but not in a negative way. I think it's a positive thing for these guys where they know they deserve to be over towards the top right now. They've been towards the top the entire time, but they're going to have to hold off Alliance and the rest of the pack behind them.
Absolutely. Well, let's talk about how that pack came to be here in Game 5 with our final moment. And, of course, as I mentioned, the cake, if you will, the chaos cake that is the final moment. Let's take a look at exactly how it is that Dead Inside really woke us all up and brought us through this Game 5 win, Tom.
Yeah, it's all about getting over towards that bubble, so really smart play there. And it ends up being Pathfinder and Watson. Satyama, I think, is the guy that finishes it off when it's all said and done. But the Mozambique hammers totally rips apart, and you did have a missed shotgun coming in through towards the tail end of those things. But that Mozambique, I think Fallout's going to be extremely happy to see that one. The hammer points coming back strong.
Well, and I know there's something else I wanted to mention. They talk about Nessie a lot in the final few, I guess, the final moments of that late game there. And Nessie, you know, of course, that sort of that thorn in Licite de France, and they're not that far behind. Is that something, are you looking at Nessie and going, you know, this team could pull it out?
Possibly. I really feel like it's going to come down to Alliance and Licite de France right now. I feel like North's going to be, you know, fairly consistent. We already know that they have qualified 2 from their placements, and I think it was OT number 2 in the previous one that we just had. So Licite de France, from a team that's coming from the LCQ that was, you know, in the previous summer split, now has an opportunity to stamp their ticket early here. I feel like this is just has to be their time. Licite de France has to be hyped about this one. I know they have a lot of love in the chat, so if you're a Licite de France fan, let's make sure you show them your support right now.
Yeah.
But there, again, is 7 teams right now that have an opportunity to place over towards the top 2, but I'm really looking at those top 3, top 4 teams and feel like that's the race.
Absolutely. Well, that is something to look forward to here, and something else to look forward to if you want to follow us on all the socials, at Play Apex on Twitter. Use the hashtag ALGS. If you see yourself on our screen, that's 1,000 Apex coins to you. And hey, we're also on the Twitch, twitch.tv/PlayApex. You can give us a free follow. We're also on the YouTubes, youtube.com/PlayApexCompete. All the free subs and the free follows that you want. It's definitely the place to keep up with all the action, all the drama, and all the content that we've got coming. And there's so much more. But hey, speaking of free, Tom, I want to tell you a little bit about our Lenovo Legion Autumn Circuit giveaway, because it's something I know you're excited for, and I know I'm excited for. This is for the Lenovo Legion PC or monitor. OMG, we've been using them. You're seeing us using them. This is a place you want to be, and this is a chance for you to win some fabulous prizes from Lenovo Legion, as you can see right there. Make sure to visit that Twitter handle there. That is, let me just make sure I got it, because it's a very important thing. You could win. We want to make sure you've got this under your belt. Take this down, twitter.com/Lenovo Legion. That again, twitter.com/Lenovo Legion. This is that Lenovo Legion 7i with the i7 processor, that beast we've been using. You've been seeing us on our opens use, and this is exactly what could be yours if you win our Lenovo Legion Autumn Circuit giveaway. Let's take a look at exactly what that is, and in case you're curious, that would be the world's best gaming laptop. It's the laptop keyboard, I should say, with True Strike technology. There's some really fun stuff we've got there. And the model's going to be that grand prize for that Autumn Circuit giveaway. Now, the other thing that I want to make sure you guys all know, the PCs, they're built with the best components, allowing them to perform the most comprehensive competitive levels in esports, and comprehensive too, why not? Some of the best panels in the market with minimalist design, making them stylish on the outside and savage on the inside. Tom, I have never been able to say that on screen before, but I really do like that line, and it's nice to hear day in and day out from our official Lenovo Legion sponsor here at the ALGS. A huge thank you to them. And of course, if you want your chance to win, twitter.com/Lenovo Legion, guys, that is the way to do this. Exactly. Tom, are you excited?
Yeah, I'm excited. Are you exhausted after that?
I might be. At this point, my mouth is like, Kate, you're done. You know what time it is? Time for gameplay. And in order to do that, we're going to send it over to Girl and Fallout for all of the action right now. Game 6, here we go.
Thank you so much, as always, Kate. Game number 6. World's Edge, and 3 teams are in the wide open running for a chance to win it, with a few teams right behind them that need a pop-off game. It is a crazy setup, Girl, for game number 6. What are you looking forward to the most?
Honestly, I'm just looking forward to see who pulls out the win at this point. But honestly, this whole tournament has been a really good one. I really liked all of the end games in this tournament. It's a really good tournament to look back on, and if you haven't been doing well this tournament, it's okay. There's going to be another tournament coming up.
And you know what I love about this map schedule right now is Le Cité France, Gambit, North, Alliance, Dead Inside. No repeat teams. A different team has won every single game. Very rarely do we see that. And of course, if this was Match Point, that wonderful format that we're going to see in the playoffs in December, that wonderful Apex Legends format we saw at the PGL Major last week, at the Apex Legends Krakow Preseason Invitational, and so many other events, then things would be very interesting right now. But it's not. The winning team, in terms of points, will take home first place. Top 2 teams in this tournament qualify for the playoffs, where a giant chunk of that $500,000 prize pool will be available. So that is what's at stake. And right now, it's North, it's Alliance, and it's Le Cité France who are in the running, Girl.
It definitely is. And I feel a little bit bad, I feel a little bit bad for Les Cité France, so I wish them a little bit of luck this game because of their unfortunate event last game with the game-winning position. But we'll see. May the best team win.
Yeah, that's exactly right. We'll see. Les Cité France, I don't think has won yet. I'm trying to get that confirmed ASAP if I can.
No, they have. They have won.
They have. They got top 2 in the first week, the first Autumn Circuit event.
Oh, sorry. I thought you meant today.
Yeah, no, they won a game. But I'm trying to think. I know they got 4th place in Autumn Circuit number 2. I'm trying to figure out if they won Autumn Circuit or got top 2 in Autumn Circuit number 1. But North did. So here's what's important. Orglis and Hungary is a team that's already qualified. North has already qualified. La Cité France, I don't know if they got top 2 in Autumn Circuit number 1. I'm going to try and get that confirmation as soon as I possibly can. But that's what's at stake here, right? Top 2 means you get a ticket to the playoffs. And the playoffs is where the big money is going to be available. Of course, top 3 gets paid in this tournament. Top 2 qualifies, and of course there are 8 spots that are going to be given out of the 20 to our top 2 teams, and then we're going to have a variety of teams that will qualify by ALGS points, and then we're going to have teams that will qualify by last chance qualifier, which I think 2 more will qualify there. That's across multiple regions. That leads to our super regional finals. We're going to have Europe and Middle East and Africa combined to the super region of EMEA. We're going to have North America combined with South America for our super region of the Americas, and a variety of teams that will qualify from each region. So that is what's at stake here. This is online tournament number 3 of the Autumn Circuit, and of course we're going to have our Autumn Circuit playoffs in December. You won't want to miss it.
Yep, and that'll be late December. That'll be, I think, like December 21st,
17th,
somewhere.
21st, something like that. Yep.
Something like that.
Exactly.
So let's take a look at the map right now. It's between Fraggy's, Epicenter, and Overlook. It looks like it'll pull north towards perhaps even Refinery. So take a look to see the rotations from there. Here we're looking at our first place team North. They've got really good loot. They've been looting here for months now. And I used to think this place didn't have the best loot, but it seems like I was wrong.
Yeah, clearly you were. I mean, as you take a look right now, Weiger's in a great spot as it currently stands with 2 purple shields. Nook, of course, going to look to level that up to a blue or purple. And then, of course, all 3 team members will be looking to level that up to a fully kitted Evo shield for that extra HP. Weiger's going to make a quick rotation here. They're going to recognize where this ring is going to be going, where it's going to be pulling. They, of course, are running a recon-less team comp. So when I say recon-less, what do I mean? I mean, they don't have a recon legend on their team comp. They don't have Bloodhound. They don't have Crypto. And they don't have Pathfinder. They're instead opting for Gibraltar and Watson as a kind of combined duo, much like we see. I think North runs a very, very similar team comp. Instead of Watson, I think they run Pathfinder. Not Pathfinder. Yeah, it is Pathfinder. Yep, instead of Watson. Sorry. So when you run a team comp without a recon legend, you can't necessarily predict where that next ring is going to go. You have to play much different. You have to kind of follow the Pathfinder, or follow the Bloodhound, or follow the Crypto to understand where the ring is going to go. You get that extra intel, which is so crucial.
And Kick is another team with that comp that you were just talking about. Gibby, Wraith, and Pathfinder. And I feel like the zones have been quite randomized recently, or they're quite easy to predict. So maybe that's why people are opting to go no recon. But it'd be interesting to hear what their thoughts on it are.
Yeah, that'd be great. One day we're going to get a nice interview with some of these players. We're going to be able to ask questions like that. That's the intel that we all need. We do get listen-ins, which is amazing. We'll, of course, jump into a listen-in throughout this game at some point and keep you guys updated on that front. The team listen-ins are one of my favorite things about ALGS broadcasts. In fact, you get to hear the intensity and the strategy that goes behind the communication. It's great. It looks like, look at this. Click Esports finds itself in an engagement. Zerifer's going to go down of T-Rex as well. Click is going to take out Psychop. This is huge. La Cité France, if they do not win this team fight, might be out of this one. 19 squads, 1 squad eliminated. I'm trying to dig through the madness of the kill feed at the top right of my screen to understand who it was. I think it was La Cité France with Psychop and Joke being taken out.
Yep, and that was all to the hands of Click Gaming. Lara Binu did manage to get out. And it doesn't seem like he wants to risk it for his teammates just quite yet. He does have time. He has over 60 seconds to go back, wrap around, maybe make a little distraction with his Gibby ultimate. But we'll have to see.
Yeah, that's exactly right. That's going to be rough. Yeah, and of course, if it was a Crypto instead, it would be a lot easier to go recover those banners. Would be a lot easier to make things happen. Meanwhile, on board with North, taking a look right now. 19 squads remain. Look at that headshot cross map. Had to lead it, and Taishin connects. I'm sorry. I get excited about things a lot. It's what I do. It's in my blood. It's in my nature. But when we hit those shots long range, you get excited, girl. It's hard not to. Nice shot right there from Taishin. Not going to matter in the grand scheme of things, as that individual will be able to heal up. If there was a knock, that'd be a little bit different. But I like the fact that Taishin's leveling up that Evo shield. And I'm not sure if they actually gave the triple take to Taishin so he could level up his Evo shield to kind of catch up to that purple, or they just said, hey, you're Gibraltar, we're going to give it to you because you have easier trades. Typically, you do give the Gibraltar your sniper rifle and other weapons, as we now are getting on board with 3 trees.
Yeah, you said it perfectly. They do give the Gibraltar the sniper because he can take the trade damage, but MPE goes down on 3 trees. Mistral's going down to 20 health.
Yeah, that's exactly right. It's going to be Taishin, continues to put in work with that triple take. Will get an elimination. That's huge. That's 1 kill point. 1 kill point more to continue to cement that first place lead that North currently has. North continues to perform. Meanwhile, Weigers finds themselves in the mix. This is the second time now since we've casted together Girl, and Weigers has found themselves in this exact house, making that rotation from Geyser. This seems to be their rotation path, and that's something we don't talk about enough on broadcast, is what are the rotation paths of these players? Look at this. Weigers is going to actually set up a free portal for themselves, and needs to be careful. They cannot take that portal because the team will be waiting on the other side.
Yeah, that's definitely right. And because these teams have played on these maps for so long, they do have their, specific buildings that they're really comfortable playing, and then they're really happy with taking for the late game circles. North seems really happy to take this, what would you call this? This little tower here.
Lookout.
It's really
Lookout.
easy. Yeah, definitely. It's really easy to shoot from here, get a bunch of angles all across the map, and there he goes with those triple take shots.
He's not missing right now. Taishin's hitting shots. Look at this one. He's pre-firing this one, waiting for it. Waiting to connect. Oh my gosh, we hit those. Did we hit these? Maybe, maybe not. Meanwhile, Odin Gamers, the team of from a couple different regions. They have, I believe, a Swede, I think they have someone from the UK. They have a variety of individuals from different teams. More headshots being hit by Taishin right now. I'd actually love to jump into the comms right now and hear what Taishin is saying as he's putting in work with the triple take. Do they decide to push, or will they stay put is the question right now. They don't know where the next ring is going to be just yet. They'll find out soon. Let's jump into a listen-in with Taishin and North.
You can hit him from my angle. No, you can't play this way. I don't think that's alliance. I think someone's copying their fucking.
We're just playing slow, I guess.
Let's go this way. Yeah, we play the fucking drop and we just snipe. It's gonna end on the hill. It's either gonna pull where you pinged or it's gonna pull where that Revenant team is.
They also pulled down there. I played this one time.
Yeah, we just played slow, but there's nothing else we can do, man.
No.
We need to cover.
Yeah, we just literally played slow and just farm everyone that comes from here.
Let's go this way.
This guy's low, Mendy. Focus him. Here.
I can't see him. Oh shit, over there.
He got naded out for 100.
We're gonna control all these rocks.
That team might kill them.
Yeah, I'm pointing for this loot here, okay? Watch my back. Okay, baby?
I'm coming back then.
I can't look at it. Valdi needs to look. I'm on the tower.
You need this?
No, I got.
Okay, just watch over me. I'm looting this bitch.
I'm trying
I
to
got
get
more
angle.
life for you?
Yeah, I got 400 right now.
You need this?
Oh, yes.
No.
Okay. I got 4 more
Dude,
shells
this new banner literally cock blocking me. It's actually cock blocking me. What?
This team is so fucked.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to get Angies on them.
Tashin, keep looking on the left though. So no one's walking up to you.
Yeah, team on left. On the crafting.
They're looking at me right now, these guys.
Come here, Amanda.
Yeah, I'm in shower right now.
You don't need to be there anymore.
They're not peeking anymore, but they're already up.
Tashin, you just need to focus on that. Nothing else.
Yeah.
Literally focus
I
on
have 5 cells left after this.
that team will fight us. I have 12 cells, come.
Yeah, just give me 3. 2.
And I have 2 bats and a phoenix. What do you have?
A bat. And med.
No phoenix?
Kid. No phoenix.
I can give you.
You look at this team right here, right?
Yeah.
Take this phoenix.
Oh shit! Yeah, I'm dropping.
Man,
I'm dropping
you
on
should
the
stay on the
side.
right side. Just stay on the right side, but just on high ground.
I'm getting long, but by
Don't
northwest.
overextend.
Wait, what did you say?
Northwest.
No,
look.
yeah, just stay. I'm staying here then. Yeah.
I'm looking at these guys. I'm on the roof and I'm just bullying them. They have purple armors. I have 300 heavy and I haven't shot it at all, so. They're gonna realize they're not in. And then they're gonna try and either push us or gonna go down.
Yeah, I didn't shot it right now.
They're shooting at me. They have a Gibby, by the way, so they might force a fight on us.
Team rotating here. They're sliding down off the...
I cried one. Enemy spotted. I ruined his fucking portal.
I'm not looking for you, man. I'm not looking for your outplay.
Free, dude, I'm shooting. I'm trying to kill you.
Listen to me. Listen to me. This rocket in below Tashin on my ping. This is one we need to secure.
Yeah?
We need to secure that. Did he die, the guy who was shooting?
No. They're getting out right now. It's the lion! I think.
Shit.
No, it's Rev.
Tashin, can you watch left?
It's not. It's OG. It's OG.
Yeah.
It's OG. Go back. It's OG.
Okay.
I am miscalled. What got knocked here?
Are they playing Revenant as well now? But Dol is killing people. He kills
There's GB. Look, there's GB here.
OG's dead. Or one is dead from OG here. This is not taken. This fucking house, Lamau.
It's not gonna go to it. It's fine.
No.
And if it does, we play it genuine. We need Alliance to fucking die. Someone intent them, please.
So interesting right there. It's almost like we have two different lion prides right now that are just hunting on the gazelles and the prey in this map. One of them is Alliance, one of them is North, and it's interesting how you hear North say, hey, that's Alliance, we need to push them, and altering their style of play, girl, based on who the opponent is. But then they got a little bit debated by the fact that Odin Gamers is also running Revenant.
Yeah, they got really excited. They're like, oh, that's Alliance. So they were potentially about to push on that, but they found out that it wasn't. And they're praying that someone else kills Alliance, but Vapes kills Flavor of the Month Noth in the kill feed.
Yeah, they're praying that someone else takes out Alliance while Alliance is just hunting on the prey in the lobby. Because right now, Alliance is racking up kill point after kill point after kill point. After a few games where they absolutely popped off with a significant amount of kills, Alliance is looking to do the exact same thing. They had 5 kills in game 1, 4 in game 2, 6 in game 3. They've been consistently putting up numbers in the kill category. It looks like it's their best one yet. They need to win this fight first. Badoli last alive. This could be dangerous, and Badoli's going to clutch up. You can hardly believe it. He is the new kill leader with 4, but everyone knows it's Alliance. Everyone sees their name in the kill feed, and because of that, Badoli just needs to reset.
It's really risky to heal right beside your down teammates here, but he's doing it. He's like, I'm going to get my teammates up. Nobody's going to push me. It's been a while. He could use his ultimate and run back and pick them up, but that zone's coming in. He has no time.
And that's a wise decision. I think if it wasn't Game 6, if it wasn't the stakes that currently exist, where everyone in the lobby knows Alliance is in second behind North, Badoli would go back there. But because everyone is going to be trying to take out Alliance as the kings in the top spot, Badoli's forced to back out and reset, and now it is all up to Badoli, last member alive, and of course they are not running that recon class we've talked quite a bit about, so it's going to be very hard. It's actually going to be, I take that back, impossible for him to revive his teammates. It's going to be Badoli against the world. 13 squads remain. That's an unlucky number. I think it's looking unlucky for Badoli right now.
Yeah, and unfortunately for him in this particular moment, when people see a Revenant, they're going to think Alliance.
Yeah.
So that's another unfortunate thing about being a Revenant right now, but who knows how many placement points he can rack up, because they got some kills. And that was a really nice clutch by Badoli with the Massive. He was taking it patiently. He was hitting every single shot, and it's North right above them.
I think North may have spotted him out. I don't know for sure. So Badoli needs to find the absolute best rat spot that can possibly exist to survive to late game. That's his only chance. And in the words of my man Deltouche, he found himself a moist little rock crevice right there before we switched over to North. But I don't know if it's going to be enough for Badoli. Keep an eye on the kill feed at the top right. We'll keep an eye on the rat that is Badoli, as he's going to try to find a way to just rat himself a top 3 finish. I think they got the kill points. As long as North can be contained. For a second there, girl, I was wondering, is North playing this wrong? Should they be playing more aggressive because Alliance is mopping up the lobby? But honestly, my next reaction, now that Alliance got taken out, is no. North had the right call. You heard, I think it was Mandy say, let's just chill. Let's just use this opportunity in the lookout to kind of get long-range picks during the rotations. Let's make it to late game, and we are bound to get at least 5 or 6 kills in late game. Keep in mind they had a 6-kill lead coming into this, or 6-point lead, sorry.
Yeah, it's a very tough position for these teams to be in because it's so tight, because first place to 7th place could all possibly win, right? So just because you take out Alliance doesn't mean you're going to win the game. You could get third party and lose the game for the both of you, right? So you really got to take all of it into consideration.
Yeah, that's exactly right. It's going to be a crazy finish here, girl. Will Badoli be able to stay alive? Meanwhile, Lazarus' very own Sharp is going to knock Taishin. And again, everyone knows that North is on top. Everyone knows that they are the king of the jungle as it currently stands. Taishin is out. Will they be able to get a pick on the respawn beacon? It's going to be all up to this rotation. And look at this. It's actually going to be another team that's going to decide to drop a defensive bombardment on top of them. North could be in shambles. North could be in a tough spot here, down to 2 members, getting tagged up quite a bit. Mandy's going to get, no, he's not going to get knocked just yet. Needs to pop this Phoenix kit. He goes down. All eyes on RPR, the Wraith, to survive against the Badoli. Revenant, Alliance versus North. It's going to come down to a wild finish.
It definitely is going to come down. He is getting some cover. He's getting some cover shield, but he's on a team of 3. He's shooting at them. They're not turning around here. He's just getting in a lot of damage. He might be able to pull this off because nobody's looking at them. They're all scared. He's getting kill points.
You gotta be kidding me. Why is LG not gonna take out the single North member? It's RPR that some way, somehow survives. Are you kidding me? All LG had to do was turn and shoot RPR once. That's 2 or 3 more kill points that might make a difference. All eyes on Badoli, but guess what? Dead Inside is still alive. Dead Inside had 46 points, I believe, coming into this one. They have an opportunity. Let's go ahead and jump into a quick listen in with Dead Inside to hear what their comms are like.
А мы будем над ними, будем ХГшку держать.
Вот эту?
Мы потом последним, да. Мы закрываем левых. Ян, смотри право, как раз гибона этого.
Окей, я чекаю право.
Катуха нам нужна будет за зону. У нас будет катуха за зону?
У нас будет катуха, будет. А не, подожди, или нет? Я не понимаю. Мне сложно посчитать. По-моему, прям под конец только.
Нет тут чаржа?
Нет, нихуя нет.
Окей. Меньше пикаем, собираем инфу чисто, собираем инфу.
Они передо мной, в красной
гранаты
арморе.
Берите большие...
Яма граната
Да,
какая?
3 грена,
У меня есть, у меня Сюрик.
Дай мне Сюрик, забери хая. Я буду давать гранатный Сюрик.
У меня... Окей, дал.
Дал себе.
Забрал.
По моих спин подъябывает еще кто-то. Вот тут Сольник на мне! Вот!
And there you have it, an ode to our Russian viewers, our Russian speakers. We all know that the CIS dominates Apex Legends with teams like Major Pushers, Dead Inside, Luminosity Gaming traditionally, and so many others coming from Russia, Ukraine, and the like. You get to see a little bit of insights into the comms, if you speak Russian, that is, of Dead Inside, one of the best CIS teams. They're going to get some good shots in. Now, Dead Inside needs a pop-off game. I don't see any kills right now for Faizu. They need to get quite a few kills and a first-place finish if they want to win, but they're going to get tagged up quite a bit here. The Bloodhound scan's going to come through. All eyes on Sadaima. They're going to get taken out. Dead Inside cannot do it. They are not able to clutch up. Instead, it's going to be Nessie who shuts them down. Badoli enters the fray. Badoli's going to get taken out as well. This is anyone's game. North is out, and Alliance is out. Dead Inside is out. This will be a crazy finish, girl.
This is definitely becoming a crazy finish. Badoli really tried to get someone down on Lazarus. They're all still alive, though. They're all full HP. 5 squads left. I don't know how many top 7 teams are still alive in this moment, but Lazarus seems to be in a good spot right now.
That's exactly right. That's the crazy thing, is we don't know who is close enough. And taking a look at the overall standings, Dead Inside out, Le Site de France out, North out, Alliance out. That's your top 4 teams, I believe, coming into this one. Weigers is one team in particular we're looking out for. Do they have enough points? They had 28 points coming into this in the top 10. Gambit, Lazarus had 29. Major Pushers with 38, Nessie with 34. We were talking in our offline channel here in Discord and saying, is it enough for Nessie to have a pop-off game? Well, they have an opportunity here. Purge had 41. They're still alive as well. Girl, there's 4 squads left. Purge is one of them, and here's our final ring.
Yeah, this is going to be a really intense circle. They've got a really good spot, Purge does, but they do have 2 players left alive on their team. They're going to be in a safe spot as long as nobody peeks them. They have all the teams around them poking at each other, so they might be okay. They might be safe for now, but it's really easy to get shots on in those trailers.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Oh my goodness. This is an insane finish. This is a crazy finish. Weigers had 28, as mentioned. Lazarus had 29, as mentioned. They're both alive, I believe, alongside Purge and one other squad. Sharp, Amaz, and Co are in a great spot. Guess what? That other squad is Nessie. Nessie had 34, I think is the stats
43.
that I have. More than that, 43. Okay, confirmed that Nessie had 43. The stats that I had was actually incorrect from before, so my apologies for that. Nessie has 43 points as it currently stands, currently in a good position. They're going to get a good shot in. Good positioning. High ground. Some would call it the God spot. They're going to get a good first crack. It's going to be that Mastiff 1-for-1, tit for tat. 3 squads remain. Weigers gets taken out.
Nessie is taking in a lot of damage. They're going to heal on the side of the trailer, but Purge getting really aggressive. Graceful doesn't have his dome for him to heal, so he gets pushed on.
Oh my goodness, and just like that, another team's going to go down. It's going to be Lazarus in a 1-versus-1 against Purge, and they are just like chickens in a chicken coop right now. It's like shooting fish in a barrel, and just like that, Lazarus will do it. They are your champion of the lobby in game number 6. Now the big question is, girl, did any of these teams, Lazarus, Nessie, Purge, did they do enough to crack the armor that was Alliance and North in the top 2? The Cite de France got taken out early. They are dunzos. They are not going to be in your top 3. Who's it going to be in our top 2? It's going to be a crazy finish.
Yeah, actually, I have no clue. We're going to have to see the points here soon enough. But North getting those kill points after they lost 2 members could have been really crucial, because we knew Alliance had a lot more kill points beforehand. They did last longer, but the fact that North was ahead coming into this last game, I don't know. We're going to see.
It's going to be crazy. It's going to be crazy. And that's the craziest thing is he got 2 kill points. If that was enough to get North to win, I will lose my absolute mind. If they win by 2 points, that'll be crazy, because all Luminosity had to do was wake up. There's someone right here shooting you in the back. I know you're under a lot of pressure, but you got to be multi-minded, multifaceted. You got to be able to multitask if you're a professional gamer. And the fact that no one just turned to their right, got 1 shot into RPR blows my mind. It's a crazy game. It's a crazy finish. It's going to come down to the wire, as the European Finals typically does. We got some great competition. Let's go ahead and throw it over to T-Squared and Kate to call the action.
Oh my gosh. Okay. I mean, the reality is that there's so much to talk about and there's so much to say, but we just... Let's everyone take a quick breath, Tom. Tell me exactly how we got here, and we're going to get straight into those game results for sure. But before we do, paint me a bit of a picture here, Tom.
Yeah, I think that the broadcasters, the ops team was on top of a majority of what was happening there. It was all about North and Alliance, all the way to that mid-game. North, the zone was pulling towards them. When you go and you look at the way that it was shaping up, they're landing over towards Overlook. It's more on the Overlook side of the map. When you say, hey, they've been leading a majority of the day, they're coming in hot, this should be their game, right? Wrong. They lose player after player, but it was a fantastic job by Badoli staying alive for quite some time, and then RPR, both these guys ratting it out. And like they were saying, LG couldn't turn around. Reminds me of a controller player playing on the lowest possible sensitivity, where they're just like honed in on what's in front of them. Easily could have turned around, shot them off, but we'll see if that's going to be enough for North to go and win this one. Can't wait to see. But I feel like North and Alliance are going to finish number 1 and 2.
100%. And we want to make a quick clarification here, and I'm going to read this to make sure I get it right. We made an error with Nessie's point total. They actually placed 5th with 43 points instead of the inverted 34 points. And we've addressed the issue, and we apologize for the error. So that can happen from sometimes, and we appreciate your patience and your flexibility here, everybody, with us as we do this. After Game 5, by the way. That happened after Game 5. So just a real quick heads up, we inverted those numbers. Apologize for that error, but we're going to continue to go forth and do some great things, and more importantly, to talk about some great games. And I got to tell you, I think Nessie's a great, to segue off of that in a weird way. I mean, the Cite de France, Nessie, we're talking about these huge teams, North, Alliance, they all came up again and again throughout this Game 6. And I was really, I guess, hoping, there was a lot of it where, in Game 5, Nessie was kind of that thorn in Cite de France's side. Cite de France, of course, going out a little bit early. Talk to me a little bit about Nessie, because I feel like they kept coming up again and again in this Game 6, even though they didn't make it on top.
Yeah, Nessie, again, one of the top teams out there in Europe, but they weren't able to put it together over towards that final zone. That was such a crazy zone over towards that blue truck, and ended up being Lazarus with fantastic play. They seemed like they were a team that was ready to win the tournament the way they were playing game number 6, but unfortunately for them, not the best first 5 games to start this one off, and it was a wild one, right? Game number 2, it was Gambit coming out and winning. They had 22 points. Well, after 4 games, Gambit still only had around 29, so teams that were ended up winning games ended up kind of slowing down a little bit later. The one team that didn't slow down throughout all of this was North.
Yep, absolutely right. And if we said it once, we said it 1,000 times. I'm going to get it on a t-shirt and a hat and one of those packs. Consistency. That is the silver bullet here. Well, let's take a look at the final moment and how it is that we found ourselves here in Game 6, naming a brand new game leader right now. Let's take a look, Tom. Tell me through.
Yeah, so again, this is that wild zone where you see 4 teams are alive, but there's so much different cover that you can play with here, Kate. And that's what you're seeing right now is all the players, even with a triple take massive, still taking phenomenal angles. They get the opening damage that they need to. It's a clean win outside as they do take down another team, but then you have a 2 versus 3 inside of the trailer where I believe they just come through with the massive and get a couple of peak shots. All players extremely healthy there. Great way to collapse if you're Lazarus. Typically, you want to be that last team coming into third party. Not only did they third party, they opened up a lot of that fight to begin with to force those 2 teams inside of one another. So that was perfect execution on that zone. Again, surprising to me that we didn't see North come through and win this game when they do drop fairly close to where that end zone is. But I feel like they are going to have just enough points to squeak this one out. I can't wait to see the overall point standings.
Myself included, and of course, as we all know, that the final standings are being calculated, are being brought up here. We'll get those to you in just a second. But man, I mean, you nailed it. It's the neck and neck qualities of what can happen here, especially in the late games. You know, don't discount our first and second games. You know, where people are still kind of getting their groove down, making sure everybody's good under the bright lights. But these game 5 and 6, they can so make the difference because you've got that grind of points and everything else going. Now, speaking of points, let's take a look at those Game 6 leaderboard results, the thing everybody's been waiting for, the thing that we could absolutely talk about in full detail, and that is what we're looking at now. Lazarus, okay, Nessie, this is what I'm talking about, Tom. That is double digits, man. Holy interruptus.
Yeah, Nessie doing it big, Lazarus doing it big, Purge was there the entire time, but it just wasn't enough points. And Weiger's, our team that started to heat up over towards game number 5 and 6, just started off just a little bit too slow because you look at the kills right there for Alliance, 5 overall for them. You still had a couple of kills going in on the north side. You had a handful of points to make up though if you're Alliance. Is that going to be enough? We'll find out very shortly as we move into the overall standings.
And I'll tell you, the overall standings, I think, are going to paint a picture that none of us were expecting, or potentially maybe we're expecting. Certainly, definitely in the top area. We'll talk about that, but there's some interesting finds in this overall standing that I think we're going to be excited for, and let's take a look at that right now. Overall standings. That's where it's going to be. There we go. I'm so good at this. There we go. Yes, and of course,
Nessie!
Whoa! That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm saying, Tom. Nessie, how did they get here? And look at them. 1 point separates them from Alliance. I mean, that is grinding hard.
They made it with phenomenal game number 5 and 6 performances. Alliance, unfortunately for Badoli, couldn't get 1 extra kill, couldn't get that extra placement point to secure themselves going into the finals there. But it's going to be Nessie stamping it in. North, they're already in as well. So North with phenomenal gameplay over here in the autumn circuit. But wow, what a race there. Only 1 point separating Nessie and Alliance. Only 1 point separating Nessie and Alliance.
100%, and something to remember, La Cité France, they were towards the top. They were winning games. They had it on their side, and yet remember, that doesn't mean you're going to come out on top. Absolutely. Let's take a look at the kills leaderboard. This is going to tell us something else entirely in terms of our story here for today's online tournament number 6 in the EU region. We go from our teams now down to our teammates, and this tells a story. Bring me through, Tom.
Yeah, look at this. Lazarus coming through with that final game, and you're also going to get amazed on the MVP. So congratulations as we take a look at a lot of kills on the board here. 18 is phenomenal. Even getting into double digits at all is going to put you within that top 10 on the leaderboard. So 6 games, 10 kills. That's why we go and we look at some games where you had, I think, 9 kills to start off for Psychbot. That's ridiculous, ridiculous gameplay. ASCII was putting up a lot of damage throughout the entire time. We know what Mande's able to do and what the North squad was able to do, taking first place overall. So they're going to be getting $6,000, second place $3,000, third place $1,500. But that third place, a little bittersweet, as you're not going to be able to stamp your way into the playoffs.
Absolutely right. Our first 2 end up going to the playoffs. But hey, don't worry. Teams 1 through 10, they are making their way to our 4th online tournament coming up here later in the month, around November 23rd to be completely exact. And guess what? That's going to be great for us. That's going to be great for them. There's a lot of grinding that goes into the qualifiers just to even get here. As we mentioned, our EU teams, 139 teams were fielded just to get us down to our top 20. So that is definitely something to mention. Something else to mention, Tom, is our moment of the match brought to you by Lenovo, that actually features our new tournament champion here, North, and it talks a little bit about what happened during game number 2. Let's take a look at that moment of the match. Actually, we'll talk about that in just a second, because I want to make sure you guys know that this is actually basically game number 2. This is what really started that North momentum that keeps them in this conversation, and certainly could have helped bring them here into our game 6, really to our entire tournament win, which I think is very important. And this perhaps could be exactly that moment that things really went not south, they went north.
Yeah, I'm thinking that this is going to be game number 3, where they were over on the high ground on artillery and then dropped down for the 2 teams that were fighting down below them when we went and had that listen-in throughout that game. And we saw that they were holding down the building over towards the side for quite some time. And we just saw how useful Pathfinder is. And keep in mind, yes, Season 7 coming out in 2 days. If you haven't seen the patch notes, make sure you go and check that out. There's so many changes. You're going to have tweaks with a lot of the guns. The Hemlock's going to change. You have the Select Fire out. You're going to have hops for the Wingman and the Quick Draw on the RE45. So it's going to be a lot of fun. Pathfinder is going to get changes. But one thing that we did see today was Mande showcasing that Path is still relevant, and it was here in that clip that they had that high ground and were able to win that 2 versus 3. And I'm pretty sure that's what we're going to look at.
And actually, we're going to throw one more wrench your way, because we thought that was great, and that is. But let's talk about Game 6, more importantly, where they got those final counts, those final kills, those final points to really put them on top. We've got that Game 6 moment of the match brought to you by Lenovo right now. And actually, Tom, I want you to talk me through this as we see it unfold in front of us here right now.
Yeah, so thanks, Lenovo. Appreciate it. This is RPR coming through and wrecking the dreams of LG. Again, nobody turned around the flatline with the purple mag. At this point, I thought he was going to be able to hit his Q and even get an armor swap and live some more, which would have been absolutely insane if he was able to do so. But his run ends a little bit short, but not before he's able to pick up enough points and push these guys over towards first place. There was plenty of moments there for North, but that's just one of them. And one that comes to mind is that 2 versus 3 again over towards artillery side, where they're able to drop down on the 2 teams that were fighting and able to win that game with a hand swing game over in game 3 and game number 4. So again, great job by North and fantastic gameplay all around from our EU teams.
Absolutely. Well, let's talk about what you've been saying online, and for that we go to our tweets. This is exactly what we like to talk about here on the Apex Legends Global Series, because you guys are talking and you're watching from all over the globe. We thank you so much for that. Oh, I knew it was going to be food, Tom. I knew it in my bones, because I am so hungry. Nothing better to watch with dinner. ALGS. Wow, is that a pizza? Because that looks delicious.
It's definitely a pizza, Kate. Not sure if you've ever had one before, but it's,
I mean,
it comes from Italy.
So
there's typically a crust, and then there's cheese and sauce, and then some sort of topping, typically not pineapple. But glad to see that this is a solid choice here, whether you like pineapple or pizza. We'll leave that one up to you, but that's 1,000 Apex coins for you, Mason. It's a funny picture that you got there, too.
There you go. Excellent on the lighting. I'm very hungry. Loving the dev stream. So excited for Season 7. Trying our Loba's new okay. Everyone else so did some work. Oh, see, I'm telling you, we've got some, like I've said it again and again. Way to go, Kiki. Appreciate it. This is incredible artistry across our entire community. Our community is so friggin' talented. I can't even handle it.
That's absolutely insane. Great Loba work right there. Keep it coming. You love to see it. Thank you, Kiki, for the tweet. And you got 1,000 Apex coins as well.
You get 1,000. You get 1,000. Not sure who's more excited about ALGS, me or my T-Mug. Oh my gosh, what? That is a... You know what? I'm not even going to dock you. I'm not even going to dock you because I know it's November, whatever day it is, the 2nd here, and not October 31st. But you know what? That is a mug worth using all year long. And look at us. What looks like I'm making a funny face, potentially.
That mug right there is exactly how I feel once we're done with the NA games. I'm just throwing that out there.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you so much, Evidence. Appreciate you guys watching from around the globe. And, of course, taking in your tea, enjoying us in between classes, in between conference calls, eating your pizza, which, of course, as I mentioned so subtly, is something now I'm very interested in, as we've been on the air for several hours now, and I'm very, very hungry. But, yes, absolutely keep those coming. Make sure to follow us at PlayApex. Use the hashtag ALGS. And, of course, if you see us like you just saw those 3 tweets up on our screen, well, 1,000 Apex coins to you. I'm not sure why I felt the need to give a flourish, but that's exactly how I feel.
Yeah, make sure you include the X on the end of Apex there, because that last person, Play Ape, I'm not sure if that's a game or not, but that's definitely not our Twitter, so make sure you include the whole thing. But hey, always hashtag ALGS and always keep them coming. We love the food pictures. We love always freezing on random things, like if my eyes are closed or, you know, whatever you want to send us, fur babies, whatever it is. But glad you guys enjoyed the show, and it was one heck of a day, Kate. Again, 1 point separating our second and third teams. You really wouldn't have it any other way.
Absolutely. This is the way we like Apex to be played. And make sure if you want to keep up with all of this action, remember it's just getting started here in our EU region. We got NA a little bit later this afternoon. You go ahead and follow us at PlayApex. You can also go over to Twitch, twitch.tv/PlayApex. Give us a free follow. We'll help you out there with some content and some great stuff. We're also on YouTube, youtube.com/PlayApexCompete. We are everywhere, and we are doing it right. And hey, something else to remember. This is our online tournament. I mentioned 139 teams were fielded to come and play into this tournament that eventually whittled them down to 20. Well, guess what? Registration is open. If you want to test your skills against the best of our best, well, we are welcoming that. Head over to battlefy.com/ALGS to register for your region's tournament. That is the way to go. We enjoy that so much, and I know that you do as well. It's definitely going to be something that keeps us going. And make sure, if you are in the US of A, this is a little PSA for you. Go ahead and vote. Today is election day. I'm not going to tell you who to vote for, but of course, now is the time to go and make your voice heard, enjoy yourself, and have some fun doing it. Vote, vote, vote. Did I mention vote? I just wanted to make sure I was clear.
Get out there and do it. Get out there and do it. But also make sure that you guys stick around for the NA games, because we're going to take a break, and later on today we are coming back with even more Apex. And I saw a lot of teams already being cheered for in the chat room. But again, congratulations to all the EU teams. It's always so close when we get all of these teams together, but it's been North looking like the strongest team in the autumn circuit so far, Kate.
Absolutely. And hey, you know, Tom, I know how much you enjoy Madden, and I know how much you enjoy Twitch. Well, Madden on Twitch. We'll get to that in a second. Because something for you to put on your calendar and for the rest of you to put on yours starting Tuesday, November the 10th. Side note, also the day the Xbox Series X and S launches. Fun facts. That is going to be where you're going to want to tune in to must-watch Tuesday nights. It's the biggest event of the year. The Madden NFL 21 Club Championship kicks off. Catch the best Madden competitors in the world compete to represent their favorite NFL clubs and their share of a cool $750,000 prize pool. Coverage begins 6 p.m. Eastern, that is 3 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. So make sure you find yourself there. Absolutely have some fun. Remember, you got 2 consoles launching that week. You've got the Xbox Series X and S on the 10th, and of course the PlayStation 5, and they're all digital on November the 12th. It's all good for gaming. We enjoy ourselves a lot, and a huge thank you to them, and a huge thank you to you, Tom. A thank you to our crew, our casters, and of course you for watching us here on this Apex Legends Global Series online tournament number 3 for our autumn circuit here in our EU region. Anything left you want to say there, Tom? Anything you want to leave our viewers with?
You said it all.
Today?
Thanks to our sponsor, Lenovo, and GG's.
Absolutely. Tune in next time. We'll be back here later this afternoon. And, of course, you'll see more EU Apex action on November 23rd. We'll see you next time.